7-year-old Harry was running as fast as he could but knew that Dudley and his friends were bigger and faster than himself. I need to get away somehow, he thought in panic, remembering how he had managed to just vanish from the spot and appear on the school roof a few months ago. However, he had no idea how he had achieved his stunt at that time, and knowing that he had been in a lot of trouble afterwards, he feverishly wished to flee from his cousin in a way that enabled him to stay hidden from everyone. A mere instant later, the scenery in front of his eyes changed. Taking a look at his surroundings, he realized that he found himself on top of a high tree. To his utter surprise, his vision had expanded greatly, and he noticed that his arms were full of feathers. Green feathers, he thought in disbelief. Is that my body? In bewilderment, he looked down at himself, only to confirm that his skin had been replaced by feathers and that he was standing on 2 orange birds' feet. I'm a bird now. How's that possible? He wondered in absolute confusion. Harry spent a while looking over the houses and gardens in the neighborhood, noticing that each of them looked very small from his spot on the tree. He hesitantly flapped his wings, not sure how much he would be able to move his newly found body without tumbling down from the tree, and found himself enjoying the slight breeze which the movement caused on that hot summer day. When he carefully turned his neck, he saw that his feathers were not all green. From the corners of his eyes, he could see beautiful orange and white feathers on his back. The colors of my bird body are cool, he mused, wondering if he was able to fly. However, seeing how high the tree was, he decided to be on the safe side. The problem is, he thought, how to get down from here. It's not as if I was able to climb down, or are birds able to climb? Not sure about the matter, he remained quiet and pondered his situation. I wished me here, he finally recalled. Maybe I can just wish me back down from the tree. He hesitated for a moment, however, decided that it could not hurt to try and wished himself down onto the ground. To his surprise on the one hand and relief on the other, he found himself standing on the ground in front of the row of trees in the Dursleys' back garden. All right, now I need to wish me back into my human form, he thought. Harry had not really expected that it would work so easily. However, all of a sudden, he was standing in the garden in his usual human form. Will I be able to wish myself to become a bird again? He wondered as he slowly returned to the Dursleys' home. It would be so cool. I could learn to fly. I'd really like that, he thought, as he entered the kitchen to face his aunt's wrath. 風の力を持つハリー. Where have you been, you lazybones? Petunia hissed at him as soon as he opened the back door. Hurry up and make dinner. Yes, Aunt Petunia, Harry replied and obediently began with his chores. All the while his thoughts wandered to the beautiful bird which he had been earlier. During the following months, Harry often used the time when he was alone in his cupboard to change into his bird form, feeling absolutely delighted that it was so easy. I should go outside and try to fly, he thought one day, knowing that his relatives had gone out for dinner and would not be back for a while. He made his way through the back door into the garden and changed into his bird's form, which only took seconds since he had practiced so much. He stepped onto the grass, realizing that it was very difficult to walk on his bird's feet. Maybe flying is easier, he thought, and hesitantly flapped his wings, slightly shivering at the cold breeze it caused. All right, I'll try once more, he thought anxiously. All birds can fly. This time he tried to lift his feet from the ground as he flapped his wings and managed to fly a few meters before he crashed into the ground. Ah, that was because I tried to touch the ground with his feet, he thought. Okay, now I'm going to try a bit higher, he decided, and tried again. This time he managed to fly around the garden, realizing that it was a lot of fun to fly. He flew over the garage, over the street, and even over Mrs. Fig's garden, before he returned once more to the spot from where he had started. That was absolutely cool, he mused, suddenly feeling tired. I better get inside and go to bed, he decided, and changed back into his human form, before he reached for the handle of the kitchen door, only to realize that it had been locked while he was out enjoying his flight. Oh no, what am I going to do now? He thought in shock, beginning to panic, thinking that he might be forced to spend the whole night outside. As it was the beginning of December, it was fairly cold. Maybe it'll be warmer in my bird's form, Harry thought in exasperation, and transformed again, when a sudden idea struck his mind. I can try to wish myself back into the cupboard. Harry thought, and as he concentrated on landing in his tiny room, he flashed into his cupboard with a gust of wind accompanying him. Wow, this is brilliant, he mused as he changed into his human form and let himself sink onto his mattress in exhaustion. 風の力を持つハリー. During the following weeks, Harry often used his newfound power and flashed himself out in the garden at night when his relatives had gone to bed or even during the day, when he knew that the Dursleys were away for a few hours. He became more and more used to transforming and flashing, although he noticed soon that it was very tiring to wish himself from one place to another. One day, Petunia stuck her head into the cupboard, handing Harry a list. Here's a list with your chores. We're going away over the weekend. See to it that you finish all the chores before we return tomorrow night. With that, Petunia left, heading straight out the front door. Shortly after, Harry heard the sounds of the car driving away. Oh cool, I have the whole weekend for myself, he mused happily, glancing at the list in his hand. I'll just go flying for a bit, and then I'll begin with my chores, he decided, placed the paper on his mattress and transformed into his bird form. He flashed out into the garden with a small gust of wind and lazily stretched his wings in the beautiful sunshine, enjoying the first warm sun rays of the early spring. All of a sudden, a voice penetrated his ears. Oh my, aren't you a beautiful phoenix? Hashtag a phoenix? Hashtag Harry queried, looking around in surprise. Glancing in the direction of the voice, he saw a garden snake slither over the ground just in front of him. It was dark gray and had a small pattern in different shades of brown. Hashtag you're beautiful as well. I'm not really a bird though. I'm a boy, but I discovered last summer that I can change into a bird. Hashtag he trilled happily. I'm sorry, little one, but I can't understand you, the snake hissed, causing Harry to give it a curious look. I can only understand other snakes. Harry gave the snake a sharp look, and instants later, he instinctively changed into the form of a snake. Can you understand me now? He queried as he curled up in order to get a glimpse at his own body. Black with a green pattern of leaves. He noticed absently while he wondered how and why he had managed to become a snake. Oh yes, now I can understand your wordis, but I don't know how you're able to change between your forms. I've never seen anyone like you before. Which is your normal form? The snake queried in a gentle voice. I'm a boy, Harry replied in a small voice, only to add to himself, and a freak. Ah, you must be the small boy that always doest the chores here, the snake replied. I do not envy you with such a horrible family. Very well, I have to go and search for food. I have to feed my babies. I'll talk to you later. Okay, Harry agreed, knowing that he had to begin with his chores anyway. It was nice to meet you. Bye now. I wonder if I'll be able to change into more animals, Harry mused as he let himself sink onto his mattress after a long day of chores. I'd love to speak with the tabby cat sometime, who often comes and sits on the wall behind the garage and seems to be watching my every move. Unbeknownst to Harry, the tabby cat, which often spent her Saturday mornings observing the Dursleys' home, had watched the phoenix arrive just in front of the back door, transform into a snake and finally change into a small boy with absolute amazement. However, on this day, Harry was too absorbed in his musings about changing not only into his phoenix form but also into other animals to notice her. To Harry's disappointment, he did not have a chance to change into his bird form whenever the cat was sitting on the wall, because either Petunia or Vernon were always nearby, watching him do his chores. 風の力を持つハリー. It was at the beginning of the summer holidays that Harry accidentally burned the meat he was supposed to fry for lunch, causing Petunia to shout at him and hit him with the hot frying pan on the head, before she left him crying on the floor and decided to take Dudley out for lunch. Harry remained sitting on the kitchen floor, gripping his achy head with both hands, barely noticing that the tabby cat had left its position on the wall and was standing in front of the back door, sternly looking into the kitchen. Maybe I'll feel better in my bird form, he mused and transformed. That was stupid. My headache is better now, but I should have gone outside before changing. He soon realized as he struggled to walk on his bird feet, stumbling and landing on his stomach after every second step. I just can't get used to these feet, he groaned inwardly as he finally reached the open back door and jumped outside. Still feeling a little dazed, he remained next to the door for a while, turning his head until it came to rest on his back feathers. After a few minutes of resting and recalling the earlier events, he felt better and at the same time became very annoyed at his aunt's behavior. It was bad of me to not take better care and burn the meat, but did Aunt Petunia have to hit me with the frying pan? He thought, suddenly feeling his stomach grumble. Realizing that Petunia had forgotten to give him any chores to do during her absence, he allowed his phoenix instincts to take over. He took off into the air and flew a few rounds around the garden, just barely above his aunt's beautiful flower beds, not realizing that the flowers obviously didn't like the swirling blasts of wind every time he beat his wings. Suddenly, Harry's attention was drawn to the wall as he heard a soft voice. The tabby cat was sitting on the wall once again. Just a few meters separated it from Harry, and it was craning its neck to watch him with interest. You better stop doing that. The cat admonished him gently, pointing to the flower beds, which Harry had just left behind. Otherwise you'll be in a lot of trouble. HP. Harry made a soft landing right in front of the wall and looked back at the flower beds, realizing in horror that they looked as if a storm had just passed over them.
Oops. I'm sorry.
Would you mind not telling my aunt, please? He asked hesitantly. I'm sorry, but I can't understand you. The cat informed him, and Harry had the impression as if her stern expression slowly stretched to a small smile. Instinctively knowing that he would be able to change into a cat like he used to transform into his snake form from time to time when he wanted to communicate with the garden snake, Harry concentrated on changing his phoenix body into the form of a cat, sighing in relief as he noticed that he managed to transform smoothly. A fine coat of black fur had replaced his green wings, and Harry tentatively took a step on his cat's feet before he tried to jump up onto the wall. Unfortunately, his body, which was not used to the unknown form yet, failed to reach the wall, causing the small cat to fall back onto the ground, where he came to lie on his back. The tabby cat shook its head in exasperation as it jumped from the wall and gently nudged the smaller cat back on his feet. If this is the first time you changed into your cat form, you have to practice a bit before you try to jump onto walls. The gray cat scolded Harry lightly. I guess you're right, he replied in a small voice. Thank you so much for rescuing me. Is my assumption correct that you're Harry? The cat queried, throwing him a questioning look from her eyes that had strange quadratic markings around them. Yes, Harry replied in surprise. Why? He slowly trailed off and looked anxiously at the tabby cat, feeling grateful that it apparently decided to remain on the ground with him. I am an Animagus just like you, although I'm only able to transform into my cat form, while you seem to be a multiple Animagus and a natural Animagus on top of it. My name is Minerva McGonagall, and I'm a teacher at Hogwarts, which is the magical school that you're supposed to attend in 3 years' time. Your parents were my students, and I knew them very well. I've even knew you as well when you were a baby, Harry. That's why I've been coming here to check on you sometimes on the weekends. Harry was too stunned to say anything and merely looked at the other cat in amazement, trying to completely understand her explanation. However, the thought of she's only coming here because of me penetrated his mind, causing him to feel more cared for than he had ever experienced before. Well, I better clean up your aunt's flower beds. The cat said gently, and Harry observed in disbelief as his new friend changed into an older woman. In spite of the summer heat, she was dressed in what seemed to be a long green coat, and she wore her brown hair tightened into a tight bun. The woman waved a stick, and the flowers straightened, looking even fresher than they had appeared before. With another wave of her stick, the grass was freshly cut, and Harry threw the woman a grateful look, knowing that he would have probably had to cut the grass during the next few days, but she just saved him a lot of time on that chore. That was brilliant. Thank you. He breathed, looking at the tall woman in absolute amazement. You're most welcome. You'll be able to do magic like this in a few years' time, the professor said, soothingly, after quickly transforming back into her cat's form. You must be careful though. You seem to be a wind phoenix, and every time you fly or flash you cause quite a whirl of wind around yourself. Harry and the professor spent the whole afternoon talking, before Harry had to hurriedly transform back into his phoenix form and flash into his cupboard when he heard his aunt and cousin entering the house. Over the following few months, Harry often recalled his conversation with the cat professor, as he called her to himself since he couldn't remember the name she had told him. I am a wizard. That's why I can transform into animals, and that's why the Dursleys call me a freak, he realized, wondering if it was true what the professor had told him, that he was supposed to attend her school when he was 11. The Dursleys will never allow me to go to that school, he thought sadly.
風の力を持つハリー。
A fortnight before Christmas, Harry's and Dudley's class at the primary school held a Christmas party for the parents and pupils. Their teacher took the opportunity to decorate the hall with the pictures of Christmas scenes, which the children had painted, and Harry noticed in amazement that his picture was the very first picture in the hall, so that it caught everyone's eye first. He looked proudly at his picture that showed himself together with Father Christmas, who was holding a present in his hand. Maybe I'll get a present this year, Harry mused in desperation, staring at the present in Father Christmas' hand. All of a sudden, while he was still looking at the picture, Father Christmas leaned down to Harry, gently handing him the present. Unfortunately, Harry's final touch to his picture that made the person's move caused the spectators to panic. 30 minutes later, Harry found himself back in his cupboard with a very sore backside and head, his uncle's enraged voice still ringing in his ears. Boy, you are to never do freakish things in our presence again, you ungrateful little urchin. I'll just flash away, Harry thought and transformed into his phoenix form, wishing himself to flash to some place in the magical world, of which the cat professor had told him, where he would find people who would not hate him because of being a wizard. Seconds later, he felt a huge wind come up, which became faster and faster.
風の力を持つハリー。
Harry reappeared right in front of a huge door that chose exactly that moment to be flung open. Unfortunately, the storm Harry had brought with him caused the door to open so fast that it hit the phoenix full force. #ouch. Harry trilled at the sudden pain, unconsciously flinching back as he saw himself in front of black human legs. He backed up slightly, moaning a bit at the pain the small movement caused his sore head, until his ears took in a soft, silky voice. Are you all right? The tall man, who was standing in front of the phoenix and was dressed completely in black, asked softly as he crouched in front of the obviously hurt bird and gently held his hand out for the phoenix to step on it. He must be a wizard, because he's wearing similar clothes to the cat professor. Harry mused and hesitantly stepped onto the man's hand. Did you get hurt when you hit the door? The man asked again, causing Harry to slightly nod, wincing as it caused his head to hurt even more. It's all right, sir. My head hurts a bit, but I'll be fine. He trilled softly. Unfortunately, I can't understand you. Are you the familiar of anyone living nearby? I've never seen you around before. No. Harry carefully shook his head, just a little bit, and thought, I want the man to understand me. How can I do that? I don't want to change back to my human form. People are much nicer to me if I'm in my phoenix form. He threw the kind man a helpless look. How can I make you understand? Sir? I don't know. The man remained pensive for a moment before he decided, I'll take you to the headmaster's office. Professor Dumbledore has a phoenix and he might be able to translate. Do you agree? Harry once more nodded slightly, and the man raised his hand towards his shoulder, motioning the bird to step onto his shoulder. Harry looked around at the moving paintings to both sides of the corridor in fascination. Like in my picture of Father Christmas, he thought while the black wizard carried him into a huge, round room that looked like a very old office. This is a fantastic room, Harry thought, startled when he suddenly saw himself face to face with a very old wizard, who looked like Father Christmas in his picture that he had painted earlier that day. HP. Suddenly, a voice penetrated Harry's ears. Hello, little nestling. Come on to my perch and introduce yourself. Only now, Harry noticed the phoenix that was sitting on a perch next to the Father Christmas person's desk. Won't I hurt the man if I flap my wings? Harry thought anxiously and threw the tall man a grateful look when he gently placed him onto the perch, before he began to explain to the headmaster and his phoenix how he had found Harry. You can only speak to the human one if you bond to him like I'm bonded to the headmaster. The other phoenix, who introduced himself as Fox, advised him. The snarky one is not too nice, but he has a good heart, and it'll be good for both of you to have each other. I'm sure, because I've already known him for many egg turns. Hogwarts is a good old place to put your nest in. We always get as much in our beaks as we want, and I'd love to have a friend to play with even if you're still a nestling. Hashtag. Hashtag all right then, what do I have to do? Hashtag Harry queried, feeling very excited at the prospect of having a friend, even if only in his phoenix form. I hope he'll stay my friend. I shouldn't tell anyone that I'm human, he decided, turning his eyes to the two wizards, who were talking animatedly. Hashtag you only have to think. I want to bond with the black and grumpy one. Hashtag Fox instructed Harry, who closely followed the human's conversation. Albus, I don't need a familiar, and I definitely do not want a feathered rag like yours. The tall man sneered, sounding very annoyed at the thought. Hashtag just ignore him. He's always like that, but he'll get used to you. Hashtag Fox said firmly, motioning Harry to bond with the tall wizard. I want to bond with the un-ice man, who was still very nice to me, Harry thought, and all of a sudden he felt very happy, although he couldn't really place what had happened. Hashtag you look much happier. I guess you're bonded now, hashtag Fox stated, smirking. Severus, I believe that you don't have a choice. Your familiar seems to have chosen you and already bonded with you, the headmaster said, and Harry noticed that the old man's eyes began to twinkle happily. Hashtag tell him that you're a wind phoenix and your name is Gowith. Hashtag Fox instructed the younger phoenix. Hashtag don't forget to address him as professor unless he tells you otherwise. Hashtag. Hashtag Gwiha? Hashtag Harry asked in disbelief, trying to pronounce the difficult name. Hashtag of course, you need a proper name if you're bonded to a Hogwarts professor. Gowith is Gaelic and means wind. Yes, the pronunciation is Gwiha, hashtag Fox confirmed. Hashtag hello professor. My name is Gowith, and I'm a wind phoenix, hashtag Harry said obediently, causing the professor to step in front of the perch. Very well, Gowith. I am Severus Snape, he said in the soft, silky voice he had used with Harry earlier. Severus, I suggest that you take Gowith to your quarters then. The headmaster spoke up before he called, Twinkle Cicero. With a small pop, two funny creatures appeared in front of the professors, bowing so deep that their ears flapped over the floor. What can Cicero and Twinkle do for Master Professor Dumbledore, sir? One of them queried. Harry stared at the two creatures in amazement. Never before had he seen such beings. Hashtag the left one is Twinkle, the headmaster's house elf, and the other one is Cicero, the elf of your familiar, hashtag Fox informed him quietly, causing Harry to throw his new friend a grateful smile. Twinkle, this is Gowith, Professor Snape's new familiar. Please help Cicero to install a perch for him and instruct him how to care for a phoenix. The headmaster ordered his elf, who bowed and nodded enthusiastically, before the two elves left with a small pop. They seem to be very funny, Harry mused. I already love being here. Very well then, Gowith, I suggest that we retreat to my quarters then. By the way, you were hit by the entrance doors quite fiercely. Are you hurt in any way? Severus queried, looking piercingly at his familiar. Harry squirmed under the professor's sharp look. Hashtag my head still hurts a bit, but it's not bad. Other than that I'm fine. Hashtag he admitted in a small voice, not wanting the man to think of him as a nuisance if he admitted how much his head hurt. All right, I'll give you a headache potion. I just have to consult two friends who might know more about birds and possible doses of potions I can give you, as I am unfamiliar in how I can treat a bird. Severus replied and invited Harry to step onto his hand once again. You don't know how much of a headache potion I can give Gowith, do you, Albus? He turned back to the headmaster.
I'm sorry, Severus.
I can't recall Fawkes being in need of a potion, Dumbledore replied gently, popping a lemon drop into his mouth. Hashtag that's because I always speak to Twinkle if I need anything. The elves have a wonderful healer, Misty. She has already helped me several times, hashtag Fawkes informed Harry, who cast him a grateful look and quickly translated for the professor. On their way out of the office, Harry heard his familiar mumble something like, Lemon drops can't cure everything, Albus.
風の力を持つハリー。
Harry was already drifting off to sleep when the tall professor finally arrived in front of a door that was guarded by a stern-looking man and a huge snake. This is Gowith, my familiar. The man shortly introduced him to the wizard in the picture, before he said in a smaller voice and apparently without any context, Lily. Oh, what a beautiful phoenix. A wind phoenix, I suppose, the wizard said approvingly, and the snake seemed to agree. He looks nicky, the snake hissed, causing Harry to throw her an appreciative smile. Now if you don't mind letting us in, it's already quite late, Severus said impatiently, causing the door to open instantly, revealing a huge, round room that was built around a fireplace and was surrounded by bookshelves, which reached from the floor to the ceiling. Harry looked around in absolute amazement. This room is just wonderful, he thought as the professor nudged him to step onto his new perch, which the elves had set up in front of the fireplace. Cicero, Severus called his house elf, who appeared in a blink and to Harry's surprise did not bow like the elf had earlier in the headmaster's office. Fawkes told Gowith something about Misty healing him when he had health problems. Misty is Poppy's elf, isn't she? Yes, Master Severus. Misty is also the healer of all the elves, and she is very good. Shall I fetch her? Yes, please. An instant later, Cicero returned with another elf in tow. Severus shortly explained to Misty what had happened, and Misty turned to Harry. Don't be afraid, little one. I'm just going to check on you, she said gently, before she waved her hand over him. Harry could feel a tingling sensation pass over his body, but it was over in a few seconds. He has a concussion, Misty explained to Severus. He must rest and you have to keep him warm. Give him a spoonful of the normal headache potion every 6 hours. I come back to check on him in 2 days' time. Turning to Harry, she continued, You must not fly or flash for a week. Only rest. I will see to it, Severus promised and thanked the small elf, who gently laid her hand on Harry's head to pet his head feathers. Feels good, Harry mused as Misty let quite an amount of healing magic flow into his body. Before the house elf even popped away, he was already fast asleep.
風の力を持つハリー。
When Harry woke up in the morning and lazily opened his eyes, he saw that Severus was hovering in front of his perch, apparently considering if he should wake him up or let him sleep. Oh, good you're awake, Gowith, the professor said softly. I need you to take your potion. All right. Harry agreed sleepily and obediently opened his beak, so that the professor could empty the teaspoon he was holding in his hand into his beak. Unfortunately, Harry had never before taken any medicine whatsoever, and his phoenix instincts took over, making him gag at the foul taste as soon as the cool liquid hit his tongue. Before Harry knew what he was doing, he had already spat more than half of the liquid out. Oh no, I'm sorry. I've never taken potions before, and I was too surprised at the taste. I didn't mean to do that. He hurriedly apologized and quickly swallowed the rest of the liquid, hesitantly throwing the professor an assessing glance. Oh no, and Fawkes told me he was the one brewing the potions. He suddenly remembered, feeling even worse at the thought. He will be so angry, he thought, anxiously waiting for the explosion that was sure to come. How dare he? Was Severus' first reaction as his new familiar had the gall to spit the potion out he had just spoon-fed him. However, as the bird began to apologize, he couldn't help taking pity at the innocent creature. Very well. It's not my fault if you're suffering from a headache, he finally stated, raising an eyebrow at the clearly shocked bird. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir. The phoenix apologized once again, casting him an anxious look. HP. It's all right. Don't do it again, Severus replied. Now, my first morning class is going to begin soon. Under normal conditions, I'd take your perch with me to my classroom so that you could watch. However, since Misty ordered you to rest and told me to keep you warm, I suggest that you remain here in front of the fireplace for today. These rooms as well as the classroom are in the dungeons, and your place here in front of the fireplace is the only warm spot around, he said thoughtfully. That's all right, sir. The phoenix replied, still sounding sleepy. It's not light outside anyway, so I'll sleep some more. Very well then. I'm going to leave the doors ajar, so that you can call me if you need me. However, only disturb my class if it's absolutely necessary. I'll return to check on you between classes. All right, sir. Thank you, sir. With that, the phoenix turned his head onto his back and went back to sleep. He must be feeling better, Severus mused as he recalled that Hagrid had told him only sick birds slept with their head forward. when he had helped him look after a sick owl before. Last night, he didn't turn his head backwards.
風の力を持つハリー。
Severus headed to his classroom, groaning inwardly at the thought of having to teach the first-year Slytherin and Gryffindor class. These Weasley twins top all the mischief makers I've had before, he thought. On the other hand, both of them are more adept at potions than the rest of their family combined. The potions master absent-mindedly observed his students brew an easy healing potion, but couldn't prevent his thoughts from returning to the beautiful bird that was currently occupying his perch in the living room. I still can't understand why a phoenix would want to bond with me, the greasy bat of the dungeons, especially as I have the dark mark. I thought phoenixes were pure birds, only able to bond with good people. A small voice at the back of his head spoke up. You are good, Severus. You made a mistake, due to the circumstances, but that doesn't make you a bad person. Otherwise, the phoenix wouldn't have bonded with you. Severus let out a long sigh before he told the annoying voice, Oh, shut up. What do you know? If I had been good, maybe I'd have managed to keep Lily at that time. Apart from that, it's not as if I needed such a good-for-nothing familiar like the headmasters anyway. Oh, I'm sure having a familiar will do you a lot of good. The annoying little voice still had the gall to counter. It sounds like the headmaster, Severus mused, suddenly looking up as he was pulled out of his thoughts when a small explosion shook the classroom.
風の力を持つハリー。
Harry abruptly jerked out of his dreams when the professor began to shout, Weasley and Weasley, detention with me tonight. He lazily stretched his legs and his wings and began to trill a soothing melody, instinctively knowing that it would help to calm his familiar. By the time the professor came to check on him between classes, his mood had lightened considerably. Is everything all right, sir? Harry asked softly. Oh well, there are always dunderheads, especially among the Gryffindors, who don't understand that you can't play pranks on your classmates while brewing potions, Severus replied, shaking his head. Thanks to them, I have to supervise their detention tonight instead of spending the evening here with you. With that, the potions master headed back to his next class. I'd love to learn how to brew potions, Harry mused. It's probably a bit similar to cooking. Too bad I can't tell my familiar that I'm human and can cook meals. I won't be able to cook or brew in my phoenix form.
風の力を持つハリー。
I'd love to see your classroom, sir. He told the professor when the man returned from dinner. I don't feel cold anymore. Please, may I come with you? All right, Severus replied, sighing. We'll take your perch with us then, he resolved, inviting Harry to step onto his right hand, from where he led him towards his left shoulder. I like this spot, Harry mused. It's warm, and his hair has the smell of herbs. No, we don't need the perch. I'm sure I'll find something to sit on. He trilled quickly, knowing that it had to be inconvenient for the man to carry his perch through the rooms all the time. Very well then, if you're sure, Severus replied. Don't pick at my ear, Gowith. He scolded him lightly, gently moving the phoenix's orange peak away from his ear. Now, where do you want to sit? Is the back of that chair agreeable with you? On top of that shelf, please. Harry decided, turning his beak towards a shelf that was full with extremely interesting-looking ingredients. That's too dangerous, Severus decided and placed the bird on a higher shelf, which was half empty and only held books instead of glasses with frog eggs and other potions ingredients. Harry happily made himself comfortable on the shelf, watching in amazement as two identical-looking boys entered the classroom and immediately pulled his familiar into a discussion. Professor, we're sorry. We only wanted to give a small payback to one of the Slytherins. Who? They're too funny, Harry mused, letting out a small giggle. What was that? One of the boys asked the other. Anyway, Weasley and Weasley. Harry couldn't help chuckling at the professor's voice. I love his voice. It sounds so soothing, he mused. But it's funny if he seems annoyed, as long as he isn't annoyed at me. There is something strange in this classroom tonight, Professor, the twins said simultaneously, glancing around in surprise. Nothing is strange, Severus snarled. Anyway, you're going to prepare the ingredients for this potion for me. He pointed to a recipe that was laid out on a table. Now get to work. Harry watched in amusement as the twins began to gather the requested ingredients. However, it soon became boring and he turned his head onto his back to take a short nap. Unfortunately, his nap was interrupted soon afterwards, when one of the twins accidentally dropped a glass that hit the floor with a loud bang. "Sorry, Professor, but there's a green ball of wool or something on your shelf," one of the twins said. "And it's moving," the other completed the sentence, causing Harry to look down from his shelf and chuckle again. Severus smirked as realization set in and sneered. "The green ball of wool, as you so eloquently call it, is my phoenix familiar Gowith, and now continue with your work. You can deem yourself extremely lucky that I cast an unbreakable charm on the glass with the shark's fangs you just tried to break. Otherwise, I would use your fingers as potions ingredients instead." Hashtag they're too funny. Hashtag Harry trilled in a small voice and proceeded to closely examine the books nearby. A beginner's introduction to the fine art of brewing. He read with excitement, realizing that his eyesight was much better than it was in his human form. "That sounds very interesting. Would Severus mind if I read a bit?" He carefully used his beak and his right foot to open the book and was soon completely engrossed in his reading. Only when the twins were finished with their work and looked up, beginning to laugh aloud at his sight, the professor noticed what he was doing. "What do you think you're doing, Gowith? I do not wish to see any dog ears in my books. Are you able to read at all?" Hashtag yes, sir. I love to read, and I promise to be very careful. Hashtag Harry trilled anxiously. Hashtag please, sir, let me continue. This book is so interesting. Hashtag. What did he say, sir? The twins asked simultaneously, causing the potion's master to throw them an irritated look. "He is doing something that you should remember to do from time to time, reading a book. Now clean the dirty cauldrons over there, and you'll be dismissed." The twins obediently set to work, glancing up to the shelf, on which the phoenix was completely engrossed in his reading, from time to time. "He seems to be very alert. We should try to coax him into playing pranks with us?" George whispered to Fred, causing the twins to chuckle in anticipation. Severus followed their looks with amazement. "I didn't know that birds could read," he thought in surprise. "Oh well, a phoenix is not a normal bird, of course. I thought parrots were the most intelligent birds with an intelligence of 5-year-old children, but 5-year-olds wouldn't be able to read a potions book. Maybe phoenixes do have a higher intellect than parrots. I have to ask Albus if Fox does as much as read books," he decided, noticing that the bird was very careful when he turned the page with his right foot. "Well, as long as he treats my books well, I don't mind him reading. The more he knows about potions, the more possibilities we have to lead halfway interesting conversations." Severus was pulled out of his thoughts when the twins appeared in front of him. "Finished, sir," they informed him in their most annoying way of talking simultaneously. "Very well. Get out of my sight then," he said, dismissing the dunderheads in anticipation of a peaceful, quiet evening with his new familiar. "I'll quiz him to see if he understood anything he read," he thought, smirking as he called the phoenix. "Gowith, the detention is over. Shall we go home?" Harry looked up in confusion, only to notice Severus hovering in front of the shelf, ready to take him back onto his shoulder. Hashtag oh sorry sir. After a quick glance on the page number, he closed the book and accepted the invitation onto the potions master's shoulder. "Shall we take the book with us to the living room? You might be more comfortable on the table than on the shelf," Severus queried. Hashtag oh yes please, thank you sir. Hashtag Harry replied with a happy trill. Severus let himself sink onto his favorite armchair in front of the fireplace, placing the book on the table in front of him, before he brought his right hand in front of the bird's feet to move the phoenix, so that he came to sit on his knee and they could better see each other. "Very well. Let's see if you have understood what you read," he sneered, causing Harry to squirm anxiously and finally quickly flash back to his perch, causing Severus to throw him a confused look. Hashtag I'm sorry sir. Hashtag Harry trilled and quickly released himself, before he returned to the professor's knee. Hashtag all right sir. Hashtag. Severus sighed in relief at the bird's thoughtfulness and in exasperation at the same time. "Gowith, you must remember that you're not supposed to flash or fly for the time being. Tell me if you need to return to your perch, and I'll take you there." Hashtag yes, sir, sorry, sir. Hashtag. Very well then, the professor began thoughtfully. How do you know if an herb is magical or non-magical? Hashtag you either know or you won't be able to tell the difference before you cook. Sorry, brew it. Hashtag. Correct, Severus said approvingly. When is the only time in the month moon fern takes on its magical qualities? Hashtag early in the morning after the full moon, sir. Hashtag Harry replied eagerly. And why is it essential that it has its magical qualities? Hashtag because only then it works in healing potions, hashtag Harry replied, letting out a huge yawn. Oh, I believe someone is ready for bed. Let's see if you properly manage to take your potion this time. I mustn't spit it out. I mustn't spit it out, Harry repeated to himself as he obediently licked the liquid from the spoon the professor offered, noticing with amazement that his headache that had been lingering the whole evening vanished in the blink of an eye. I love potions, he mused as his eyes drooped and he drifted off to sleep within seconds.
風の力を持つハリー。
Severus fetched the potions journal and retreated to his favorite armchair, fully intending to spend a quiet evening, when the fireplace flared and the headmaster stepped through. Hello, Severus. I just wanted to see how you get along with your new familiar. Oh, he is already asleep, Dumbledore stated in surprise. Yes, he is not completely well. He has a concussion, and he probably tired himself out, because he spent the whole evening reading a potions book, Severus replied, smirking at the headmaster's surprised expression. Your phoenix reads books? He finally asked in disbelief, absent-mindedly popping a lemon drop into his mouth. Gowith told me he loves to read, and when I did a quick pop quiz with him, he managed to flawlessly answer all questions, Severus replied, feeling strangely proud at his intelligent familiar. Fawkes would never do as much as look at a book, Dumbledore said in a regretting tone. He asked me if he could come and play with Gowith, by the way. Do you think? Severus sighed. Gowith is not allowed to flash or fly for the rest of the week. Apart from that, I'm sure he'd love to play with Fawkes. I took him with me to the potions classroom for the Weasley twins' detention this evening, and he was chuckling and giggling at the twins' antics all the time, until he discovered the book, which he decided to read. Oh well, I'll send Fawkes over in the morning then. Maybe he can teach Fawkes to read instead of doing nonsense all day. Today, he managed to hide my lemon drops behind the bookshelf, and I was about to take the Floo to Hogsmeade to buy more, when the Sorting Hat told me where to find them. Fawkes will do better not to put ideas into Gowith's head, Severus replied sternly, shaking his head in annoyance. However, Fawkes couldn't think of anything better than to plant ideas into the smaller phoenix's head. Hashtag I have a fantastic idea, Gowith, hashtag Fawkes told him when Severus was teaching his last morning class. Hashtag however, we have to find a charm first, but since my old grumpy one told me you can read, it shouldn't be a problem. Let's flash to the library. Hashtag. Hashtag I'm not allowed to flash at the moment. Hashtag Harry replied hesitantly, causing Fawkes to chuckle. Hashtag all right then. Grab my tail feathers carefully, and I'll take you with me. Hashtag with that, the phoenix flashed away in a small wave of flames. Hashtag wow. This room is just wonderful. Hashtag Harry breathed, looking around in absolute amazement. Hashtag you really seem to love books. What's so interesting with them? They're just old parchments. Hashtag Fawkes replied, fluffing his feathers in ignorance. Hashtag I just love to read. Now, what are we looking for? Harry asked impatiently. Hashtag we need to know a duplicating charm in order to make many chocolate frogs out of just one, hashtag Fawkes explained. Hashtag while you find the charm, I'll flash to Honeydukes to get the chocolate frog. Hashtag.
Raute
Wait, Fawkes, how am I supposed to get the books out of the shelf, and how do I know where to look for the spell you need? I have no idea where to find that. Hashtag. Hashtag nor do I, hashtag Fawkes admitted thoughtfully. Hashtag oh well, then I have a better idea. In fact, I am bonded to one of the house elves. Tony is still a nestling, but he often helps me do mischief, and he has even interpreted for me once when I wanted to speak with one of the students. Since I'm bonded to him, he can understand me, and of course he knows human talk as well. Hashtag. Hashtag do you know the Weasley twins? Hashtag Harry queried. Hashtag they seem to be very funny. I'm sure they'd love to play a prank with us. Hashtag. Hashtag all right then, I'll call Tony, hashtag Fox replied. Hashtag Tony. Hashtag. A small elf appeared in the blink of an eye. Hello Fox. Hello Gowith. Hashtag hi Tony. We need your help in order to prank my old grumpy familiar. Can you help us find a duplicate charm or help us talk to the Weasley twins? Hashtag. Tony wills be happy to helps you talks with the twins. Tony replied softly, and his brown eyes began to shine happily. Lunchtime is just beginning. Do you wants me to pop you to them? If you stay on my shoulder you'll be invisible with me. I wills only turn visible for the twins. Tony promised, smiling when Fox and Harry jumped onto his shoulder. An instant later, they found themselves in a classroom. Hashtag where are we? Hashtag Harry asked in surprise. Hashtag the Transfiguration classroom. Hashtag Fox whispered back. Hashtag beware of the teacher. She's a strict old bag and not as easy to prank as the old grumpy one. Hashtag. HP. Oh, the green ball of wool from last night. The Weasley twins chuckled at their sight, and Harry listened in amazement how Tony translated Fox's idea to the twins. Meet us in the small alcove next to the entrance hall right before dinner, the twins instructed them. We'll try to find the charm until then.
風の力を持つハリー。
The two phoenixes, the elf and the two first years met shortly before dinner, and the twins confirmed that they had found the charm and had already tried to practice it on their homework. We hope that's the charm you meant, they finished together. Hashtag I think so. Hashtag Fox replied and instructed them to wait while he checked if the headmaster's office was empty. Hashtag the old grumpy one is attending dinner. Let's flash into his office. Hashtag. While the two phoenixes flashed, Tony popped the twins. Together they pointed their wands at the chocolate frog that Fox had placed on the headmaster's desk and cast the spell, which they had practiced earlier, causing a second chocolate frog to appear right next to the other one. Hashtag now you have to cast another spell. Perpetuo, hashtag Fox instructed them, and Tony quickly translated. The twins obediently cast the spell Fox had told them, and Harry observed in amazement as the two chocolate frogs multiplied. An instant later, Dumbledore's desk was completely covered in chocolate frogs that tried to jump away, causing a complete chaos. Hashtag let's get out of here quickly. Hashtag Fox chuckled, and the small group hurriedly left the headmaster's office, returning back to the alcove next to the entrance hall. Hashtag that worked very well. Thank you for the good laugh I'm gonna get during the next few hours. Hashtag Fox chuckled. You're welcome. We'll always be ready to play pranks with you, the twins replied after Tony translated Fox trills. Hashtag we'll make sure to think about something else. Hashtag Fox promised with a mischievous grin on his face. With that, the group split up, and Fox took Harry back to Severus' quarters. Hashtag well, Gowith, that was a lot of fun, wasn't it? I'll go back now, but I'll come and tell you about Albus' reaction later on. Hashtag Fox promised, only to return 2 minutes later. Hashtag may I remain here with you for a while. Gowith? The headmaster will probably return to his office soon, and I'd prefer not to be there when he discovers the chocolate frogs. They are everywhere, jumping along his desk, on the bookshelves, on the torches. Oh well, just everywhere. The office looks like after an explosion in a sweet shop. Even Sappho, the sorting hat, is covered in chocolate. I tried to eat one of the frogs, but I couldn't, because new chocolate frogs keep jumping down from the shelves and even from the ceiling. Hashtag. Hashtag UO. That sounds like trouble. Of course you can stay here. Hashtag Harry replied as he lazily stretched his wings and made himself comfortable on his perch. By the time Severus returned from dinner, he found his familiar deep engrossed in a conversation with his friend. Both phoenixes were wearing extremely innocent expressions and were chuckling mischievously. I wonder what kind of mischief they got themselves into, he mused as he fetched a pile of parchments from his office, settled down in his favorite armchair. However, it wouldn't take long for him to find out how his familiar had spent the day. Only a few minutes later, Dumbledore's head appeared in the fireplace. Severus, can you come and help me for a moment? This is a complete mess. Hashtag you better feign being busy. Hashtag Harry trilled urgently, causing Severus to give him a thoughtful look. I'm sorry, Albus. but I've just been called away to a fight in the dungeon corridors," he said hurriedly, glad that he had just been crossing the room to fetch Gowith's potion when the headmaster had looked out of the fireplace. "Oh, I see. Never mind. I'll ask Minerva then." Dumbledore replied in understanding and cut the connection off. Severus spun around to face the phoenixes, raising an eyebrow at Harry. "Thank you, Gowith, for saving me from whatever it was. However, I'd like to hear an explanation," he said sternly, causing Fawkes to let out a few quick trills. "Tell him that it was not your fault. It was the twins and I." Fawkes trilled, chuckling.
Raute
"We." No, Fawkes instructed someone to find a charm that made a chocolate frog duplicate, and they cast it at a chocolate frog in the headmaster's office, and now his office is full with chocolate frogs. "I'm sorry, sir," Harry admitted in a small voice, throwing Severus a hesitant look. "I just hope he won't throw me out," he mused, terrified at the thought. "Please, sir, I only watched, and I promise not to allow them to do such a thing to you," he added, panicking. Someone cast a multiple self-duplicating charm on a chocolate frog in the headmaster's office? Severus repeated in disbelief as an image of Albus drowning in chocolate frogs crossed his mind. That's exactly the right prank to play on Albus, he thought as he tried to give the two phoenixes a menacing glare but failed miserably, not able to suppress the grin that crept onto his face. "Thank you, Gowith, for preventing me from going to help the headmaster," he finally said, causing Harry to chuckle in relief at the professor's reaction. "Oh well, I'll go and have a look. I'll see you tomorrow morning, Gowith." Fawkes trilled happily and flashed away. Pity that we can't see the result. Harry mused aloud, causing Severus to silently agree. "I need to grade some parchments. Would you like to continue reading? Later on, I have to go to the Slytherin common room to check on my students. You may accompany me if you wish," Severus suggested, and Harry agreed happily. Sir, can we speak about what I read afterwards again? I loved that we did so yesterday. He asked in a small voice, causing Severus to give him an appreciative nod. "Of course we can do that, and if you have questions you may ask me at any time," he replied softly. "I'm glad to have Gowith as familiar. He matches my character so much more than Fawkes would." He mused as he gently took the phoenix from his perch and sat him onto the table, remembering that he wasn't allowed to flash or fly yet.
風の力を持つハリー
During the following days, Severus and Harry became quickly used to each other, and Severus couldn't help feeling happy at the phoenix's presence, although he would never admit that to anyone, not even to himself. As soon as Misty allowed Gowith to flash and fly, the bird began to follow Severus into his office, his classroom, and even his private lab. However, the phoenix always asked shyly if it was all right to follow him, and he used to occupy himself by quietly reading potions books. Only when Severus talked to the bird, his familiar became very chatty, and his orange beak never stood still. Whenever Severus' time allowed it, they sat together for a quiet time after dinner, during which they spoke about what Harry had read that day, and Severus realized soon that his familiar was not only very interested in potions but also extremely intelligent. During the whole week until the beginning of the winter holidays, Severus and his phoenix familiar that attended his potions class reading books on the top shelf were the main topic among the students.
風の力を持つハリー
At breakfast right before the students returned home for Christmas, Professor McGonagall turned to Severus in exasperation. "Severus, the whole school is talking about you and your wonderful familiar. Don't you think you should introduce him to us as well? Please bring him with you when you attend dinner tonight. Gowith is a very nice phoenix, even if he seems to be very young," the headmaster threw in. "Severus, as usual during the holidays, I want you to at least attend dinner in the Great Hall, but you're very welcome to bring Gowith along. I'll bring Fawkes then. He seems to be quite fond of his new friend." "Very well," Severus agreed and quickly excused himself to return to his quarters and spend a quiet day in his potions lab.
風の力を持つハリー
Harry made himself comfortable on one of the ingredients shelves and craned his neck to glance into the cauldron. What are you going to brew, sir? He asked curiously. Severus let out a long sigh. "Lemon drops for Albus for Christmas," he explained. "I'd prefer to brew something else for him, even if it has to be sweets, but he always wants nothing but lemon drops." Harry remained pensive for a moment, before he turned around and walked along the ingredients shelf, intensely glancing at the labels. Finally, he replied slowly, Hashtag I think I have an idea, sir. Hashtag HP. Really? Severus queried, looking at his familiar in disbelief, causing the phoenix to chuckle. Hashtag why don't you brew an assortment of several kinds of lemon drops? You could mix one other ingredient in each type, for example give them lemon and blueberry flavor or lemon and ginger or lemon and frog eggs or something. Hashtag seeing that Severus' expression had become thoughtful, he elaborated, Hashtag I mean like Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. The Weasley twins told me about them the other day. Hashtag. That's a fantastic idea, Gowith. Severus commended the phoenix. I'm not sure about the frog eggs, but I can imagine using blueberries or ginger. We could even try chocolate or whiskey. Chuckling, the phoenix chose a few ingredients and placed them onto the working table, causing Severus to raise an eyebrow. Do I understand you correctly? You want to help me brewing by fetching the ingredients for me? Harry let out a happy trill, and together they busied themselves brewing a special assortment of Severus and Gowith's every flavor lemon drops. Apart from several kinds of berries, ginger, chocolate, and some kinds of liqueurs, they used pepperoni, licorice, mint leaves, and cinchona, which gave the drops a slightly bitter taste. Gowith, what would you like for Christmas? Severus suddenly inquired as he slowly stirred the yellow liquid, causing Harry to throw him an anxious look. Oh no, I can't tell him that I never received anything from Father Christmas because I'm not a good boy, he mused, terrified. He can't even know that I'm a boy at all. What am I going to do? Hashtag I don't need anything, sir. I am very happy to be here and to be able to brew together with you, sir. Hashtag he finally replied hesitantly. Hashtag I love reading your potions books. I don't need anything else. Hashtag. Very well, the potions master said, smirking as he already had an idea. Harry watched in amazement as the professor slowly poured the 10th type of the yellow liquid into the drop's form, chuckling as Severus said with a disgusted expression, That should suffice. Severus and his Phoenix-turned potions apprentice spent the rest of the day brewing ginger nuts and numerous kinds of essence that could be used in tea for Severus' colleagues. Thank you for your help with the ingredients, Severus said to his Phoenix as he cleaned the workspace, causing Harry to let out a delighted trill. Now I believe it's time to head to the Great Hall for dinner. Would you like to come with me and have dinner together with my colleagues? Albus promised to bring Fawkes along as well. Hashtag yes sir, all right. Hashtag Harry agreed happily and jumped from the ingredients shelf, landing right on the professor's left shoulder. Oh Gowith, don't give me such a fright, Severus complained, smirking as he gently ruffled the phoenix's head feathers. Feels good, Harry mused, gratefully nibbling the ear that was next to his beak, until the professor gently pried the beak away from his ear. Hashtag when are we going to give the presents to your colleagues? Hashtag he asked as they made their way towards the Great Hall. Tomorrow is Christmas Eve, and the day after is Christmas Day, Severus explained softly. Cicero will place the presents into my colleagues' rooms tomorrow night. He is really nice to give his colleagues Christmas presents, Harry mused. Pity that the Dursleys hated me so much. Otherwise, they could have given me something for Christmas, when Father Christmas chose to ignore me. He was quickly pulled out of his sad thoughts when Severus opened the door to the Great Hall. Hashtag hi Gowith. Hashtag Fawkes greeted him happily, causing Harry to take off from Severus' shoulder and fly over to his friend's perch, making himself comfortable next to the fire phoenix. Harry slowly let his eyes wander around the table, where about a dozen teachers and 2 small students were assembled. Come here, Gowith, so that I can introduce you to my colleagues, Severus called him in his soft, silky voice that made Harry obey automatically. He once more settled on his familiar shoulder, looking friendly at the teachers Severus introduced to him. This is Minerva McGonagall, the Transfiguration Professor and head of Gryffindor, Severus continued, causing Harry to throw the older witch a terrified look. Oh no, that's the cat professor. She knows who I am, he realized, seeing that the woman was observing him with interest. I just hope she won't tell Severus the truth. Unable to speak with anyone but the man he thought of as his familiar, Harry looked pleadingly at the Transfiguration Professor. Apparently sensing that he didn't want to be discovered, McGonagall said gently, "Nice to meet you, Gowith. Severus, you're having a wonderful familiar. You should deem yourself very happy." Harry threw the female professor a grateful look, noticing that she returned a comforting smile, while Severus' cheeks turned just a little bit pink and he mumbled something that sounded like feathered duster. As the professor continued to introduce his colleagues, he noticed that his phoenix had a very hurt expression on his face. "Gowith, I'm sorry I said that. I can assure you that it was only because the situation was so embarrassing. I do not think of you as what I said. Please forgive me." The professor's voice suddenly penetrated Harry's head, causing the phoenix to make a small jump in surprise. Hashtag what was that? Mind thinking? Hashtag he queried in disbelief. "Yes, Gowith," Severus silently communicated. Hashtag all right, sir, and yes, I understand. It's all right, hashtag Harry trilled gently. Suddenly, small sparkling flames engulfed his body, and he realized that Fawkes had flashed away. Hashtag sorry nestling. Hashtag the older phoenix excused himself, and Harry saw that he had landed on the headmaster's arm and walked down to the man's hand, craning his neck until his beak reached the professor's plate. Hashtag this is delicious, Gowith. Hashtag he trilled as he happily munched a few peas. Fawkes is very naughty, Harry mused, but the peas and carrots that were on his familiar's plate looked extremely appealing too. "If I flash, it'll become a bit stormy here though, so I better fly." He considered and carefully flapped his wings as not to startle the professors, before he flew to Severus' shoulder. "This is definitely a comfortable spot," he mused, loving the small hideout between the professor's ear and the curtain of black hair. Seeing that Severus brought a fork full of carrots and peas to his mouth, the phoenix craned his neck, staring longingly at the vegetables. "Do you want some?" Severus asked incredulously, causing Harry to let out an affirmative trill. The professor took the teaspoon that was meant to be for the dessert from the table, filled it with a small amount of vegetables and brought it to the phoenix's beak, causing Harry to carefully pick a piece of carrot, followed by a few peas. Hashtag that was delicious, Severus. "Thank you," hashtag he trilled, causing the professor to lightly incline his head. "Your phoenix definitely has better manners than Fawkes," the tiny professor, whom Severus had introduced as Professor Flitwick, commented, causing the other teachers to agree and Harry to hide in his familiar's hair, feeling very embarrassed by the attention. During the rest of the meal, Harry remained quietly in his spot, thinking about how his life had changed since he had left his dark cupboard only 2 weeks ago. "Gowith, would you like some of this fruit salad?" Severus' voice brought him out of his reverie, and he saw that the professor held out a spoon with a small piece of pear for him. Harry happily took the piece and let out a delighted trill, causing the professor to share his complete dessert with the bird. Later in the evening, Harry racked his brains over the question what he could give his familiar for Christmas and finally decided to ask Fawkes, knowing that the older phoenix always had an answer to his questions and often good ideas.
風の力を持つハリー。
Fawkes did not disappoint Harry. Hashtag I'll help you, Gowith. Let's flash into the forest and pick up some berries, which he can use as potions ingredients. Hashtag the older phoenix trilled when Harry asked him in the morning. Fawkes called Tony and instructed him to bring them a box that was divided into several parts and was adequate to keep fruits in it, before the two birds flashed into the forest that was a paradise for all kinds of berries. Harry was deeply engrossed in carefully picking berries from the bushes without accidentally harming them with his beak, and only when his box was full did he realize that all the berries Fawkes picked up wandered into the older phoenix's beak. Hashtag they're absolutely delicious, hashtag Fawkes trilled. Hashtag now that you're done with your errand, you should try some as well. Hashtag.
風の力を持つハリー。
In the meantime, Severus entered his living room, wondering why it was so quiet, until he suddenly realized Gowith's absence. "I wonder where he went so early in the morning," he mused, feeling slightly disappointed to have to eat his breakfast without the bird. Not that he would have admitted the fact to anyone, not even to himself, but he was enjoying the time together with his intelligent and funny familiar. "I can't believe that I've only known him for 2 weeks, he thought. "I've become quite used to him, and I must say that he is an agreeable familiar." After a tiny breakfast, Severus pushed his plate away and proceeded to sit in front of the fireplace, engrossing himself in reading the newest potions monthly that had only arrived the day before. However, he couldn't help his eyes wander to the table, where Gowith used to read his books, realizing that the sound of his phoenix carefully turning the pages with his right foot was missing, making the room strangely quiet. I'm getting soft and sentimental, Severus thought in annoyance and decided to brew a potion. However, he noticed soon that even his potions lab missed a green feathered ball that was sitting on the ingredients shelf. Now, I really have to get a grip on myself. My phoenix has gone for a flight this morning, he'll be back soon, and there is no need for me to go nuts because of it, he scolded himself. However, when the phoenix still wasn't back at lunchtime, Severus stepped to the fireplace and called the headmaster to inquire if he had seen his familiar. HP. Oh, Severus, why don't you join me for lunch? The headmaster said pleasantly. Fawkes has been gone since the early morning as well, so they're probably together. Bad weeds grow tall. They'll be back before we know it. It's not as if I was worried. I was merely wondering where he went without informing me beforehand. Severus sneered and accepted the invitation for lunch. When he returned to his quarters afterwards, Gowith and Fawkes were both sitting on Gowith's perch. Seeing the professor step out of the fireplace, Fawkes let out a trill and flashed away, causing Severus to throw Gowith a curious look. #I'm sorry. Severus, we flashed into the forest to eat a few berries, but I ate too many and I felt a bit sick to my stomach. That's why it took us so long to come back. #Harry explained in a small, quiet trill, causing Severus to give him a sharp look. Are you feeling better now? If not, I can give you a sip of a stomach-calming potion. He offered and quickly summoned a phial, seeing that Gowith merely shrugged. How could I be so stupid to eat so many unripe berries? Harry mused, recalling how sick he had felt in the forest. His stomach had emptied itself many times before it finally settled down enough so that Fawkes could flash them both back. As soon as they had arrived in his familiar's living room that was empty to his relief, Fawkes had called Tony and handed him the box with berries, instructing the small elf to give it to Severus for Christmas with a small note stating that it was from Gowith. Harry carefully licked the lime-green liquid from the spoon the professor held out to him, sighing in relief as he felt the potion kick in. #Thank you, Severus. That's much better. He trilled gratefully, before he turned his head towards his back and relaxed. I wonder if he'll like the berries and if I'll get something for Christmas, although Father Christmas never gave me anything before. Maybe as a phoenix I'm better than I was as a boy.
風の力を持つハリー。
On Christmas morning, Severus woke Harry up when it was still dark. Gowith, I know that it's still early and dark outside, but we should head to the Great Hall for breakfast, he said softly, lightly pressing his hand against the phoenix's feet. Yawning, Harry accepted the invitation and slowly made his way to his favorite spot on the professor's shoulder, allowing himself to be carried to the Great Hall, where Fawkes was already sitting on a perch next to the head table. Harry looked in amazement at the huge Christmas tree right next to their perch. It was decorated beautifully with little stars that were twinkling all around the tree. From its top, snowflakes were falling down that never reached the floor, and its bottom was surrounded by piles of presents. This is beautiful, Harry mused, unable to take his eyes off the tree. He was still absent-mindedly picking at his breakfast, which Cicero had provided for him in a small bowl, when Severus rose from his seat and fetched a present from under the Christmas tree that he brought over to the perch. Just to show you what it is, he explained in his soft, baritone voice as he magically attached a piece of wood to the perch, smirking as he took in the two phoenixes' questioning looks. It's a book holder, which will allow you to comfortably read a book on your perch if you want. #wow, that's absolutely cool. Harry trilled happily, looking at the book holder in awe. #I love it. Thank you so much, Severus. You're welcome, Gowith, Severus replied, and his colleagues noticed a rare smile play on his lips as he resumed his seat at the table. Harry couldn't believe his luck as he received phoenix treats from the headmaster and all the other teachers except for Professor McGonagall. The Gryffindor head called him over when everyone else was engrossed in unwrapping their own presents. Harry hesitantly flew to the other side of the head table and shyly landed on the back of her seat. Come here, Gowith, McGonagall said gently, motioning him to sit on her shoulder like he always did on Severus. When he obeyed, she whispered into his ear, Originally, I wanted to give you a transfiguration book. However, I figured that it would be strange for a phoenix to be interested in transfiguration, so I decided on this book here. However, if you ever feel you wanted to learn about transfiguration, just pay me a visit. I promise not to tell anyone." Knowing that he couldn't talk to the cat professor, Harry merely gave her a nod and smiled, before he jumped on the table and carefully opened the colorful wrapping with the help of his beak and his right foot. A few minutes and some effort later, he pulled out a thick book, Hogwarts, a history. "It's one of my favorite books," McGonagall said gently. "I hope you'll find it interesting." "Thank you very much, Professor. I'm looking forward to reading it." Harry replied happily, letting out a glad trill when Severus immediately relayed the message to the cat professor. So many presents, Harry mused happily, letting out a series of pleasant trills, unconsciously attracting everyone's attention. "Your familiar seems to be very pleased with his presents," Professor Sprout said, smiling, and everyone laughed as Harry nodded, before he shyly nestled into Severus' long hair. "Don't pull my hair, Gowith," Severus scolded him lightly. "Otherwise, I'm going to bind my hair so that you can't hide anymore." Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Harry trilled back in a barely audible voice. "I love his hair," he mused, "because it smells of herbs." Harry spent the rest of the day completely engrossed in his new book. Severus, who was sitting in his favorite armchair reading as well, couldn't help chuckling when Fawkes arrived for the third time to invite Gowith, probably to some kind of mischief, and Gowith shook his head just like the first and second time and declared, "Sorry, Fawkes, but I'd love to read some more, #." Fawkes let out a series of trills, which Severus couldn't understand, but when he was finished and flashed away, he left Gowith chuckling in obvious amusement. "What did he tell you?" Severus asked curiously. He said he'd come back tomorrow morning, because he wants me to prank Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's cat. I haven't met her, but she seems to be very annoying. He said she angered the students remaining over the holidays when they came back from building a snowman today. You don't mind me help Fawkes prank her, do you, sir?" Harry added hesitantly. "No, Gowith, I don't mind you help Fawkes play harmless pranks, but you may not harm anyone, and I do not wish to hear complaints about you," Severus replied in a stern voice. "Don't tell anyone I said so, but for once I have to agree with Fawkes. That cat is an annoyance." "I promise not to harm anyone," Harry replied firmly. "I'm glad to hear that," Severus said, ending the topic, and suggested using the remaining time until Christmas dinner to utilize some of the fruits that he had received from Gowith to brew fruit chocolates, wondering if the prospect of brewing sweets would be able to pull Gowith away from his book. Harry agreed immediately and happily followed the professor into his private lab. "I don't know if phoenixes eat such things," Severus explained as Harry fetched the requested ingredients from the shelf, "but dark chocolate with blackberries is delicious." "I like chocolate frogs more," Harry replied, shaking his head in disgust as the professor gave him a small piece of chocolate to try later on. He quickly flashed back to his perch to drink some water to get rid of the bitter taste.
風の力を持つハリー。
In the morning, Fawkes came again to invite Gowith out, and the phoenix, who had been reading his new book, agreed immediately. He let out a few happy trills to Severus and followed Fawkes to the entrance hall. "What are you going to do?" He asked curiously, noticing that Fawkes was carrying a bucket with one of his feet. Fawkes chuckled. "Let's flash outside and gather a bit of snow in the bucket." He replied, grinning mischievously. Together, the two phoenixes grabbed some snow, putting it in the bucket. "That's going to take ages," Harry thought in annoyance, wondering if he could let Fawkes in on his secret. "Fawkes, can you promise me to not tell anyone if I tell you a secret?" He asked hesitantly. "I promise," nestling, Fawkes replied, throwing him an expecting look. "I can change into other animals," Harry admitted hesitantly. "Shall I try to change into an elephant to help you fill the bucket?" Hashtag. That's a brilliant idea. Fawkes commended the younger phoenix, causing Harry to concentrate on changing into an elephant. At first, he struggled a bit to keep his suddenly large and heavy body on his 4 feet and to use his nose to collect the snow. But after a few tries he managed to fill the bucket with snow and ice in the blink of an eye. As soon as Fox let out an appreciative trill, Harry quickly changed back into his phoenix form. Hashtag that was brilliant, Gowith. How can you manage to change into other animals? Hashtag Fox asked in amazement. Hashtag I don't know. Hashtag the smaller phoenix shrugged helplessly. Hashtag I just realized that I can do it when I wanted to communicate with a snake and a cat before. I can't change straight from one animal into the other though. I always have to go back to my phoenix form first. Hashtag glancing at the bucket in front of Fox, he asked, hashtag what are we going to do with the bucket by the way? I had to promise my familiar that we don't harm anyone with our pranks. Hashtag. Fox chuckled. Hashtag you don't have to do anything. Just leave it to me. While you were busy, I caught a mouse to lure her in our direction. We'll have to search her first though. Oh, can you perhaps change into an animal that's able to open the entrance door? Hashtag. Harry remained pensive for a moment, before he shook his head. Hashtag I'm sorry, Fox, but I have no idea. Can you flash inside with the full bucket? Hashtag. Hashtag no problem, Nestling. Let's go. Maybe you can transform into a cat and watch the corridor. I'm going to hide in the alcove here. If you come and inform me when she's near enough, I can turn the bucket from within the alcove. She won't be able to see us inside here. Hashtag. Harry obediently changed into a cat and impatiently paced the entrance hall, waiting for the other cat to arrive. Finally, he saw the cat coming down the huge staircase and hurried back to Fox, noticing from the corner of his eyes that the other cat followed him. He had just transformed into his phoenix form, when Fox emptied the bucket over the cat, covering it completely in ice and snow. However, to his horror, the cat immediately transformed into Professor McGonagall. Oh no, the cat professor, Harry realized, groaning inwardly. We'll be in so much trouble. He quickly changed into a fly and, noticing that he had difficulties keeping himself in the air, settled on Fox's back feathers, right before Professor McGonagall looked into the alcove, throwing Fox an angry glare. You're into your usual mischief again, aren't you, Fox? Albus will hear of this, she said furiously, before she stepped back and pulling her wand to cast a drying spell and a cleaning spell at herself. Harry watched the professor turn back into her cat form and dash away, before he let himself slide down to the floor and change back into his phoenix form. Hashtag thank you for not giving me away, Fox, hashtag he said gratefully. Hashtag I'd be in so much trouble with my familiar. Hashtag. Hashtag that's all right, Nestling, hashtag Fox trilled happily. Hashtag Albus won't mind me playing a prank on Minnie. I better go and tell him, before she arrives in his office though. I'll see you later, Gowith. Hashtag with that he flashed away. That was a close thing, Harry mused. I wonder what Mrs. Norris looks like. Anyway, I have to be very careful, especially as the cat professor knows who I am and that I can change into various animals. And she is really nice. I wouldn't want to get her angry at me. Thinking of the interesting book the cat professor had given him for Christmas, Harry decided to flash back to continue reading his book. Hi Gowith, you're early, Severus greeted him, looking up from the desk in his office, where he was grading tests. Did you have fun? Hashtag yes, but I came back, because I want to continue reading my book. Hashtag Harry trilled softly as he made himself comfortable on his perch, causing Severus to throw him an appreciative look.
風の力を持つハリー。
Harry's book was so interesting that he felt very grateful towards the kind cat professor. I'd really like to go and talk with her, but how can I manage to do that? I can't speak with her at dinner because she doesn't understand me, and I can't give myself away by changing into a cat or worse yet a human. But I don't know where her office is, so that I can't simply just stop by to visit her. He pondered the thought for a few days before he finally had an idea. I can either roam the castle in my cat form or ask Mrs. Norris. According to Fox, she knows everything in the castle. Hashtag would you mind if I went flying? Hashtag he asked Severus one morning as he was sitting on his perch, lazily stretching his feet and wings. Of course not, Severus replied in surprise. In the afternoon, I'm planning to go to Hogsmeade, because I need to buy a few ingredients at the apothecary. Would you care to join me for the walk into town? Hashtag yes, I'd love that. Hashtag Harry replied enthusiastically, recalling that Fox had told him Hogsmeade was very interesting. Hashtag can you mind think to me even if I'm not with you? I mean, in case I lose track of time, Could you alert me when you want to leave? Hashtag. Yes. I'll be able to use telepathy to you wherever you are, Severus replied, smiling. Hashtag that's good. Hashtag Harry replied, sighing in relief as he concentrated on flashing to the entrance hall. He changed into his cat form and hesitantly walked up the grand staircase, remembering that the cat professor had come down the same stairs the other day. It would be nice to explore the castle some more anyway. He mused as he absent-mindedly climbed up the stairs and suddenly found himself trapped as one of the charmed steps gave away, causing him to stumble and get stuck with one of his back legs. Ouch, that hurt, he realized, finding that he couldn't get his leg out anymore. He was just about to panic, when he remembered that he could easily change into something else. I need to be smaller, he thought, once more transforming into a fly. Harry had just made his way away from the trap step in his fly form, when he saw the cat professor dash down the stairs in her cat form. He quickly changed back into his cat form and called out after the professor, Professor McGonagall, please wait a moment. However, the other cat turned around and upon noticing him growled, what do you think you're doing here? Harry was too much in shock to reply immediately and his legs still hurt a bit. However, the other cat came back up the stairs and sat in front of him in a threatening position. I'm sorry for intruding your space. Harry said timidly, trying hard not to panic. I wanted to visit the cat professor, but I don't know where her office is. Who are you, by the way? I am Mrs. Norris. The older cat replied, and Harry had the impression as if she was very stuck-up. She looks a bit older than the cat professor, although she has the same gray fur, he thought. No, the cat professor is a tabby cat. Only the color is similar, he corrected himself. And the cat professor has squares around her eyes like her spectacles, and this cat here hasn't. All right. I should be able to keep them apart the next time. Excuse me, but could you perhaps show me where the professor lives? Then I promise I'll try to stay out of your way. Harry said hesitantly, wondering why the older cat seemed to be so hateful. She is not a real cat. Mrs. Norris growled. But I'll show you, little one. You seem nicer than her. With that, the older cat dashed away. Harry did his best to follow her, until Mrs. Norris stopped in front of a portrait. That's McGonagall's office. She said in a slightly friendlier voice, causing Harry to thank her profusely. You're welcome, little one. She replied and hurried away. Harry hesitantly looked up to the portrait, noticing that it consisted of a sternly looking man, who had a phoenix sitting on his shoulder. Maybe I'll be able to speak with him, he thought, quickly transfiguring back into his phoenix form in expectation. Hashtag good morning. Hashtag he trilled hesitantly. Hashtag can you understand me? Hashtag. Of course we can understand you. Do you think we're stupid? The man growled, causing Harry to anxiously fluff his feathers. Hashtag don't be afraid, my boy. Hashtag the phoenix on the man's shoulder trilled. Hashtag Godric is just a bit moody lately. Who are you and what do you want? Hashtag. Hashtag I'm Gowith. Hashtag Harry replied, relaxing somewhat at the phoenix's friendly tone of voice. Hashtag I'd like to visit the cat professor. Hashtag. Minnie, a cat that turned into a phoenix wants to speak with you, Godric shouted towards the other side of the door, and Harry heard the cat professor's voice order him to open. The door opened, and Harry hesitantly flew into the office, landing on the back of a chair. Hello, Gowith. How nice of you to visit me. The cat professor greeted him gently, causing Harry to let out a few soft trills. Unfortunately, I'm not able to understand you in your phoenix form. Could you please transform into your cat form or your human form? Hashtag of course, sorry. Hashtag Harry trilled and remembered to jump down to the floor before he changed back into his cat form, frowning as he noticed that his legs still hurt a bit. Good morning, Professor. I'm sorry for intruding your office without invitation. He said politely, causing the tabby cat to shake her head. No, Harry. I'm very glad you came to visit me. Ever since I saw you here at Hogwarts the first time, I wanted to tell you to visit me, but it wasn't easy without giving you away. Thank you so much for keeping my secret, Professor. Harry said gratefully. And for the wonderful book you gave me for Christmas. I absolutely love it. Equals. The other cat chuckled. Equals, I'm glad you like the book, Harry. Let's sit in front of the fireplace. There it is warm and more comfortable. Equals. Harry hesitantly followed the other cat into her living room, realizing that his legs still felt strange. Equals, what happened to your leg, Harry? Equals, McGonagall inquired. Equals, you're limping. Equals. Harry chuckled a bit. Equals, it's nothing. I was stupid and got trapped in one of the strange steps on the huge staircase, that's all. Equals. Equals, oh, that happened to me once. And I know it hurts. Can you change into your human form so that I can have a look at it? In your human form, it's probably only a scratch which I can mend right away. Equals. Before Harry could even think about the matter, the fireplace just behind them flared and the headmaster's head appeared in the flames. Hello, Minerva. Oh, you're having a visitor. HP. Harry watched anxiously as the cat professor changed into her human form and explained, Yes, Albus, that's Nero, one of Arabella Fig's cats. He seems to be quite intelligent and Arabella asked me to teach him some things about the magical world. Oh, very well. I'm sorry for disturbing your feline conversations. I merely wanted to inform you that I'm off to the ministry now, Dumbledore replied gently. Bye, Minerva. Bye, Nero. Harry sighed in relief as the headmaster's head vanished from the fireplace. Thank Merlin I didn't change into my human form yet, he thought as he observed the cat professor wave her wand at the fireplace. Don't worry, Harry. I just shut the fireplace off so that no one can disturb us while you're in your human form, she said soothingly, before she called out to the portrait. Godric, I want to be undisturbed for a while. Equals okay. Equals, Harry said softly and transformed back into his phoenix from there into his human form. Feels strange, he mused, noticing that his right knee hurt. Is this the first time you changed back since you came to Hogwarts? McGonagall asked softly, taking in that Harry was still dressed in the rags that he had always worn at his relative's home. Yes, Harry replied hesitantly. All right, can you show me where it hurts? My knee, Harry replied, carefully rolling his much too large trousers up. Oh, I believe that, McGonagall said softly and waved her wand at the scratches on Harry's knee, healing them quickly, before she transfigured Harry's clothes into dark blue trousers and a red jumper with the design of a black cat with emerald eyes. Wow, Harry said amazed as he observed the scratches vanish from his knee. Can you do healing magic like Professor Hufflepuff in the book?
No, Harry, McGonagall chuckled.
Mending a few scratches is about the only healing magic I know. Would you like some tea? Or do you prefer to be in your cat form? I don't mind, Harry said slowly. She is as nice as she is as a cat, so I really don't mind, he thought to his own surprise. The professor motioned him to sit at a small, round table and tapped her wand against the wood twice, causing 2 cups of tea and a plate with biscuits to appear. Please help yourself, Harry, McGonagall said softly, taking one of her favorite ginger biscuits. That looks delicious, Harry thought and hesitantly helped himself to a small chocolate wafer. Now, Harry, you should know by now that I'm going to keep your secret. However, I'll always be here if you need help. McGonagall spoke up in a soft voice. Would you mind telling me how you ended up as Professor Snape's familiar? Seeing that the cat professor was throwing him a curious, but in a friendly way interested look, Harry hesitantly explained about the picture that he had drawn at school and how everyone had reacted to it. Then I remembered that you had told me I wasn't a freak but a wizard, and I just wished myself to be with someone who was a wizard and would be able to understand and perhaps even like me. Harry tried to recall what he had been thinking that night. Oh, I understand, sweetie, McGonagall said gently. Harry, that was a very wise decision and very strong magic you used to come here to Hogwarts. A small smile stole itself onto Harry's face, and he continued, It always becomes a bit stormy when I flash, but at that time it was very bad, and somehow I crashed against the entrance doors just when Professor Snape was opening them to see why there was such a storm, and then he took me in, because I was hurt and had hit my head on the door. Then Fawkes told me to bond with him. I see. Do I understand it correctly that no one except for myself knows who you are, Harry? Before Harry could reply, they heard the portrait open, and an angry voice penetrated Harry's ears. How dare you shut the fireplace off, Minnie? Shocked, Harry immediately thought of transforming back into his phoenix form. However, McGonagall calmingly laid her hand on his arm and said, "It's all right, sweetie. That's only Madame Pomfrey. She is my best friend, and she'll definitely keep your secret." She tapped her wand against the table once more, and another cup of tea and more biscuits popped up. Harry saw a woman in white robes, whom he had seen at dinner in the Great Hall before, come over to the table. "Oh, you have a visitor," she said gently, giving Harry a curious look, before she let out a small gasp and asked incredulously, "Harry? Harry Potter?" "Yes, madam," Harry said in a small voice, anxiously averting his eyes to the floor. "Oh, I guess there is some kind of secret involved," Pomfrey guessed, chuckling. "That's why you shut the fireplace off. I had to put up a small fight with Godric, but my healer's password gets me through any door, so he had to give up." McGonagall sighed. "Poppy, I know you'll keep this to yourself. Harry is Gowith, Severus Phoenix. He is a natural multiple Animagus. Harry came to visit me in his cat form this morning and only turned human to have tea with me." She quietly told her friend how she had spoken with Harry in the Dursleys' garden and had told him about the magical world and Hogwarts and how Harry had ended up in the castle. Madame Pomfrey turned to Harry, who hadn't yet dared to look up. "Harry, don't worry. I am used to keeping secrets, and I'll keep yours as well. Professor McGonagall was very concerned about you all these years, and she has often told me how your relatives treated you. I am really glad that you could escape and come to Hogwarts. Professor Snape is a very good person, and he was your mother's best friend." Harry slowly moved his head up and shyly looked at the kind witch. "Thank you, madam," he said gratefully. "I really appreciate being here. It's always warm. I'm allowed to eat whenever I'm hungry. I received Christmas presents for the first time in my life. I have a friend for the first time, and Professor McGonagall mended my knee earlier. No one ever did such a thing for me before. I am very happy here." "I'm glad to hear that, sweetie, and if you ever have problems, you can come to me at any time," Madame Pomfrey said softly, before she turned to McGonagall and asked in a much sterner voice, "How dare you miss your checkup, Minnie?" McGonagall raised an eyebrow at her friend. "I'm sorry, Poppy, but it completely slipped my mind. I'll come to see you after my conversation with Harry." "Very well," her friend growled and sipped her tea. "Harry, you said you had a friend at Hogwarts. Might that be Fawkes?" McGonagall queried, her voice slightly laced with suspicion and disapproval. "Yes, madam," Harry replied softly. "He's a good friend, and he is always very funny. I really like him." McGonagall sighed. "Well, the headmaster apparently approves of your friendship. He told me he was going to offer you a self-refilling box of Phoenix treats if you managed to teach Fawkes how to read." "Really?" Harry asked in surprise, chuckling at the thought. "I don't think Fawkes is interested, though. I offered to teach him the letters before, but he said he didn't want to learn how to read." "I'm afraid that Fawkes is not interested in anything but causing some sort of mischief," McGonagall said, shaking her head in annoyance. "The other day, he threw a whole bucket of ice and snow over me when I was roaming the corridor in the first floor in my Animagus form." "Oops," Harry thought, and before he realized what he was doing, he explained, "I don't think Fawkes wanted to hit you with the snow, Professor. I think he wanted to play a prank on Mrs. Norris, because she had somehow angered some students." "Did Fawkes tell you that?" McGonagall asked incredulously. "He should know my Animagus form by now." "Oh no, should I tell her the truth?" Harry wondered, thinking feverishly of a reply. "Oh, Minnie, leave Harry in peace." Madame Pomfrey quickly came to his help. "It's not his fault if Fawkes likes to play pranks. Gowith, where are you? I'd like to leave for Hogsmeade in a few minutes." Severus' voice suddenly penetrated Harry's mind. "Oh, I'm sorry. I have to go back to Severus' quarters. He just thought to me that he wanted to leave for Hogsmeade, and he offered to take me with him," Harry quickly explained to the adults. "That's fine, Harry. Don't worry. Thank you for your visit. I really appreciate it. Come back and visit me whenever you can," McGonagall replied in a soft voice, smiling at Harry's clear excitement. "You should be able to flash straight into this room or into my office." "Thank you, madam. I'll try the next time," Harry replied gratefully and hurriedly stood up from his seat, He changed back into his phoenix form and flashed home.
風の力を持つハリー。
When he arrived on his perch, he saw that the professor was already wearing his warm robes and was waiting for him. Hashtag I'm sorry for being late, sir. Hashtag Harry trilled to the man, who shook his head. No problem, Gowith. You're not late at all. Do you want to sit on my shoulder? Or do you prefer to fly? Hashtag I can try to flash both of us to Hogsmeade, sir. Fox told me that he can flash up to 4 people, so I should be able to flash you. Hashtag Harry trilled hesitantly, throwing the man a questioning look. I don't mind either way. However, it might be good to try it out. It could come handy in case I need to go to Hogsmeade or somewhere urgently, Severus replied thoughtfully. Hashtag all right then. Please grab my tail feathers. Hashtag Harry instructed the professor and concentrated on flashing to Hogsmeade. Instants later, they found themselves on the main street in Hogsmeade, and Harry looked around with interest, until the professor's voice pulled him out of his reverie. You did that very well, Gowith. Now, are you going to travel on my shoulder? He asked softly. Hashtag yes, sir. Hashtag Harry trilled and did a huge jump, failing miserably to land on the tall man's shoulder. That was not high enough, Severus chuckled, quickly extending his arm for his familiar to step on. Hashtag you're too high. Hashtag Harry giggled as he resumed his favorite place on the potions master's shoulder. Please remain on my shoulder while we're in the apothecary, Severus instructed the Phoenix. The shop is full of dangerous potions and ingredients, and you could hurt yourself badly. Do you understand me? Hashtag yes, sir. Hashtag Harry trilled back obediently, snuggling deep into the curtain of silky black hair. As much as he loved watching the professor brew, being at the apothecary was extraordinarily boring, and Harry soon began to clean his feathers, finally ending up with his head turned into his back feathers, drifting off to sleep. He nearly fell off the man's shoulder startled when Severus suddenly turned around and strode out of the shop. Let's pay the bookshop a visit, Severus suggested, causing Harry to agree immediately. Please once more remain on my shoulder. You may not jump onto the bookshelves or open books with your beak and your foot as you do it at home. If you see a book that interests you, you can tell me. Is that clear? Hashtag yes, sir. Hashtag Harry replied softly, looking at the shelves they passed with interest. Severus finally stopped walking in front of a shelf with children's books. Would you like to read a children's book? Or do you prefer something the students at Hogwarts would have to read? I don't think we need any more potions books, though, he said dryly, causing Harry to chuckle. I'd love to read something about transfiguration or charms, he mused. But how can I explain that to my familiar? Hashtag perhaps I could read something about magical herbs so I would know how and where to search for something in case you need an ingredient. Hashtag he suggested thoughtfully. That's a good idea, Gowith, but you'll find many books about potions ingredients at home, Severus replied, turning his head in surprise when the Phoenix suddenly left his favorite place to walk down his arm until his beak nearly touched the shelf in front of them. Hashtag Animagi through the ages. Hashtag Harry read with interest. Hashtag that sounds very intriguing. Hashtag why would an animal want to read about Animagi? Severus asked in disbelief. Do you know what Animagi are at all? Hashtag yes, sir. Fox told me about it. I know that Professor McGonagall is a cat Animagus. Hashtag Harry replied carefully. Hashtag but well, you're right. There should be more interesting books. Hashtag he corrected himself in a light tone, not wanting to risk giving himself away. Finally, they settled on a book about magical animals and walked back to Hogwarts, Harry contentedly sitting on the potions master's shoulder with his new book in his beak. This seems very interesting, and perhaps I can even learn something about phoenixes that I didn't know yet, he mused as he made himself comfortable on his perch. Gowith, would you like to assist me in the lab for a while? Severus' voice interrupted his thoughts. The students are going to come back tomorrow, and I still need to brew a few portions for the hospital wing. Hashtag yes, of course. Hashtag Harry trilled happily and flashed into the lab to lay out the ingredients for his familiar. I'm glad the students are going to come back. They're a lot fun, especially the funny twins. It's only a pity that I can't communicate with them. Fox did well to bond with Tony. But should I bond with an elf too? Well, it probably won't hurt to bond with an elf. I'll ask Fox tomorrow, he decided and concentrated on assisting the professor.
風の力を持つハリー。
As expected, Fox didn't only have advice to which elf Harry should bond with, he was also full of ideas for new pranks when the students returned to the castle. #Gowith, Tony has a best friend, Nina. She is his age and they're inseparable. You should bond with her? I'm sure we'd be able to have a lot of fun together with the two elves. Fox suggested when Harry asked him. That sounds good. Fox, what do I have to do in order to bond with him? Harry asked uncertainly. Him? Nina's a girl, Gowith. You just bond with her like you bonded with your human familiar. Fox replied in a slightly impatient tone. Sometimes you behave as if you were one of those stupid owls and not a phoenix. Remember, we're the kings of the magical animals. You need to be a bit more self-confident. Now, shall I call Tony and ask him to bring Nina along? I don't think you behave like a king of the animals, playing pranks and getting yourself being caught all the time. Harry mused but realized that it would be wise to keep his thoughts to himself. Yes please. He replied, uncertainly fluffing his feathers. 10 minutes later, Harry was bonded to Nina, who was the same age as himself, and Harry found her very cute. Nina smiled happily as Harry sat on her shoulder and carefully nibbled her large ear. That tickles, she giggled, gently stroking the bird's head feathers. Fox, I know that smug expression on your face. Tony suddenly spoke up. Don't tell me you're already planning mischief again. The students have only been back for a few hours. Fox let out a series of happy trills. Oh, I have a superb idea for a prank to play on the students at the next Quidditch match. Does any of you know when it'll be and who's going to play? The first match in January should be Slytherin versus Ravenclaw. Harry remembered from what he had read in Hogwarts. A history. What are you going to do this time? He queried, groaning inwardly at the prospect of being pulled into another prank. Fox smirked. Are you able to transfigure objects into other things? He asked Tony, sighing as the small elf unsurely shook his head. Very well then, you'll have to help us talk to the twins again. No problem, Fox, Tony replied eagerly, before he translated to Nina what Fox had said. Are you sure the twins want to play another prank? Harry asked incredulously. If they're caught, they'll get into a lot of trouble with the cat professor. For you it's much easier because the headmaster doesn't scold you for playing pranks. Fox chuckled. No, he'd rather give an award for a good prank. But believe me, Nestling, I know the way they are. Students like the twins love playing pranks, especially ones against the other houses, you'll see, and we're all gonna have so much fun.
風の力を持つハリー。
As instructed by Fox, Tony explained the Phoenix's idea to the Weasley twins on the following day. Both of them were delighted at the thought of playing a prank on the whole school. The only problem is that we don't know how to do that, they replied, exchanging questioning looks. I can help you search the library if you want. Harry offered hesitantly, and when Nina translated, the twins eagerly nodded. Yes, please, Gowith. The library is huge, and we have no idea where to search. During the following 2 weeks, Harry met with the twins in the library every day after their last afternoon class, to help them skim the books for the spell they would need. Finally, it was Fred who found the needed spell. Here, we can use this one, he said excitedly. Yeah, but where do we get? You can ask the house elves. Harry threw in, before he remembered sadly that the twins couldn't understand him. Seeing that the twins were throwing him curious looks, he feverishly searched his mind for an idea, other than calling Nina, who had surely better things to do than to translate for him. Suddenly, an idea struck his mind. Harry let go of the book and walked over the table to where Fred had left his school bag. He caned his neck, and his beak wandered inside the bag, producing a quill and a small piece of parchment that was lying around. He took the quill into his right foot and began to write in barely legible letters, Elves. He can write, Fred said to George. I can't believe it. But he's right, of course, George replied dryly. The house elves will be able to help us. Harry chuckled, resolving to let the twins in on his secret one day. I really like them, and it would be so nice if they were my friends even when I was in my human form, he thought, pondering if he could ask the cat professor if she thought he could open up to the boys. She must know them well, because they're in her house.
風の力を持つハリー。
The day of the Quidditch match between Ravenclaw and Slytherin was a very cold, but sunny day, and the grounds were still covered with snow. As reluctant as Harry had been when Fawkes had informed them about his prank, he couldn't help feeling extremely excited in anticipation of the fun they were going to have as he settled down on Severus' shoulder. Even Severus seemed to sense how excited his familiar was and threw him a questioning look before he asked telepathically, "Is everything all right, Gowith?" #yes. I'm just excited, because I've never seen something like this before. Harry replied and continued to clean his feathers, absent-mindedly pulling a streak of black hair through his beak. 20 minutes into the game, the unexpected happened. The Slytherin beater beat the bludger, letting out a small shout, and the whole school observed in shock as the ball exploded. A red liquid spread all over the boy and his fellow players who had been nearby. While Madame Hooch blew her whistle, some of the students apparently began to panic and the teachers hurried onto the grounds. Dumbledore announced in a huge voice, "Don't panic, students. Please remain seated." At the same time, the players, who were covered in the red liquid, realized that it tasted really good and began to share the remainder of the watermelon that was shattered over the snowy ground with the rest of their team and the Ravenclaws. The whole school looked incredulously at the scene. Realizing that the incident had obviously been a harmless prank, Madame Hooch pointed her wand at the remaining watermelon, turning it back into the bludger before she blew her whistle once more, causing the players to hurriedly mount their brooms again. After the short interruption, the following 2 hours remained uneventful, until the Slytherin Seeker managed to catch the snitch that turned into a mushy peach as soon as the Seeker closed his hand around it. "Slytherin wins," Madame Hooch announced and transfigured the peach back into the snitch. "Stupid Gryffindor pranks," Severus mumbled as he returned to the dungeons with a chuckling phoenix on his shoulder, unaware of the fact that his familiar was going to find out more about Gryffindors and their pranking nature in the near future.
風の力を持つハリー。
One day, very early on a Sunday morning, Harry was roaming the grounds in his phoenix form when he saw the Weasley twins sitting near the lake, completely engrossed in something that looked like a blank parchment. "I bet they're planning mischief," Harry mused as he observed them for a few minutes. He chuckled when a thought crossed his mind. Concentrating on a low branch of the tree right next to the twins, he flashed, causing the two boys to look up in confusion as the small whirlwind reached them. "Hi, Gowith, be careful," Fred said, feverishly holding on to the parchment. "Yeah, you nearly caused us to lose our treasure to the giant squid," George agreed, glaring at the phoenix. "I'm sorry," Harry trilled in a small voice, shyly averting his eyes to the lake. "Well, remember that we can't understand you, Gowith," George replied, before he turned to his brother. "Why don't we ask Gowith about the parchment? Maybe he knows more about passwords than us." His brother agreed and explained how they had nicked the parchment out of Mr. Filch's office. "It's completely empty, but it's speaking to us. It told us it deemed us worthy as successors of the Marauders, whatever that is, but that we had to find out the password. Do you by chance have any knowledge about passwords?" Harry shook his head, looking curiously at the parchment. It looked as if it was several years old and had been frequently used. "Maybe Fawkes knows something," he thought. "We found it in Filch's office in a drawer with the sign Extremely Dangerous Objects, and it was right on top," George threw in, pulling Harry out of his musings as he held the parchment right in front of the phoenix. "Reveal yourself. We can sense one of our own blood of our midst. You must be the rightful owner of our brilliant work." The parchment suddenly began to speak, causing Harry to look at it in shock. "What?" the twins blurted out simultaneously, staring at the phoenix with interest and disbelief. "Moony, Padfoot, Prongs, and Wormtail demand that you reveal your true form," the parchment repeated in a firm voice, causing Harry to squirm. "What am I going to do?" he pondered, trying not to panic. "I can't transform here on the grounds, where the whole school would be able to see me." He was so engrossed in his thoughts that he didn't notice the twins confer and finally pull their wands. While Fred transfigured a leaf from the tree into a quill, George took another leaf and transfigured it into a small parchment. The twins held both objects out to Harry. Harry sighed and flapped his wings, causing the twins to step back to give him space. Letting out a grateful trill, he flew down to the ground, where he accepted the quill and began to write unsteady letters on the parchment. Come. Harry handed Fred the quill back and took into the air to fly towards the entrance doors, where he waited for the twins to open them, before he led them through a few small corridors to a rarely used side corridor. Taking a few steps backward to have some space, he transformed into a parrot. A parrot! The twins blurted out simultaneously, staring at him in disbelief. Can you understand me? Harry queried. Yes. Now is that your real form? No, but before I show you my real form, you have to promise that you won't tell anyone about it, Harry replied firmly, causing the twins to laugh with a mixture of amusement and confusion. I am human, but I'm a natural multiple animagus. That's at least what the cat professor told me. The cat professor? Fred blurted out, laughing. How fitting, George chuckled. So she knows about your true self. Who else knows? Professor Snape? No. Harry shook his head. Only the cat professor and her friend, Madame Pomfrey. Now, do you promise? We promise, the twins replied eagerly. Do you need a wizard's oath? Or is a word from prankster to prankster enough? Harry chuckled and transformed into his human form. Hi, he said, suddenly feeling very shy in front of the twins, who were a whole head taller than him. I'm Harry. The parchment, which Fred was firmly holding in his hands, suddenly came to life. I sense the air of the marauders, it announced in apparent eagerness. I'm sorry, but what are the marauders? Harry asked hesitantly. Moony, Padfoot, Prongs, and Wormtail are the marauders, and you're obviously Pronkslet. The parchment replied in an even voice, before it proceeded to tell him the activating and deactivating passwords. Let's try it out, the twins said impatiently, causing Harry to chuckle. Well, I'm going to change back. Don't forget to keep my secret, please. Will do, the twins replied simultaneously, before Fred motioned George to cast the password. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good, George told the parchment that all of a sudden began to display hundreds of thin black lines. It's a map of Hogwarts, the twins breathed. It's yours actually, Harry. Would you mind us keeping it for a while? A small smile flashed over Harry's face. I can't use it at the moment anyway. You may keep it, but it would be nice if you could give it to me when I'm going to become a student next year. Will do, the twins promised, before they let out a huge gasp, causing Harry to instantly change back into his phoenix form. Oh, sorry, Gowith. We didn't intend to frighten you, George said softly. We just saw that Dumbledore is pacing his office. This thing here seems to not only be a map of Hogwarts, but it apparently displays where everyone in the castle is at the present time. Look here, Fred shouted in excitement. We're here, Fred Weasley, George Weasley, and Harry. Potter? He asked incredulously. Oops, sorry we didn't realize who you are, George said, chuckling. We really have to take care of this map in order not to give you away. By the way, Gowith, Fred threw in, our little sister has a huge crush on you, even if she has never met you. Oh well, can you lead us back to some more known passages, please? You can't leave two handsome first-years like us lost in some lonely passage now, can you? Harry chuckled and slowly made his way back to the entrance hall, where he let out a happy trill and flashed back home. Fortunately, the twins kept his secret, and Harry somehow felt glad to have two new allies who knew about his true identity. I just hope I'll be able to hide it from Severus at least until I'm old enough to begin Hogwarts, he often thought. Maybe the cat professor would help me so that I didn't have to return to the Dursleys, but I like living with Severus and I wouldn't want to stay anywhere else. On a dark and stormy day in April, however, Gowith caused an accident that nearly caused him to be thrown out at least of the professor's private lab forever. Severus was busying himself with the Asnopia potion, which was a fairly dangerous potion that he had invented a few years ago. If properly ingested, the potion worked against several kinds of pox like the dragon pox, the basilisk pox, or the Grindylow pox. However, if applied straight to the skin, it had the opposite effect and could be life-threatening to the person affected. As usual, Harry read the recipe and collected all the necessary ingredients from the shelf and placed them on the work table for Severus. Afterwards, he settled on the shelf and observed Severus brew, craning his neck so that he could look into the cauldron. He noticed in surprise that Severus decided to wear safety gloves just to be sure that no drop of the potion hit his hands. An hour into the brewing process, the potion suddenly changed from light orange into dark green. Unaware of the contented expression on Severus' face, Harry jumped out of his skin, startled, and stepped forward in panic to get a better look at the bubbling liquid, completely forgetting about the fact that he was sitting on a shelf. From that instant onwards, everything happened very fast. Severus looked up startled when Gowith, who had been patiently watching him brewing, suddenly fell from the shelf. Of course, the bird didn't hit the floor, because his phoenix instincts kicked in right in time and he managed to flash away and reappear on the shelf. However, during the few seconds Severus was distracted and glanced over to his familiar's activities in shock. He neglected to stir his potion, which didn't take the neglect well and exploded all over the potion's master. Unfortunately, this happened so fast that Severus didn't realize what was happening until it was too late to hide under the table. Harry watched in shock how the professor was hit by the potion. "Oh no! Now he'll become very sick just because of me," he thought, horrified as he glanced at the prone form on the floor. He quickly flashed down to the floor to get a good look at the professor and ask him if he should call help. "Severus, are you all right?" He asked, beginning to panic when the professor didn't reply but remained unconscious. "Is he dead?" he wondered, terrified, noticing that the man's robes looked as if they were burning, but not with fire but with dark green bubbles. Harry forgot about all his precautions and instinctively transformed into his human form. He hurriedly pulled the robes off the professor's limbs, only to look at the man's skin in shock. "He is completely covered in pox, at least his arms," he noticed, terrified, feverishly thinking what he should do now. Phoenix tears, Harry suddenly remembered. The healing magic of Phoenix tears might be able to heal the pox. But how can I manage to cry at once? He quickly changed back into Gowith and leaned over the professor's arm. To his surprise, the tears came instinctively, and Harry carefully made one drop fall on each pox, noticing in relief that the pox vanished completely from the professor's skin. It took him quite a while and he was exhausted when he finished with the man's arms. He might have more pox under his clothes, he thought, but I don't dare undress him. I'm going to call Madame Pomfrey. She'll be able to handle this. Feeling very contented with his decision but still horrified, because Severus was still unconscious and that because he had disturbed his familiar while he was brewing something so dangerous, Harry flashed straight into Madame Pomfrey's office. "Gowith, do you have new potions for me?" the healer asked gently, looking up from her paperwork. Harry shook his head and carefully glanced around, causing the Medawitch to understand. "Oh no, not here," she said quickly. "Come with me." The Phoenix jumped onto her outstretched arm and allowed himself being carried into Poppy's private quarters. "Now you may change back," the healer said softly. Harry let out a happy trill and flew down to the floor, where he quickly transformed into Harry. "Madame Pomfrey, I need your help," he blurted out quickly. "Severus is unconscious, maybe even dead. I don't know, but it's my fault. I healed the pox on his arms, but there are probably more under his clothes." "Calm down, sweetie. Nothing is your fault," Poppy said soothingly. "Where is Severus?" "In his lab. I can flash you, if you grab my tail feathers," Harry replied urgently and changed back into Gowith. Instants later, he reappeared in the potions lab with the healer in tow. Pomfrey quickly stripped Severus down to his underwear and turned to Harry. "I'm sure healing him with Phoenix tears must afford quite an amount of magic. Are you still feeling well enough to continue with the rest of his body?" Harry nodded eagerly and proceeded to cry on the professor's stomach, faintly noticing that the kind which continued talking to him and reassured him that Severus would be fine. By the time he had made all the pox vanish with his tears, he felt absolutely exhausted and was glad that the Medawitch woke the professor and explained everything to him. Fortunately, Severus was in too much a daze to question why Pomfrey knew exactly what had happened. Harry sighed in relief when the professor was in his bed with the order to stay there until the following morning. The healer had seen herself out, and he was back on his perch and able to sleep. He was just about to drift off, when an unsettling idea struck his mind. "I still have to apologize to Severus," he suddenly remembered. Will he be very angry? Will he allow me into his lab ever again? What if he throws me out completely because of putting him into so much danger? Harry suddenly realized that he couldn't sleep without speaking to his familiar beforehand. Will he mind if I flash into his bedroom? He wondered, but deciding that things probably couldn't get any worse, he flashed into Severus' bedroom. To Harry's surprise, Severus was still awake and was reading a book. Gowith! He greeted him astonished. I'm sorry for intruding in your bedroom, Severus. I only wanted to apologize for putting you in so much danger. Harry trilled quietly. It was not your fault, Severus replied astonished. It was. I was so shocked when your potion suddenly changed from orange to green that I fell from the shelf and managed to distract you. Severus threw the bird a surprised look. Madame Pomfrey said you stumbled and fell off the shelf. But well, she couldn't have known exactly since you can't communicate with her. Yes, sir. It was my fault and… He hesitated for a moment before he continued. I can understand if you won't allow me into the lab again. Although I love to assist you very much. Severus let out a long sigh. It's still my own fault. I shouldn't have allowed myself to become distracted. On the contrary, I have to thank you for saving me from a dangerous illness. Madame Pomfrey told me that you healed me with your phoenix tears. Thank you, Gowith. No problem, sir. Harry replied softly. Good night, sir. Good night, Gowith, Severus replied softly. Harry flashed back to his perch, feeling much better. Thank Merlin I went to apologize. I'm so glad that he isn't angry at me. With this happy thought, he drifted off into an exhausted sleep.
風の力を持つハリー。
The remaining weeks of the school year passed relatively uneventfully, although it was far from being boring for Harry. Fawkes, with his infinite ideas of playing pranks on everyone involved Harry in his mischief every now and then, and even if they were not just planning something naughty, the two phoenixes spent much time together flying over the grounds or through Hogsmeade. One day, Harry and Fawkes were sitting on a tree near the lake, watching the Gryffindor Quidditch team practice, when Harry suddenly blurted out, Is he stupid or what? The one over there is supposed to catch the snitch, isn't he? Fawkes chuckled. Yes, that's the one, but he's looking for it. It's not so easy to catch the whingy one that's on the run. Harry groaned in annoyance. There, right next to the teacher's stands. Shall I go and catch it for him? Fawkes chuckled again. You can try nestling. Have fun. I'll be watching. HP. Harry threw Fawkes an uncertain glance. Will I be able to catch it? I don't even know if I can hold in my foot. It might be a bit too large. He unsurely voiced his thoughts to Fawkes, who let out a snort. Are you a chicken or a phoenix? Nestling? Of course your feet are big enough to grab that annoying little thing. Now go on. I want to have some fun. Well, for you it might be funny, but I'll get into trouble. You won't. Nestling. Look at the dark clouds. The thunderstorm is going to begin in a few minutes at the latest. They'll be glad and grateful to have the snitch back in time. Fawkes replied, looking upwards. Harry followed his gaze, realizing that Fawkes was right, as usual. He thought in annoyance and flashed over to where he had seen the snitch. He grabbed it with his right foot that was indeed large enough and flashed again, reappearing right where the seeker was flying. With a happy trill, he handed him the snitch and flashed away. Only instants later, the first thunder could be heard and the captain of the Quidditch team called the team together. Thank God you caught the snitch right in time, he commended the seeker, who had been flying above his teammates, so that none of them had seen the phoenix intervene in their practice. Let's hurry inside. The thunderstorm is going to begin any minute now. Fawkes and Harry observed the Quidditch team retreat inside the castle. It must be so much fun to play Quidditch, Harry mused. Maybe I'll be able to play in a house team when I'm going to become a student here. That would be so cool. Gowith, is your familiar at home right now? Fawkes asked just when the first raindrops began to fall. No. The twins' older brother Percy has detention with him for failing his potion and blowing up a cauldron. Harry replied, smirking. Serves him right. The twins always say that he's a git. Hashtag shall we flash back? Hashtag. Hashtag yeah, let's do that. Serves him right, he is very stuck up. I don't like him. Hashtag. Back on Gowith's perch, Fox trilled. Hashtag by the way, Nestling, when are you going to tell them the truth? Hashtag. Hashtag the truth? Hashtag Harry asked, nearly falling from his perch in shock. Hashtag how stupid do you think I am? Nestling, I've been alive millions of egg turns, and I know that you're not a phoenix by hatch. I can sense several animals and even a human in you. Hashtag. Harry sighed and hesitantly told Fawkes the whole story of how he ended up at Hogwarts, before he begged him to not give him away. Fawkes rolled his eyes. Hashtag if I wanted to give you away, I'd have done so back in the old grumpy one's office. Why would I? It's good to have a nestling nearby, especially considering the cats here in the castle. Oh, sorry Gowith, the old grumpy one is calling me. Bye. Hashtag. Harry remained on his perch like in a trance. Fawkes is full of surprises, he thought, shaking his head in disbelief.
風の力を持つハリー。
Even during the school time, Fawkes and Harry had made it a habit to attend at least dinner, sometimes even other meals, in the Great Hall together with the teachers, and the students had much fun with this arrangement since it gave them the opportunity of watching the snarky head of Slytherin feed his familiar with a spoon every now and then. On a Friday evening shortly before the beginning of the summer holidays, the Weasley twins hesitantly approached Harry just when dinner was over. Gowith, can you meet us here tomorrow morning after breakfast? They asked, causing a mischievous smile to appear on the Phoenix's face. Harry nodded eagerly and let out a series of happy trills. Hashtag I'll be here and I'm looking forward to it. Hashtag. Can they understand you? The cat professor asked in surprise after the 2 first years had returned to the Gryffindor table. Harry shook his head. Hashtag no, only Severus can understand me. Hashtag. No Minerva, since he is bonded with me, I'm the only one who can understand his babbling, Severus replied, smirking as Harry feigned a pout, which he expressed well enough in a trill for everyone to sense. Oh, I think someone needs a few extra Phoenix treats, McGonagall chuckled, causing Harry to fly around the table and land on her shoulder. Hello, sweetie. Well, I meant Severus had to give you a treat, but if you're here... She quickly pulled her wand, pointing it at her spoon that was seconds later replaced by a piece of chocolate in form of a cauldron. Here, Gowith. If I remember correctly, you like chocolate. Harry nodded eagerly, carefully taking the chocolate cauldron into his beak. Be careful, cat professor, which is what Gowith calls you, or I will make him eat chocolate in form of cats, Severus threatened, observing his familiar munch his cauldron with gusto.
風の力を持つハリー。
After breakfast on Saturday morning, Harry flew over to the Gryffindor table and landed on Fred's shoulder. Can you flash us to the 3rd floor, so that no one will be able to follow us? Fred whispered into his ear, causing Harry to agree immediately. The Phoenix jumped down onto the back of Fred's chair and flashed away as soon as the twins had grabbed his back feathers. Hashtag do you have the map? Hashtag Harry queried, curiously glancing around. Apparently knowing out of the situation what Harry wanted, George pulled the parchment out of his robe pocket and activated the map. It's all right, Gowith. No one is around, he announced. After a glance on the map just to be sure, Harry transformed into his human form. Hi, he said shyly. Hello, Gowith, the twins replied, deciding to keep that name even if Harry was in his human form to prevent themselves from accidentally calling him Harry in front of others. They excitedly explained that they had discovered a secret passage that, according to the map, led to Hogsmeade. Making sure once again that no one was nearby, the 3 boys climbed down behind the one-eyed witch into the secret corridor and walked towards Hogsmeade, where they carefully left the passage through the cellar of Honeydukes and stepped onto the main street, looking around in awe. Only when Harry saw Severus and Minerva stand a few meters up the street, he remembered that Severus was chaperoning a Hogsmeade visit on that day. Quickly, let's flash away, Harry hissed to the twins, before he transformed into Gowith and flashed back to Hogwarts as soon as he noticed the twins were holding on to his back feathers. Thank you, Gowith. You saved us from an excruciating death at the hands of our head of house, The twins thanked Harry profusely when they arrived back on the third-floor corridor. After a glance at the map to confirm that they were alone, Harry once more transformed into his human form. "They didn't notice us now, did they?" he asked anxiously.
No.
"At least we hope not," the twins replied, exchanging a quick look. "By the way, Gowith, would you mind teaching us how to become Animagi?" Harry frowned. "I'm sorry, but I have no idea how to do that. I just think of my phoenix form and then I change. But I saw an interesting book in the bookshop which I wanted. Sadly, I couldn't explain to the professor why I would need such a book." The twins laughed. "Of course not. Why would a phoenix need a book about Animagi?" Fred chuckled, glancing at his twin brother. "But we have a huge library here," George agreed with his brother's unspoken suggestion. "I can skim the professor's bookshelves when he is in class next week, and if I find a book on Animagi, I'll read and tell you about it," Harry promised. "Since probably no one knows this hidden corridor, we could meet there and practice if you want." "That's a good idea. I wonder if we can choose into which animal we want to change," Fred said thoughtfully. "I have no idea, but I'll look it up. What animal would you try if you could choose?" Harry asked curiously, quickly turning into his phoenix form when he saw on the map that Mrs. Norris appeared at the end of the corridor.
風の力を持つハリー。
During the following weeks, Harry feverishly searched Severus' bookshelves for a book about Animagi, but he couldn't find anything. However, when he met the twins on a Saturday shortly before the beginning of the holidays, he told them excitedly, "I found something in one of my familiar potions books. It's an old potion that makes it easier and faster for someone to change into an animal. It makes you change once, so you exactly know how your body is supposed to look." "So you can't choose your animal?" the twins asked simultaneously. "The book didn't say that. Maybe it's only a suggestion for the most likely Animagus form," Harry replied thoughtfully. "The potion doesn't seem too difficult, and it should only take an hour and 7 minutes until it's finished. So I could help you brew it, for example when the professor is in a staff meeting." "That would be cool," the twins agreed immediately. Since there was no staff meeting, of which Harry knew early enough to alert the twins, before the end of the school year, the twins decided to skip the leaving feast and instead head to the potions classroom to brew the potion together with Harry. After a glance on the map, Harry changed back and instructed Fred to help him prepare the ingredients and George to look at the map all the time. When he finally began to brew, George watched him closely to assure that he did everything correctly, while Fred closely observed the map. "It's easy to watch the map. If anyone wanted to come here, he or she would have to descend all the way from the entrance hall," Fred said, slowly beginning to relax.
No, Harry replied firmly.
"Severus could also come through the flue, so you have to make sure that he doesn't walk towards the fireplace in the Great Hall." However, the 3 children were lucky and managed to brew their potion undisturbed. Harry bottled 2 vials of the potion and instructed the twins how to magically clean up the workspace, explaining that he had often enough watched Severus but of course hadn't tried to do any magic except for the Animagus transformation yet, especially since he didn't even own a wand. "This looks as it was before," George finally stated, and Harry agreed in relief. "Shall we go and try the potion?" Fred suggested, glancing at his wristwatch. "We still have time." "All right, grab my tail feathers," Harry instructed the twins and transformed. An instant later, they found themselves in the hidden corridor. "I wonder what their Animagus forms are," he mused as the twins downed their potions. When they began to transform, he couldn't help laughing. Gray parrots with red tails that resemble their hair. He inwardly chuckled and changed into his phoenix form again. Hashtag, "Can you understand me?" Hashtag, he asked hopefully. Hashtag, "Yes." Hashtag. Hashtag, "Wow. How cool is this?" Hashtag. Hashtag, "Well, then you have to practice changing during the holidays." Hashtag, Harry trilled. Hashtag, "You're lucky, because you can watch each other to see your exact form. Very convenient." Hashtag. The twins enjoyed being parrots and were disappointed when they automatically changed back after a certain time that seemed much too short. "Oh, the leaving feast seems to be over," George spoke up after a glance on the map. "We need to go back." Harry nodded and turned his back to them as an invitation to flash them to Gryffindor, and he was back in the potions master's quarters right in time, before the professor returned home, looking forward to a quiet evening with his familiar. Thank Merlin no one saw me, although I changed into Harry several times today, the Phoenix thought as he jumped onto Severus' shoulder, knowing that Severus had become very good at stroking his head feathers. However, his luck was not going to last through the summer holidays.
風の力を持つハリー。
One day during the holidays, Professor McGonagall flew-called Severus after breakfast, asking if she could borrow Gowith for a few hours. Of course, if Gowith doesn't mind, Severus replied in surprise. Hashtag I'd love to visit the cat professor. Hashtag Harry trilled happily, causing Severus to smirk and translate to his older colleague. Well then, can you flash into my office, Gowith? Minerva queried, causing Harry to nod and flash straight away. Unfortunately, he managed to land in the middle of the professor's desk, causing a few piles of parchment to get mixed up in the small whirl of wind that accompanied him. Hashtag oh, I'm sorry, he trilled, horrified. It's all right, Gowith. No one is here, and you can transform into Harry, Minerva said gently, while she rearranged her parchments with a flick of her wand. Harry flew down to the floor and changed into his human form. I'm so sorry, Professor, for making a mess on your desk, he apologized profusely. No problem, Harry. Tell me, have your relatives ever taken you to the zoo? Harry threw the teacher a surprised look, before he slowly shook his head. No, Professor, they've never taken me anywhere. I always had to stay with Mrs. Fig when they took Dudley to places. Noticing that he was rambling, he slowly trailed off. Very well, sweetie. I thought we could make a trip to the London Zoo together. What do you think? I'd love to go to the zoo, Harry replied enthusiastically, throwing the cat professor a happy smile. All right then, can you flash us to the apparition point in Hogsmeade? Do you know where that is? Harry nodded. Yes, Professor. I've flashed Severus there before. He quickly changed back into Gowith and flashed to Hogsmeade, from where Minerva brought them straight into the London Zoo. Wow, this is so cool, Harry thought happily as he glanced around in amazement, seeing himself face to face with a penguin. We'll have so much fun here. However, Minerva was going to realize soon that it wasn't the best of all ideas to take a multiple Animagus to the zoo.
風の力を持つハリー。
Minerva and Harry stood in front of the penguins, watching them being fed for a while. Well, shall we go and see what other animals there are? Minerva asked gently, but suddenly noticed that Harry wasn't standing next to her anymore. Harry? She asked in confusion, glancing around in shock. Harry observed the penguins and noticed that there was a smaller penguin standing behind the others that couldn't manage to catch even one fish. How unfair the bigger ones are, he thought, and without properly thinking about the matter transformed into his phoenix form, flashed behind the penguins and changed into a penguin, feeling very happy when he succeeded in catching a fish. He carefully held the delicacy in his mouth and laid it in front of the smaller penguin's feet, telling him that he caught it for him. Only when he saw that the other penguin was happily devouring his meal, Harry transformed back into his phoenix form and returned to Minerva's side. Oh, thank Merlin, there you are, Harry. I was so worried when I couldn't find you, Minerva said, sounding very relieved. Harry quickly told her about the small penguin, and Minerva couldn't help smiling at Harry's kindness. That was very kind of you, although I'd appreciate it if you told me in advance. I'll do the next time, Harry promised sincerely, causing Minerva to sigh in exasperation at the imagination of Harry transforming into a skunk, tiger, or llama. Apparently sensing that the cat professor didn't approve of him changing into animals and visiting the animals in the enclosures, Harry refrained from transforming again. Only when they came to the chimpanzees, he asked hesitantly if he could transform and play for a few minutes, because the chimpanzees had such a nice playground with swings and slides. Yes, you may. Minerva reluctantly allowed him to go, knowing that the child deserved to have some fun after his horrible childhood. It took nearly an hour until Harry returned, but he was very excited and happy, and Minerva chuckled inwardly at the boy's sweetness. All right, Harry. There are only the snakes left. However, we're only going there if you promise not to transform into a snake. I promise, Harry replied, giggling, and after a first shock when Minerva gently took his hand, he slowly relaxed when she continued to hold it while they walked over to the snakes. They stood in front of the snake's enclosure for a few minutes, and Harry began to talk with one of them, until he suddenly heard a well-known voice shout, "Dad! Look what the snake is doing!" He felt himself being pushed onto the ground and watched, terrified, as his cousin pressed his hands against the glass in an attempt to communicate with the snake as well. "Come, Harry, let's go," Minerva said and kindly helped him up from the ground. "Yeah," Harry replied absent-mindedly while he concentrated on Dudley and the glass that separated the snakes from the visitors. When Minerva quickly pulled him away and around the next corner, the snake slithered along and hissed, "Thank you." "You're welcome," Harry replied softly, just before Minerva brought them back to Hogsmeade. "Professor, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put my cousin behind the glass," Harry quickly apologized, feeling very bad towards the kind professor, who had taken him for such a nice excursion. "Are you very angry, Professor?" Minerva shot him a quick smile. "No, Harry, I'm not angry. You did accidental magic, which was not your fault. If it had been anyone else, I'd have helped them escape, of course. But since it was your cousin, who always bullied you, I just decided to get away with you as fast as possible. It was your cousin who started everything anyway." Harry sighed in relief. "Thank Merlin. I wouldn't want her to be angry at me. I really like her. Thank you so much for taking me to the zoo. I absolutely loved it," he said gratefully, absent-mindedly observing the giant squid play in the lake. "You're welcome, Harry. We can go to other places over the holidays, for example to a playground if you want," Minerva replied softly, suddenly getting aware of the fact that Harry was still in his human form, although they were slowly walking up to the castle. "Harry, you need to transform back into Gowith quickly," she said urgently, causing Harry to change forms in the blink of an eye. Thank Merlin the cat professor noticed it. "I completely forgot," Harry realized in shock at his own carelessness. A few minutes later, he flashed back into Severus' quarters, thinking that it was a bit sad he couldn't tell the man every detail of his adventure. "I'll still tell him that we were in the zoo," he mused as he searched the living room, the potions lab, and even the office for Severus, who was nowhere to be seen. Sadly, Harry sat on his perch and waited for his familiar to come home. Where can he have gone? He thought impatiently as the hours passed and there was still no sign of the professor.
風の力を持つハリー。
Suddenly, Harry heard a series of harsh coughs coming from the professor's bedroom. "Oh no, is he sick?" He mused and quickly flashed into the bedroom. The professor was curled up under his covers. His face was even paler than normal, while his cheeks were deeply flushed and dark rings were surrounding his eyes. Strands of his normally straight long hair were stuck to his sweaty forehead. Not sure how he could help the professor, Harry tried to assess if he was awake, although his eyes were closed. Severus? He asked tentatively. Severus slowly opened his eyes halfway and mumbled hoarsely, "Gowith, thank Merlin it's you and not all the other birds again." Other birds? Harry asked in surprise, wondering if the twins had somehow been able to transform and make their way into the professor's quarters. There were owls and a dove and a parrot and, look, there is still an eagle. Over there, at the window, Severus croaked. I think you're delirious, sir. Did you take a potion? Or do you at least know what's ailing you? Harry asked, slightly beginning to panic. Why does he have to fall ill just when Madame Pomfrey is away for a week? What can I do to help him? He thought feverishly. Should I ask the cat professor for help? Need the flu potion, Severus mumbled, throwing his covers away, only to reach for them again an instant later. Of course, I'll fetch it, Harry replied and flashed away. He needs one of the strong fever reducers as well. He mused as he skimmed the shelf with the potions files and finally flashed back with 2 files. He held the flu potion out for Severus, but the professor merely pointed to the charmed window and mumbled something like giving it to the eagle, so he might finally go away, before he once more began to fight with his covers. Harry helplessly listened to the professor's rambling, before he finally made a decision after getting a glimpse into Severus' eyes that looked glassy and sick. I need to change into my human form and nurse him back to health. He is too ill to help himself, he realized. And I can't call the cat professor because it's already midnight. Harry carefully placed the files on the night table and transformed. Picking up the file with the flu potion, he pressed it against the professor's lips and said in a soft voice, "This is the flu potion. Please swallow, sir." To his immense relief, Severus obediently swallowed the potion as well as the fever reducer, and finally drifted off to sleep as the potions kicked in. If Harry had been afraid that the professor would realize who he was, his fears faded into concern when he noticed the heat the man was radiating even after taking the potions. He carefully laid his small, cool hand on the professor's forehead. "I need to cool him down," he thought, and hurriedly fetched a bucket of water and a small towel from the bathroom. Harry spent the next few hours trying to cool the professor's hot face. From time to time, he glanced at the time that was displayed at the ceiling with a permanent charm, knowing from the book about healing potions and their effects, which he had read a few weeks ago, that Severus would need his next dose of potions after 4 hours. Maybe the potions would be more efficient if I added a few phoenix tears. He mused and changed back into Gowith, before he flashed into the lab, carefully uncorked a phial with the potion for the wizard's flu and let 2 tears drop into the phial. Then he repeated the process with the fever reducer and flashed back into the bedroom. Back in his human form, he gently shook the professor's shoulder, noticing that the man slightly flinched back at his touch. "Severus, you need to take your next dose of the potions," he whispered and carefully pressed the first phial against the man's lips. Severus obediently swallowed both potions, before he sighed in relief. "That's much better," he mumbled. "Thank you." Glancing at Harry, he corrected himself, uttering incredulously, "Potter? No, I must still be delirious. It's even getting worse." Seeing birds was still better. To Harry's relief, the professor drifted back to sleep right afterwards. That was dangerous, Harry mused as he continued to bathe the professor's face with a cold, wet towel. Before sleep claimed him as well in the early morning hours, Severus woke up, feeling much better. How strange, he mused as he listened to his body to assess his condition, before he even opened his eyes. "I remember that Gowith gave me 2 doses of the flu potion, but I should need at least another 2 to recover. Or could it be? He is a phoenix and he healed me before. Maybe he added phoenix tears to the potion. That would explain why I feel so well already." He tentatively opened his eyes to see if the eagle had finally vanished from the window. However, while the eagle was gone, a small boy was sitting on the chair next to his bed, fast asleep with his head resting on the edge of Severus' bed. What the? Severus' thoughts went haywire. There was a boy during the night. Apparently it was not because I was delirious, but Gowith was there as well. One thought connected to the other, making him finally realize, Gowith is an Animagus. But Potter? He thought in shock. Potter in his Animagus form is my familiar? He is Gowith. He only transformed into his human form to look after you during the night, before he fell asleep in exhaustion after healing you. He must love you very much to give up his secret in order to make you feel better. A small voice at the back of his head spoke up. Severus let out a long sigh. Gowith? He asked tentatively, causing the boy to stir and look up sleepily. How are you feeling, sir? Harry asked, rubbing his eyes. I'm fine, thank you. Is it correct to assume that you were so kind as to heal me with phoenix tears? Severus queried, raising an eyebrow at the boy, who hadn't even noticed that he forgot to transform back into his phoenix form. Yes, sir. I hope it was all right, Harry admitted shyly. Of course it was. You healed me. Thank you very much. Is there an explanation as to why you're a little boy and not a phoenix this morning? Severus asked. To his surprise, he felt more amused at the boy's mishap than angry about the fact that the child hadn't revealed himself earlier. Harry let out a gasp and hurriedly transformed back into Gowith. I'm sorry, sir. I have a human form as well, and I only changed in order to cool your face last night, sir. I couldn't do that in my phoenix form. I'm sorry, sir. I should have told you much earlier, but life is so much better as a phoenix, and I didn't want anyone to know. Severus frowned. I have no idea what he's talking about, but I should hear him out, he mused. It would be good to get a bit more comfortable, though. Gowith, let's sit in our usual place in the living room, and then you're going to tell me everything. All right? he suggested in his usual soft voice. Hashtag okay sir, hashtag Harry replied. In order to give Severus some space, he flashed back to his perch, anxiously fluffing his feathers in anticipation to his familiar's reaction on his revelation. A few minutes later, Severus entered the room, dressed in his usual black polo shirt and trousers he used to wear at home. He sat in his favorite armchair and patted his knee for Gowith to sit on. Come here, Gowith, and explain everything from the beginning, please. Hashtag all right, hashtag Harry trilled and jumped on the professor's knee. He hesitantly told the professor the whole story from the beginning, before he anxiously waited for the man's reaction. So Professor McGonagall has known about it the whole time? Severus queried, quirking an eyebrow. Hashtag yes, sir, but I begged her not to tell anyone. Please don't be angry at her, sir. And Madame Pomfrey knows as well, but she only found out because she came into the cat professor's quarters, when I was in my human form, because the cat professor had just mended a scratch on my knee. Hashtag. Seeing that the professor was eyeing him deep in thought, Harry couldn't fight his tears back anymore. Hashtag I'm so sorry, Professor. I really didn't mean to lie to you or to betray you. I just wanted to live as a phoenix, sir, and it was by chance that I ended up with you. But now I've become used to living with you. Please don't send me away, sir. I love you, sir. Hashtag he sobbed, and the tears were freely running down his green feathers. Stop crying, Gowith. You should know by now how valuable phoenix tears are. Severus chastised him softly. I love you too, and I wouldn't want to miss your company anymore. Hashtag thank you, sir. Hashtag Harry trilled in a very relieved tone, and Severus watched in amusement how the phoenix left his spot on his knee and slowly walked up to his favorite place on his left shoulder, where he continued his sleep that had been interrupted earlier. Severus leaned back in his chair, realizing that he needed some more rest as well, and thought about everything Gowith had told him. Will Albus allow him to stay with me upon knowing his identity? I must speak with Minerva, he mused. She apparently appreciates that he ran away from his relatives against the headmaster's wishes and is living with me. I still can't believe who he is. His father would turn around in his grave if he knew where his precious son ended up. But his mother was your best friend and would be glad that the boy lives with you. The annoying voice at the back of his head threw in. That might be true, and Gowith seems to be very much alike Lily, Severus thought, feeling surprisingly undisturbed by the fact that Gowith was Harry Potter. Maybe he still wasn't completely back to his normal condition. He yawned before he followed his familiar's example and took a nap in his favorite chair with Gowith, who was slightly snoring on his shoulder.
風の力を持つハリー。
Harry and Severus were both pulled out of their dreams when the fireplace flared and Minerva stepped out, laughing at their sight. Oh, Severus and Gowith, you look so comfortable napping together, she chuckled, causing Severus to wake up properly. We're recovering from a stressful night, he replied evenly, quirking an eyebrow. By the way, is there anything you needed to tell me? She'd make a good Slytherin after all, he thought when Minerva feigned ignorance and replied lightly. No, I merely wanted to beg you to join Albus and me for dinner tonight. He is in his inventing mood. You know how he gets after eating too many lemon drops. During breakfast, he kept talking about buying a computer and trying to get it to run in the magical world, so that we could use computers and even magically connect them to a network. WizardNet or something like that. I don't know where he gets these ideas, but let's face reality. We don't have time to help him play the whole day. Severus chuckled before he sobered. In fact, Minerva, I don't think that the idea is so bad. Somewhere in a Muggle magazine, I read something about databases, and I'd love to have something like that for my potions ingredients. And I believe I have someone who might be interested in assisting the headmaster with his research. He glanced to his left shoulder and carefully ran his slender fingers through the fluffy feathers of his familiar's stomach, causing the phoenix to wake up and turn his head. Hashtag I'm sorry, hashtag he trilled sleepily. Hashtag please tell the cat professor good morning and thanks for a great day at the zoo. Hashtag. The potions master quickly translated, before he asked, why don't you transform, so you can speak with Professor McGonagall yourself? While Minerva let out a gasp, Harry threw the professor a hesitant look. Hashtag do you really mean that? Hashtag he asked anxiously. Hashtag are you not angry? Hashtag. Severus sighed. Gowith or Harry, whichever you prefer, I believe that we already spoke about the matter, and everything is all right except for the fact that we have to decide if we want to inform the headmaster about your identity or keep it a secret for the time being. This is actually something I wanted to discuss with you, Minerva. Harry flew down to the floor and changed into his human form, hovering unsurely next to the professor, before Severus raised an eyebrow at him and said softly, "This is still your home, Gowith, even if you're in your human form. Sit down." "Thank you, sir," Harry said, smiling, and quickly took a seat, before he turned to Minerva and once more thanked her profusely for the day at the zoo. "You're welcome, sweetie," Minerva replied gently, turning to Severus. "By the way, how did you find out about Harry?" "Later, Minerva," Severus said impatiently. "First of all, we need to decide what to do with Albus, before he comes through the fireplace by chance to inform me about his newest idea. If we tell him, it might be that he insists on sending Gowith back to his relatives. On the other hand, if he knew, I could apply for the guardianship over Gowith and officially make him my ward, provided that is what he wants. What do you think, Minerva and Gowith?" Harry chuckled. "If he sends me back to the Dursleys, I'm just going to flash away and come back here anyway," he said matter-of-factly. HP. Severus smirked. "That sounds very reassuring. However, maybe today would be a good time to inform the headmaster, considering that he needs someone to help with his newest idea. Gowith, did you by chance hear what Professor McGonagall told me about computers?" Harry frowned. "No, sir, I'm sorry. Dudley has some kind of computer. He plays some kind of games the whole day. The point is that electronic devices don't work in the magical world, but Professor Dumbledore wants to find out how to make computers work here," Minerva explained gently. "It could be helpful for cataloging potions' ingredients, for example," Severus added pensively. "Would you be interested to assist the headmaster with his research? It probably involves much reading of Muggle books about computers and networks." "I don't know anything about it," Harry admitted in a small voice, "but you know how much I like to read. I'd love to do research together with the headmaster. I don't have anything to do anyway." "When are you supposed to attend Hogwarts?" "Next year." "Yes, sir. Harry is going to be 10 years in 3 weeks' time," Minerva threw in. "Very well then. Shall we call the headmaster Gowith? Would you like to remain in your human form or transform back?" "I'll change back," Harry said anxiously and quickly transformed into his phoenix form. "That way, Severus and I will be able to talk in private, since Dumbledore can't understand me, and Severus can mind-think to me," he thought, settling down on Severus' shoulder as soon as the potions master returned from the fireplace. An instant later, the headmaster stepped out of the fireplace and made himself comfortable on the sofa. "Good morning, my boy. I missed you at dinner last night. Is everything all right?" "Everything is well," Severus replied shortly before he continued. "I might have someone who is willing to assist with the new toy you intend to acquire." "Oh, really?" Dumbledore asked with interest, glancing at Minerva. Severus cleared his throat. "When I was slightly indisposed last night, my phoenix cared for me and healed me with his phoenix tears. However, in order to be better able to look after me, he transformed into his human form, in which he fell asleep later on, so that I noticed that he is not a phoenix but in fact an animagus." Ignoring the headmaster's gasp, Severus continued. "The poor boy was neglected and abused at his home, and believe me, Albus, I remember my own abusive father too well to willingly expose a child to abuse. I'd like to become the boy's guardian and keep him here at Hogwarts." Seeing that the headmaster was trying to get a good glimpse at him, Harry nestled deeper into the curtain of Severus' hair, feeling very reassured by Severus' kind words. Dumbledore glanced at his deputy headmistress. "Minerva, do you know who the boy is?" One of her rare smiles stole itself on Minerva's face when she replied with a slightly threatening undertone. "I know, Albus, and I fully support Severus in this matter." The headmaster leaned back in his seat and sighed. "Very well then. I trust Minerva's opinion. All right, Severus. I won't send the boy away if you gain the guardianship from his parents. Who is he?" Minerva calmingly laid a hand on Dumbledore's arm, before she replied in a soft voice, "It's Harry Potter, Albus." The headmaster's eyes widened in shock. "Both of you should know better. Harry has to live with his relatives for a reason. We can't take him away from there, he groaned. That was to be expected, Harry thought darkly, when suddenly Severus' telepathic thoughts penetrated his mind. Gowith, you must transform and tell him what you think. That'll work best. Professor McGonagall and I will help you. Harry hesitantly flew down onto the floor and changed into his human form, anxiously hovering between Severus and Minerva. Come, Gowith, you may still sit on my knee, Severus offered and gently laid his arms around the boy as he gratefully accepted the invitation. Harry leaned back against Severus, feeling reassured as the familiar scent of herbs engulfed him. He shyly turned his eyes to the headmaster. Professor, I will not return to my relatives. They hate me, because I'm a wizard. If you send me back, I'll flash away immediately, and you'll never see me again. I'd like to stay with Severus, who is like the father I never had. Please let me stay with him. I promise that I'll help with your research about computers, he said in a small but firm voice. If he sends me back to the Dursleys, I'll return here and live with Severus as a Dalmatian, he decided when the headmaster remained quiet for a few minutes. Albus, I have observed how the Dursleys treated him more than once. Minerva threw in sternly. If you make him go back to that abusive family, I'm going to report the Dursleys to the ministry because of child abuse, and I know that Poppy will support me. She already knows about the matter. Dumbledore let out a long sigh, acknowledging his defeat. All right, you won. Severus, you may keep Harry here. However, you must go to the Dursleys and obtain the guardianship from them. Very well then. Gowith, shall we go immediately? Severus asked. I don't mind, but are you feeling well enough? Harry queried in a soft voice. Minerva frowned. What exactly was wrong last night? She inquired worriedly. Severus had the flu and was running a high fever, Harry explained, causing Minerva to throw the potions master a sharp look. Well, Harry is right then. You can still go tomorrow. In fact, she chuckled as she recalled the events of the day before. I'm not sure if the Dursleys realized that it was Harry's doing, but they might not be too pleased to see him today. Seeing her two colleagues look at her in surprise and expectance, she quickly explained what had happened at the zoo the day before. Severus chuckled, while the headmaster shook his head. Shouldn't you at least? No, Albus, Minerva interrupted him firmly. I've watched that boy mistreat Harry all these years. I know it might sound rude, but I think it served him well. I'm sorry, Harry apologized in a small voice. Gowith, there is no need to apologize. It was your cousin's fault anyway. You only cast accidental magic, because he pushed you away from the window and onto the floor, didn't you? Severus objected vehemently. Yeah, that's true, Harry admitted. Very well then, let's forget about the matter, the headmaster said pleasantly, slowly popping a lemon drop into his mouth before he changed the topic. Harry, you offered to assist me with my research about computers. Frankly speaking, I know nothing about computers. I merely found a Muggle magazine about the topic when I rode the London Tube just for fun a few days ago. I'll make Fawkes bring you the magazine. It's very interesting. Our problem is that we don't have esoticity in the magical world, and we have to find a way around that. I suppose that you'll need to find a charm, Severus threw in evenly. After our visit to the Dursleys tomorrow, I'll take Gowith to the ink pot. Maybe we'll find some interesting books in the Muggle division. Seeing Harry throw him a questioning look, he explained, The ink pot is my favorite bookshop, and it has a Muggle and a magical division. It's in Muggle London, but not far from the Leaky Cauldron. I'd love to go there, Harry replied, chuckling inwardly as he thought. Severus seems to be as keen on the research with the computer as the headmaster. HP. Harry was pulled out of his thoughts when Minerva said, Now Albus, we should go and give Severus and Gowith some rest. They both look worse for the wear. I'm fine, Severus and Harry said simultaneously, exchanging a quick look. She called me Gowith like Severus, Harry mused. Maybe I should just change my real name, so that no one will know who I am, even if I'm in my human form. After all I read in the books, Harry Potter is way too famous for something I did as a baby without even knowing what I did. Sorry? He asked, suddenly realizing that Severus was talking to him. Are you all right, Gowith? Severus queried, and seeing Harry nod, continued, I suggest that we ask Cicero to make a room for you, in case you want to spend some time in your human form. Thank you, Harry replied gratefully, absent-mindedly counting the books on the top shelf of the bookshelf to the right of the fireplace. The headmaster and his deputy excused themselves, and while Cicero and a group of house elves prepared Harry's room, Severus sat in his favorite chair with Harry in his phoenix form on his shoulder. The two wizards quickly talked about Harry's phoenix form and about his life at the Dursleys, and Harry told Severus everything, even that he was a multiple animagus. You can transform into any animal you want? Severus asked in disbelief. Yes, but if I'm in my human form, I have to change into my phoenix form first. If possible, I don't want anyone to know about this though. The cat professor knows of course, and maybe Madame Pomfrey as well. I'm not sure. Professor McGonagall goweth? Severus chastised him lightly before he promised. I won't tell anyone about it. Now, shall we go and take a look at your new room? The phoenix let out a happy trill but remained on Severus' shoulder as the man walked into the room with the blue door that the elves had prepared next to the professor's bedroom, which was the one with the black door. Wow. This room is absolutely gorgeous. Harry blurted out, taking in the small bedroom that was equipped with a comfortable-looking bed, a desk, 2 chairs, a wardrobe, a bookshelf, and a huge magical window that covered the smaller side of the room opposite the door. Is this really my room? He asked in disbelief. Of course, Gowith. It's just a normal room, and if you're going to remain here as my ward, you need your own room in case you want to spend some time or even want to sleep in your human form. We can change the colors, and you can put up pictures on the walls if you want. Air. Severus, Harry trilled in a very small voice. For me, this is not a normal room. Until I came to stay with you, I lived in the cupboard under the stairs. This room is absolutely fantastic, and I love the different shades of blue in which it's decorated. Thank you so much. You're welcome, Severus replied, gently ruffling the phoenix's head feathers, before he let out a sigh. It's probably already dinner time, and as you heard this morning, I had to promise Professor McGonagall to attend dinner in the Great Hall. Will you accompany me, either in your human or your phoenix form? Of course, Harry trilled happily. I'd prefer my phoenix form though, if you don't mind. Let me flash you to the entrance hall. Still feeling exhausted from being sick the night before and not overly keen on walking all the way, Severus gratefully agreed. Gowith. I'm glad you still came to join me, nestling. Fox trilled as soon as Harry entered the Great Hall, once more riding on Severus' shoulder. The old grumpy one told me everything. Fox chuckled as Harry jumped onto the perch, landing next to him. He said that he'd have wanted for you to grow up with the dark, snarky one, but that Severus would have never agreed to take you in, if you hadn't ended up with him by chance. Albus was very pleased with me for talking you into becoming the snarky one's familiar. You must know that my familiar is a manipulating old coot, Fox added pleasantly. Harry chuckled. I didn't understand everything of his trilling, but at least Dumbledore doesn't seem to be angry, he thought, and hurriedly left the perch as he saw that Severus put a few spoonfuls of carrots and peas on his plate.
風の力を持つハリー。
After Harry had flashed Severus and himself back to the dungeons, Severus suggested, Gowith, why don't you transform into your human form and sleep in your new bed? You can still change back in case you feel uncomfortable. I don't have any pajamas though, Harry mused. I only have the clothes I'm wearing, the ones that the cat professor made from Dudley's hand-me-downs. You don't have to, Severus reassured him, misinterpreting Harry's hesitation. No, it's all right. It's just that I don't have pajamas or any other clothes apart from those I'm wearing. Harry admitted in a small voice, causing the professor to audibly exhale the air. That's not a problem. I can transfigure your clothes into nightwear, and tomorrow, after paying your so-called family a visit, we'll go and buy proper clothes for you, Severus said soothingly, nodding contentedly when Harry accepted the offer and went to sleep in his new bed. Sleep well, Gowith, he said softly as he gently tucked him in and observed Harry drift asleep with a smile playing on his lips. However, a few hours later, Severus woke up by distressed sounds coming from the boys' room. Glancing at the charmed display on the ceiling, Severus realized that it was 2 o'clock in the morning. He hurried into Harry's room, seeing that the child was thrashing around, completely entangled in his bed covers and apparently caught in a nightmare as he was begging his uncle not to hurt him. Severus sat on the edge of Harry's bed and carefully laid a hand on the child's shoulder, noticing sadly that the boy flinched back. Only when he said in his soft, silky voice, "Gowith, calm down. It's me, Severus. No one is going to hurt you." Harry finally quietened and lazily opened his eyes. "Severus," he mumbled sleepily. "I'm sorry that I woke you up." "That's all right, Gowith," Severus replied soothingly and gently arranged the child's bed covers, before he asked softly, "Shall we drink a cup of hot cocoa together, and you tell me what your dream was about?" Harry looked up at him in disbelief, causing Severus' features to automatically soften to a comforting smile, before he stood up from the bed to give the child some space. Harry trailed along with the professor into the living room, where they sat on the sofa next to each other and quietly sipped the cocoa Cicero brought for them. "It was my uncle," Harry finally spoke up in a barely audible voice. "We went to see them because of the guardianship, and he didn't take it well. He beat you until you were on the floor, unconscious, and then he grabbed me, and—" Harry slowly trailed off as tears threatened to escape from the corners of his eyes. HP. Severus gently laid his arm around Harry's back and pulled him into a light embrace. "Gowith, you seem to have forgotten some important things. First of all, you're a phoenix. If we happen to be confronted with a dangerous situation, you could transform and get away with or without me at any time. Secondly, I'm a full-grown wizard. Do you really expect your uncle to be able to harm you in my presence or harm me?" "No," Harry replied, smiling as realization set in. "Promise me one thing, Gowith," Severus continued in a quiet voice. "Believe that I love you and that I will take you back here unharmed tomorrow, whatever I tell your uncle tomorrow." "Okay," Harry replied, feeling slightly confused. When Severus suggested going back to bed, Harry decided to spend the rest of the night in his phoenix form, knowing that he didn't have nightmares when he was a bird.
風の力を持つハリー。
In the morning, Harry flashed Severus and himself to a spot behind the garage in the Dursleys' garden, before he changed back into his human form. They slowly walked around the garage and rang the doorbell. Harry hesitantly tried to hide behind Severus, when Petunia opened the door, staring at Severus in disbelief. "You?" she said with apparent loathing in her voice. "What do you want?" "I suggest that we hold this conversation inside," Severus replied coldly, motioning for Harry to follow his aunt into the living room, where his uncle was sitting in front of the TV. "Dumbledore, the old coot, has ordered me to become this good-for-nothing boy's guardian." Severus began to explain, pulling a few parchments out of his robe pocket. "Therefore, I need your signature here on the guardianship papers." "And why would we allow you to take our nephew in?" Vernon asked in a falsely friendly voice that nearly caused Harry to gag. "Easy, Gowith. Take deep breaths and don't believe anything I say," Severus quickly thought to Harry before he replied. "Because the boy is dangerous. His magic is very powerful and turned out to be evil. You'd be in danger if you kept him." "I don't believe a word," Petunia hissed. "It's your fault that Lily died. You were the one who told her that she was a witch and now you want to have her son. You're jealous, because she ran away from you with the other boy." "Ah well, why don't we ask him?" Vernon suggested in his false, friendly voice. "Boy, do you want to live with the man?" "Gowith, think Slytherin," Severus quickly thought to Harry. Harry remained quiet for a moment, while his mind tried to process Severus' words, before he simply said, "No." "Well, you heard him. He doesn't want to stay with you," Petunia hissed, throwing Severus a loathing glare. "Oh well, Petunia, if I think about it, leaving him with the man seems to be a good way to get rid of the freak," Vernon said with an evil smirk on his face, causing Harry to inwardly sigh in relief. "Show me these papers. I'll sign them." Harry held on his breath as he observed his uncle put his signature under the guardianship parchment. "Thank Merlin," he thought as the parchment rolled up by itself and vanished into thin air. "It sends itself to the Ministry of Magic," Severus informed him telepathically, before he instructed him, "Show me your cupboard." "Aunt Petunia, may I fetch my blanket from my cupboard?" Harry asked politely and led his new guardian to his small cupboard. While he fetched his baby blanket, Severus waved his wand around the cupboard in a complicated movement, before he slid the wand back into his robe pocket, smirking mischievously. "Thank Merlin, no one mentioned the incident at the zoo," Harry mused as he followed Severus out of the house, feeling extremely relieved at the thought that he'd probably never have to see his relatives again. "Are you feeling up to flashing us to Hogsmeade? Or shall I apparate us?" Severus asked in a small voice as they returned to the garden. Hashtag "I can flash us, of course," hashtag Harry, who had just transformed back, replied in surprise. Hashtag Hogsmeade, not Hogwarts. Hashtag he queried, just to be sure. "Yes, we need to buy clothes for you, Gowith," Severus said firmly and carefully gripped a few of the phoenix's back feathers. An instant later, the wizard and the phoenix found themselves in front of the bookshop in Hogsmeade. Severus took the bird on his hand, raising an eyebrow. "Where do you think we're going, Gowith? We need to buy clothes, not books." Harry chuckled and asked in a small voice, hashtag "Should I change into my human form now?" Hashtag "I think that would be for the best," Severus replied, smirking as he observed the boy transform. Suddenly, he put a hand on his forehead and groaned. "Oh no, I'm sorry, Gowith. I completely forgot that I promised to take you to the Inkpot to look for books about computers. Flourish and Blots is a pure magical bookshop. We won't find Muggle books here. We'll do that either later today or tomorrow morning. For now, clothes are more important." "All right," Harry replied, laughing. "I still have to read the magazine Fawkes gave me anyway. I only read the first few pages before I fell asleep last night." Severus sighed. "Gowith, I appreciate your efforts and your readiness to help the headmaster with his research. However, I believe that neither you nor Professor Dumbledore will succeed in making computers work in the magical world in the near future. A possible solution would probably be based on charms. However, you're not even a first year, and even if I assume that you've read most of the first-year school books by now, you don't have any practical experience, and, frankly speaking, the headmaster is not very adept at technical matters. You might be able to solve the problem, but not now. It'll take you a few years at the least, so please don't get your hopes up too much. It might even be easier for the two of us to find a cure for lycanthropy." Harry chuckled. He had read enough of Severus' books and potions journals to know that such a cure was the dream of every potions master. "I'd love to help with that as well, and of course I know much more about potions than about charms yet." Their conversation was interrupted when they entered a shop, in which Severus bought every kind of clothes he could imagine Gowith to need during the following months, gently reassuring the child that it was all right to buy so many clothes and that it was normal for every child to possess appropriate clothes. When they finally left the shop with several bags of clothes that were shrunk in Severus' robe pockets, the professor insisted to visit another shop and buy parchments and a quill for Harry. "When you're in your human form, you might want to take notes of what you read or write a letter to someone," he explained gently, causing Harry to become excited. "May I perhaps write a letter to the Weasley twins? They found out about me by chance, and I became good friends with them," Harry explained hesitantly, when he suddenly remembered something. "Oh, by the way, what did you do at the Dursleys? I mean when you waved your wand in my cupboard." "Ah, that was a harmless spell that conjured a ghost from the magic that was still residing in your cupboard. Your ghost will forever live with the Dursleys, even if they choose to move, and whenever they say anything about you or the magical world, the ghost will tell them what they deserve to be told." "Wow, that's cool," Harry blurted out, chuckling. "Your aunt always hated the magical world. I'm sure she'll appreciate my little prank." As to the Weasley twins, Severus picked up the earlier topic. "Why don't you invite them to come over to Hogwarts for your birthday?" Harry threw the professor an excited look. "May I really do that?" "Of course, Gowith. Did you never have a birthday party?" Harry slowly shook his head. "No, sir." He remained quiet for a few minutes, while they walked along the main street, before he hesitantly asked, "Is it true what my aunt said about you and my mother, that you were the one who told her that she was a witch?" Severus let out a long sigh. "Yes, Gowith, your mother and I were very good friends. We lived nearby, and we played on the playground together ever since I can remember. When we were very small, Petunia used to play with us. However, she was always jealous, because there was something that seemed to connect Lily and me, although we didn't know what it was. Ever since my mother explained to me that I was a wizard when I was 5 or 6, I knew that Lily was a witch. I still didn't tell her. I observed her for another year or two just to be really sure, but then I told her, and Petunia didn't take it well, especially when I said that she wasn't a witch but just a normal girl. My father was a muggle as well, and we lived in a complete muggle environment. Of course, I was very happy to have another witch except for my mother living nearby. By now they had reached the castle, and right before Severus opened the entrance doors, Harry blurted out, "Severus, is it all right to change back into my phoenix form?" Severus threw the boy a surprised look but nodded. "Of course, Gowith. If you feel more comfortable as a phoenix, you may of course do so. Only the teachers are in the castle though, since it's still the middle of the holidays." Harry quickly changed back and flew upwards until he reached Severus' shoulder, where he happily nestled into the black curtain of silky hair. Severus smiled and ruffled his familiar's head feathers, before he finally opened the door and stepped into the entrance hall. To both Severus and Harry's surprise, the entrance hall was not as quiet as usual. Right in front of the stairs to the dungeons, 2 cats were putting up a huge fight. One of them was a marmalade cat, and the other was gray. #Mrs. Norris, #Harry trilled to Severus. Mrs. Norris was clearly winning the fight. "I have no idea who the other cat is, but we should help her anyway," Severus replied. "Okay, #Harry trilled. He flew towards the ground and transformed into a cat, before he ran over to the fighting cats, shouting, "Let go of her, Mrs. Norris. What do you think you're doing?" Mrs. Norris didn't let go of the other cat, whose left front leg already seemed to be badly injured, and Harry threw Severus a frantic look, only to see that Severus wasn't where he had been before. "Where is he?" he thought, trying not to panic, when he suddenly heard terrifying sounds from behind himself and noticed that the 2 other cats were looking at something right behind himself. Mrs. Norris slowly let go of the other cat and dashed away, while the marmalade cat remained on the floor, meowing miserably. Strange. Why is she not frightened? Harry mused as he slowly turned around to see what had made Mrs. Norris leave so fast. In spite of knowing that it had to be Severus, he instinctively transformed into his phoenix form at the sight of the huge black cat that was standing behind him. "It's all right, Gowith. You know that it's only me. I'm a lynx Animagus," Severus told him in a soft voice, before he stepped over to the injured cat that was obviously not afraid of him. "Hello there," he said softly. "Show me your injuries. My son and I are both humans and will be able to heal you." I know who you are, Severus," the other cat replied, causing Severus and Harry to look at her in surprise. I didn't know that you had a son though." Harry quickly transformed back into his cat form. "Hello, I am Gowith," he said softly, before he turned to Severus. Shall I try to heal her leg with phoenix tears?" Severus, still in his lynx form, leaned over the smaller cat and closely examined her leg. Yes, Gowith, you could try to heal her leg with phoenix tears, but wait a moment. Does anything else hurt beside your leg?" My head," the marmalade cat replied softly. I hit my head on the ground when Mrs. Norris was chasing me. I'm Aurora, by the way, Aurora Sinistra. I only became an Animagus recently. Minerva offered to teach me, and a few weeks ago I finally succeeded, but I'm not so used to being a cat yet. I only returned from my holidays a few hours ago and thought I could try it out in peace, while the students are away, but then Mrs. Norris caught me. She slowly trailed off. Very well, Severus replied thoughtfully. Would you mind me taking you with me into my lab, so that I can properly examine your wounds? It's too dark here, and you seem to be cold, he stated, seeing that the smaller cat was slightly shivering. Thank you, Severus. I'm sorry to bother you, Sinistra replied softly. You're not bothering me. He transformed back into his human form and gently scooped the cat in his arms. Gowith, would you mind flashing us to the lab? Harry changed as well and trilled, #of course not. Let's go. #. An instant later, Severus was examining the cat on one of the tables in his bright lab. He gently felt around her head, noticing that she had a large bump at one side, before he motioned for Gowith to let a few tears drop into the wound on her leg. Harry complied, and Severus and his colleague observed in amazement how the wound closed completely as if nothing had happened at all. "Your leg is healed, but I don't like the bump on your head," Severus said softly. "It's probably nothing, but you might have a concussion, and in that case it would be dangerous if you transformed back into your human form. I'll give you a headache potion." He interrupted himself when Harry flashed to the potions shelf and returned with a phial. "A spoon, please, Gowith." "Thank you." He carefully fed the cat 2 spoonfuls of the light yellow potion. "I suggest that you rest in front of the fireplace for a while, and then we'll see." A short while later, the cat was resting in front of the fireplace, and Harry was keeping her company in his cat form. "Thank you so much for your help," the professor said sincerely. "Do you have 2 Animagus forms?" Harry chuckled. "I'm a multiple Animagus. I can change into any animal I wish." "Excuse me, but may I ask who you are?" The marmalade cat smiled. "I am Aurora Sinistra, the astronomy professor. I've known your father from my own time at Hogwarts. I was a first year when he was in his 5th year. He never paid me any attention though, although we were in the same house." He is not really my father, but he is my guardian, and he's like a father to me," Harry explained hesitantly. Can you keep a secret?" Of course." In real, I'm Harry Potter, but I don't like that name, so I'm Gowith now." The marmalade cat let out a small gasp.
Égale Liliesson.
"I knew your mother well, Gowith. She was a prefect when I was a first year, and although she was a Gryffindor, she very kindly helped me get used to being at Hogwarts. She was the kindest witch I ever knew, and we were good friends during the 3 years we spent at Hogwarts together." Their conversation was interrupted when Severus entered the living room and transformed into his lynx form. How are you feeling?" He queried, raising an eyebrow. Even in his lynx form he manages to do that. "I didn't even know that cats had eyebrows," Harry thought, giggling. "The professor seems very nice." "I'm gonna go on a small errand. I'll be back in a few minutes." He informed his guardian and changed into his phoenix form. He quickly pondered if he should require Fawkes' help but dismissed the thought and flashed away to where he could sense Mrs. Norris roam an unused corridor. HP. Harry appeared right behind Mrs. Norris, causing her to take a shocked jump at the sudden gust of wind, before she ran away frightened as she noticed the tiger that appeared from behind her. Harry chased her around the castle for a few minutes and finally changed into his human form. "I'll try the spell I read about yesterday. Maybe I'll be able to cast it." He mused and waved his hand in the direction of the gray cat that was cowering in a corner, uttering the incantation. Contented with the result, Harry finally transformed back into his phoenix form and flashed back home, where the lynx and the marmalade cat were still quietly talking in front of the fireplace. Deciding not to disturb the adults, Harry remained on his perch and pleasurably cleaned his feathers, trying not to listen in to the cat's conversation. Finally, Severus deemed the other professor well enough to transfigure back into her human form, and Harry observed in amazement as she changed into a woman with light brown hair that was laced with a touch of orange. She had warm brown eyes and a friendly smile, and Harry liked her immediately. Severus invited his colleague to a cup of tea and motioned for Harry to change into his human form and join them. "Thank you, sir, but I don't want to disturb you." Harry replied hesitantly. "Gowith, you won't disturb us, but we missed lunch, and you need to eat something," Severus told him, pointing to the plate with sandwiches Cicero had brought for them. When Harry hesitantly transformed and took a seat between the 2 professors, Severus queried, "May I ask what the small errand was you were talking about earlier? Did you perhaps go to meet Mrs. Norris?" Noticing that the female professor looked up in surprise, Harry thought, "He already knows me too well." Quickly taking a bite off the sandwich that was absolutely delicious, he slowly replied, "I chased her a bit through the castle as a tiger, and then I tried a spell I found yesterday. It changed her color to neon green." While Professor Sinistra laughed and thanked Harry for giving a nice payback to the evil cat, Severus frowned. Gowith, can you tell me what the spell was and how you cast it? Corium Voridus Trafo, I think it was. I wasn't sure about the last part, but it worked, Harry admitted in a small voice. Probably Transformo, Sinistra chuckled. Do you know how long it will last? Harry shook his head. No, he replied thoughtfully. But there was something. He stood up from the table and stepped over to the bookshelf, only to realize that he couldn't reach the book in his human form. Quickly changing into his phoenix form, he flew to the shelf and with a well-practiced movement carefully pulled the book out and laid it on the table, showing the professors the passage with the spell he had used. When Harry was back in his human form, Severus threw him a thoughtful look. You don't have a wand, Gowith. Did you just point your hand at Mrs. Norris? Yes, sir, Harry replied anxiously. I'm sorry, I know I shouldn't play pranks. But Mrs. Norris was so mean to Professor Sinistra, so I thought, he trailed. In this case, I believe it was the right thing to do to the mangy bag of fur, and Mrs. Norris with her green skin is still better off than Professor Sinistra was with her injuries, Severus said softly. Thank you, Gowith. Now I feel much better because you took revenge for me, Sinistra said, giving Harry an encouraging smile, which he returned immediately. By the way, do you know why Filch named his cat Mrs. Norris? Harry asked curiously. Severus shook his head, but his colleague chuckled. I don't know if it's true, but during my time as a student here I was told that he had been in love with a girl at his Muggle school. Her name was Nora Norris. After school he proposed to her, but she didn't want him. That's why he is living in the magical world now, even if he can't get along well and doesn't have any friends. And that's also why he named his cat Mrs. Norris. Severus raised an eyebrow. I've never heard of that story. Sinistra sighed. Lily told me that. She was so kind with everyone. She even went to visit Filch when he was stuck in the hospital wing after being hit with a bludger. I remember that well. Everyone else was glad to have him out of the way for a week, but Lily took pity on him. Lily as in my mum? Harry asked in a small voice, causing Severus to throw him a sad look. Yes, Gowith, your mother was a wonderful woman. He seems to have really liked my mum, Harry mused when the other professor suddenly stood and thanked them for their help and hospitality and took her leave. Severus and Harry exchanged a quick look as Sinistra vanished in the flames and the fireplace became quiet again. Did I say anything wrong? Severus queried, quirking an eyebrow. Harry frowned and informed Severus about the conversation he had held with the marmalade cat in front of the fireplace. She told me that she was good friends with Lily. Maybe she misses her too, he said softly. She also said that Severus never noticed her. Perhaps she wanted his attention, but he had only eyes for my mum, he added to himself. Severus muttered something to himself before he changed the topic. Gowith, you were going to write a letter to the Weasley twins, weren't you? Yes, Harry said hesitantly, causing Severus to throw him a surprised look. Oh yes, I mean I'd love to have them here for my birthday. It's just, they won't bring their brother, will they? Percy. He doesn't seem to be very nice. He uncertainly kept his eyes fixed on the bookshelf right next to him. Severus sighed. He is a very eager and responsible student, but frankly speaking I don't like him either. The twins have 2 younger siblings though, but I suppose you want just the twins come to see you. Is that correct? Yes, Harry said, feeling extremely relieved that Severus was able to understand him so well. The twins said something that their little sister liked me just by knowing my name, and I don't want that. Severus looked at him pensively, absent-mindedly playing with the stopper of a file in his robe pocket. Finally, the potions master nodded slowly. I understand. Write your letter, and I'll speak with the twins' parents personally. A thought crossed his mind and he added, if you don't want them to know your real identity, we should pretend that your birthday is on a different day, the 1st of August, for example. Oh right, that's good. Thank you, sir. Harry replied in apparent relief and retired to his new room to sit at his desk and compose his letter. I hope the Weasleys will accept that he doesn't want to meet their whole brood, Severus thought. I better not tell them his real name but just stick with Gowith. I could invite Draco as well, but it doesn't have to be on his birthday. considering that it's his first birthday party and he's not used to have many children around him. Maybe Draco could stay with us for a day or two at the end of the holidays. If I... Severus? A timid voice interrupted his musings. I'm sorry to disturb you, sir, but I can't write with that thing. It's getting all messy. Severus looked up at the parchment Harry was holding out for him, an anxious expression on the small face. Very well, Gowith. Let me show you how to properly use that quill, Severus said softly, forcing himself to remain patient, and gently helped his ward. Finally, Harry was able to write his invitation, and when he showed Severus the result, the professor sighed inwardly. Gowith, before you become a student here, we'll need to do something about your atrocious handwriting. You need to practice a bit every day. He raised an eyebrow at the child. Yes, sir. Harry eyed his hands that were spotting ink blots here and there. Go and wash your hands, Gowith. We need to attend dinner in the Great Hall. Severus instructed him and rose from his seat to get ready as well. As usual, Harry attended dinner in his phoenix form. I wonder when he'll feel comfortable enough to join us in his human form, Severus mused as he took his seat next to the headmaster, looking up startled when Aurora sat next to him. As soon as everyone was seated and dinner appeared on the table, Dumbledore looked around and began to speak. Mr. Filch told me that someone turned his cat green. I'm a little surprised, because there aren't any students in the castle. Does anyone have an explanation on how Mrs. Norris could have taken on a bright neon green? Harry, who was comfortably sitting on Severus' shoulder, looked up startled but relaxed when he noticed that the headmaster's eyes were twinkling pleasantly. HP. Severus quickly explained what the cat had done to Aurora, causing everyone to stare at him in surprise and amazement. Yes, Severus and his son Gowith were wonderful. Aurora threw in, smiling. Thank you very much, both of you. Severus slightly inclined his head towards his neighbor, while Harry let out a few happy trills. #you're welcome. Why, Severus, I wouldn't have believed you to play pranks on anyone, Minerva spoke up, smirking. However, Severus' expression remained completely blank as he replied, Minerva, I'd like to speak with you about the matter later on. Not wanting to give Harry's abilities of performing wandless magic away in front of everyone. Maybe she can help me. I somehow have to speak with Gowith about wandless magic and find out if he is capable of performing it in general or if that was a single case, even if it wasn't accidental but planned magic. Unaware of the amused look Aurora shot him, he telepathically communicated with Harry. Gowith, I'll go and take your letter to the Weasleys right after dinner. Would you like to visit one of my colleagues in the meantime or stay at home on your own? Harry remained thoughtful for a moment before he trilled, #I'd love to visit one of the cat professors. I don't mind which one, but I don't want to disturb them. #. Severus smirked, noticing that everyone was eyeing him in expectance. I have a small errand to run after dinner, and my ward told me he'd like to visit one of the 2 cat professors if he didn't disturb you, he explained, causing Minerva and Aurora to laugh. Aurora and Gowith, why don't you both join me for tea after dinner? Minerva suggested, smiling when her younger colleague agreed and Harry eagerly nodded his head. After dinner, Minerva motioned for Harry to sit on her shoulder, before she left the Great Hall together with Aurora. Only when they were out of sight, Harry flew down to the floor and changed into his cat form, causing the 2 witches to exchange an amused look and transform as well.
風の力を持つハリー。
While the 3 cats playfully roamed the castle, Severus returned to his quarters and took the Floo to the burrow. The least place I'd like to go at this time, as he admitted to himself. Severus, Molly Weasley blurted out, astonished. What a nice surprise. What brings you here in the middle of the summer holidays? Severus cleared his throat. I'm sorry for intruding. He apologized and began to tell Harry's story without mentioning the boy's real name. The boy managed to fool you for more than 6 months? Mrs. Weasley queried in disbelief. Yes, Severus replied evenly. However, your twins apparently know more about the matter. According to my ward, they're friends, and Gowith would like to invite them for his birthday. He was a bit reluctant to send his invitation, though, because he is not used to having many children around and only wants the twins to visit. Oh, of course, Severus, I understand that. although Ron is 10 as well and Ginny is going to become 9 next month, but I'm sure the twins will appreciate visiting Gowith at Hogwarts. In fact, they're talking about him often enough. They seem to be quite close. If I understood them correctly, he is the one who helped them brew the Animagus potion. The Animagus potion? Severus queried in shock, raising an eyebrow. Oh no, Severus, don't get angry at your son. I'm sure he is a wonderful young man. At least that's what the twins told me. The potion helped them to easily become animagi. They're both parrots. Severus scoffed. What a fitting Animagus form, he thought, while Mrs. Weasley called Fred and George. I'll have to exchange a few words with Gowith about the matter. How dare he brew anything without my permission and supervision? Hello, Professor. The twins suddenly caught his attention as they stood in front of him wearing expressions of a mixture of mischief and anxious expectance. Messrs. Weasley. Severus greeted them and handed over the letter. Gowith would like to invite the two of you for a small birthday party on the 1st of August. Fred and George quickly read the letter and exchanged a quick look. Professor, we'd love to attend his party, they replied simultaneously. Hesitantly, George continued, Sir, there is something we'd like to discuss with you in private. Could you please follow us into our room for a moment? They finished their annoying way of speaking together. The professor hesitantly followed the twins into their room, suddenly finding himself face to face with a bubbling cauldron. What the? Oh, Professor, that's just a little prank potion we've been inventing. George quickly interrupted the teacher, while Fred fetched a handwritten recipe and held it out to the potion's master. Severus looked at the recipe in disbelief, and Fred hurried to explain, This isn't our first try. We tried to invent something that would kind of numb the taste sense and make someone believe everything tasted the same. We've already run a few tests and it worked well so far. This one is for our younger brother. He absolutely detests peas, but unfortunately, from tonight onwards everything will have the taste of peas, George added. The effects last about a day. The potion is slightly bitter, but if you mix it into pumpkin juice, no one will notice, Fred explained to the stunned professor. Professor, please don't tell our mother about this. She'd fret and take our cauldrons away. But we have other potions to try out, the twins finished together. Seeing that Severus opened his mouth, giving them a stern teacher's look, Fred added quickly, We promise to be very careful. We won't do anything dangerous, and we won't harm anyone, George promised. We always test the potions ourselves, before we give them to anyone else. Severus couldn't hide a smirk as he remembered his own childhood. Nothing was more interesting than inventing little prank potions, he thought, sighing. You must be careful, he said sternly. The brewing of potions is extremely dangerous. If you have any questions, please come to me instead of trying something out that you aren't sure about. We will. Thank you, sir. The twins promised sincerely and motioned for the professor to take a seat at their desk. There is something we need to show you, Professor, George said hesitantly. He pulled a blank parchment out of his pocket, opened it and quietly spoke the incantation. Professor, we trust you to keep this secret as well. We're merely showing you this for Gowith's safety, because we don't know if this is the only map that exists or if there are others. Severus looked sharply at the parchment, realizing with amazement what it displayed. Where did you get this? He queried in surprise as he let his eyes wander around the map in search of his ward. We'd like to keep that tiny bit of information for ourselves, Fred said quietly. However, we found out that Gowith's parents or someone must have made it, because the map accepted him as the rightful owner and taught him the activation password. He merely left it to us because he couldn't use it in his Phoenix form anyway. However, that's not what we wanted to talk about, George threw in. Where is Gowith? He is supposed to be together with Professors McGonagall and Sinistra, Severus said thoughtfully, searching the map. I can't see either of them, Fred said, shaking his head. Strange, Severus mused. Where can they have gone? HP. Anyway, what we wanted to tell you is that the map displays people with their real names, George told the professor. Therefore, Gowith is always shown as Harry Potter. If he doesn't want everyone to know who he is, maybe you should consider officially changing his name. Of course, we won't show this map to anyone. Only you and Gawith know about it, but as I said earlier, we don't know if this is the only copy. Severus nodded his understanding. I'll speak to Gawith about the matter. Thank you for alerting me to the problem. I trust the two of you that you won't use this map to harm anyone. Of course, sir, the twins replied simultaneously. Would you like to borrow the map until Gawith's birthday? The twins suggested, and Severus gratefully accepted the offer. I take it that Gawith knows how to activate and deactivate it? He queried, causing the twins to nod. With that, Severus followed the twins downstairs, where Mrs. Weasley threw him a questioning look. I hope my sons behaved themselves? Yes, we had a very interesting conversation, Severus replied and quickly took his leave, eager to return to Hogwarts and find out where Gawith and his two colleagues were.
風の力を持つハリー。
Severus took the flue to his private quarters and sat in his favorite armchair, spreading the map out on his knees. Where is Gawith? He mused, slowly letting his eyes wander to the Gryffindor Tower, beginning at the entrance hall. There, the Transfiguration classroom. He pointed his finger to a spot on the map. And that's Minerva's office, so her quarters should be behind her office. But there was nothing. Her quarters are not on the map at all. Is that possible? He wondered. Let's have a look at the dungeons. The potions classroom was on the map as well as his office and the Slytherin common room, but neither the dormitories nor his own quarters were there, which brought him to an idea. The twins said that Potter and his friends made the map. They didn't know where the teachers' private quarters were, and they only knew the Slytherin common room for some reason, nothing more. So that's why Gawith, Minerva, and Aurora are not on the map. They're in Minerva's quarters. He let out a relieved sigh and relaxed for a moment, pondering what he had heard at the Burrow and how he should address the three topics, which he needed to discuss with Gawith. After a while, he stepped into the fireplace and made his way to Minerva's quarters, only slightly surprised to find 3 cats curled up in front of the fireplace. He transformed into his lynx form and joined the cats, noticing that Gawith seemed to be fast asleep. I'm sorry that it took me so long. He apologized, slightly inclining his head. May I ask what your errand was? Minerva asked curiously. The lynx let out a sigh and explained that he had to take Gawith's invitation to the Weasley twins, causing his 2 colleagues to throw him surprised looks. Now that's interesting, Severus. It's good to know that being a father makes you more communicative. Minerva teased him, causing the lynx to let out a small growl. Minerva is right, Aurora threw in, chuckling. You've changed very much during the last 6 months, since Gawith became your familiar. Was everything all right at the Burrow? You spent quite a time, Minerva queried, carefully cleaning her front paws. I had a very interesting conversation with the twins, Severus explained, looking at Harry. Severus, why don't you just leave Gawith sleep? We could all spend the night here if you think he'd be afraid if he wakes up all alone. That's a brilliant idea, the Marmalade Cat agreed. Look, Gawith already knows that you're here. Severus smirked. The small black cat had indeed moved closer towards him and was nestling against his fur. Very well then. I'll accept your offer, Minerva, he replied, suddenly feeling tired as well due to the warmth of the fireplace, and curled up around his ward's small figure. That was fun, Harry said, smiling, as they walked through the dormant castle in order to refresh themselves in their quarters before breakfast. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself, Gawith, Severus replied, smirking, deciding to address at least one of the topics they needed to speak about before breakfast. He made the boy sit on his knee and gave him a stern look. Mrs. Weasley told me that you brew the Animagus potion for the twins. When and where did you brew that potion? Harry cast his guardian a shocked glance, before he shyly averted his eyes to the floor. I'm sorry, sir. I brewed it together with the twins in the potions classroom, while you were in a staff meeting. I was very careful, sir, and the twins both helped. One of them prepared the ingredients, and the other was watching if I was doing everything correctly. He explained in a soft voice, taking the wind out of Severus' sails. Listen, Gawith, Severus said finally. I won't scold you, because I know that you as well as the twins know a lot about potions and because I'm relieved that you were so careful. I'm also very proud that you managed to brew the potion flawlessly, son. However, he threw the child a stern look. The brewing of potions is very dangerous, and since I love you and don't want you to get into a dangerous situation, I don't want you to brew potions again in my absence. Tell me if you want to brew something, and I'll be nearby in order to help you if necessary. Do you understand me? Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Harry replied solemnly, before he asked in a small voice. Excuse me, sir. May I ask something? Of course you may ask whatever you wish, Severus replied, quirking an eyebrow. Is that the Marauder's map? Harry asked, pointing to the map that was still outspread on the table. Yes, it is, Severus replied quickly. I need you to teach me the deactivating spell. The twins lent me the map until your birthday party. All right. I wonder why it was here, Harry replied and taught Severus the incantations. Did the twins tell you anything interesting by the way? Severus smirked. Yes, they invented a potion that numbs the sense of taste and makes everything taste the same, like for example peas or lemon drops. Harry chuckled at the expression of disgust on his guardian's face. Are you going to try it on the headmaster, sir? He queried innocently. Making everything taste like lemon drops would surely put him into a good mood, Severus replied, chuckling as well. Very well. You may assist after breakfast. He sighed. Gowith, would you like to have breakfast here in our kitchen or in the Great Hall? Here, Harry replied immediately, and Severus called Cicero, who as usual brought so many different delicacies for them that Harry couldn't help laughing. This is more food than I received in a fortnight when I was at the Dursleys. Did Cicero think we had invited McGonagall and Sinistra for breakfast? I like them. They're really nice, and it was much fun to spend the night in front of the fireplace. I'm glad that Dad came to join us, though. Gowith? Severus pulled him out of his thoughts. Don't forget to eat, child. If you don't mind talking while we eat, there is something else I wanted to speak about with you. Seeing that Harry threw him an anxious glance, he smirked. No, Gowith, you're not in trouble. When you changed Mrs. Norris Green, you didn't have a wand, but you cast the spell just by waving your hand, didn't you? Yes, sir, Harry replied in surprise. I don't have a wand. Severus nodded. Exactly. This form of magic is called wandless magic, and only certain wizards are able to perform it, either children, who use it to cast accidental magic, or very powerful wizards, who are capable of doing wandless magic at will. Since in your case it was not accidental, I have to assume that you might have this special ability. However, in order to be sure, I'd like to do some tests. Okay, Harry said unsurely, throwing his guardian an anxious look. Severus sighed. Gowith, that's nothing bad. We only need to check the matter because if you want to do wandless magic, you must be properly trained. Otherwise, it can be dangerous at times, for you as well as for others. Now, on a lighter note, shall we go to the lab and brew the potion for the headmaster? In my human form? May I really assist? Harry asked excitedly. Of course, Severus smirked. If you were able to brew the Animagus potion, this one shouldn't be a problem for you. During the next 30 minutes, they busied themselves in the lab until a yellowish potion was simmering in the cauldron in front of them. Harry quickly bottled the liquid, and Severus asked Cicero to mix it into the headmaster's meal at lunchtime, letting his house elf in on the secret. Apart from a small lunch break, the two wizards spent the whole day in the lab, brewing potions for the hospital wing. As you probably know, Severus said casually, tomorrow is the 31st of July, but since we decided to make the day after tomorrow your official birthday, Minerva, Aurora and I decided to make a short trip to the seaside tomorrow if you want. Aurora said something that her niece was going to come and probably join us as well. I'd love to go, Harry replied in excitement, and Severus noticed amused that his emerald eyes were twinkling with joy. Very well then. Are you ready to go to the Great Hall? It's already dinner time. Harry quickly transformed into his phoenix form and trilled, #yes sir. Severus shook his head at his ward's antics, wondering in which form Harry was going to spend the following day. He sent Harry to bed early that evening and spent the next few hours in the potions lab. Harry blinked when his guardian's voice penetrated his sleepy mind. It's midnight. Happy birthday, Gowith. He lazily opened his eyes, noticing a huge strawberry cake, decorated with candles, probably 10, and a phial with a dark blue potion standing on his night table. A potion? But I'm not sick at all, he wondered, when Severus continued to speak. Gowith, you do not have to accept this. This is a blood adoption potion, and these are the adoption parchments. Taking this potion would make you my real son. You'd probably look a bit more like me, and we could change your name to Gowith Snape if that's what you want. I'd like that, Harry replied softly. I'd love to have a real dad, and I don't want anyone to know who I am. Gowith, Severus said in a soft voice, sitting on the edge of the boy's bed. Let me warn you, this potion might hurt you, because your features, your limbs, and everything might change. You don't have to do this. I'll always be your guardian and even your father if you want me to, even if you don't take the potion. I love you as you are, son. I want to do this, and I want to take it right away, Dad, Harry replied, smiling. Very well. Severus uncorked the phial and held it out for Harry, who quickly gulped down the dark blue liquid, too excited to linger on the unpleasant taste. Lie down and tell me if it hurts. I can give you a pain-relieving potion. Severus instructed him as he took the phial back and placed another phial with a light green potion on the night table. During the next few minutes, Harry felt extremely uncomfortable as his body stretched and caused his joints to hurt. However, it was soon over and he sat up again, looking at his adoptive father in excitement. What do I look like? Severus chuckled and conjured a hand mirror, which he held in front of the boy's face, before he gently pushed Harry's fringe up to get a good look at his forehead. That's what I feared, he sighed. Your scar is still visible. He handed his new son the other phial, explaining, I invented this potion for you, however, I'm of course not certain if it'll work because I couldn't test it. I trust you, Dad. It will work, Harry said and downed the cool liquid. Yes, your scar is gone, Severus said contentedly. We still need to observe your forehead and make sure that it doesn't reappear sometime. Now you really look like a son of mine, although I'm glad that you kept your mother's wonderful green eyes. With that, he signed the adoption parchment, which rolled up and vanished into thin air. Now I'm really Gowith. That's too cool, Gowith said happily and leaned into his new father's embrace. Yes, it is, Severus agreed and gently pushed the boy back into a lying position. It's time to sleep now, though. I suggest that we eat your birthday cake in the morning. Minerva, Poppy, Aurora, and her niece Luna are going to join us here for breakfast, before we leave for the seaside. All right, Dad. Good night and thank you. Gowith mumbled sleepily and closed his eyes. I hope Luna is nice. Maybe she can change into a cat as well, was his last thought before he succumbed to sleep.
風の力を持つハリー。
Gowith? Is that your real name? I've never heard of it, but I like it, and it fits you well. The blonde girl who was sitting next to Aurora on the sofa greeted Gowith when he took a seat between Poppy and Minerva on the opposite sofa. Good morning, he said sleepily, eyeing the girl with interest. She seems nice, Gowith thought, inwardly sighing in relief and tuning out the adult witch's exclamations about his new appearance. Gowith, are you not going to eat anything? This cake is very nice. Luna pulled him back to reality. When everyone was finished with breakfast, Minerva produced an inflatable starfish out of her robe pocket, enlarged it to its original size and motioned for everyone to hold on. Before she spoke the activating password and the small group was whisked away. That was gross, Gowith thought as the movement finally stopped and he scrambled up from the ground, which to his surprise was covered with sand. Gowith, let's go and see if there are brombulos in the sea, Luna shouted in apparent excitement and pulled Gowith with her towards the edge of the water. Gowith stopped dead in his tracks as they reached the water. Luna, can you swim? He asked anxiously. Everyone can swim, Luna replied matter-of-factly, giving him a dreamy look. You'll see. But you must beware of the brombulos. What are brombulos? And no, I can't swim, Gowith replied hesitantly. Of course you can. Why don't you change into a fish or into a dolphin? Then you'll know that you can swim. Gowith looked at the girl in shock. Why do you know? He trailed off, staring into her silver-gray eyes. I just know, she replied, shrugging as she looked over the water. Maybe we'll find the three-eyed booby pixie here. Let's go for a swim and have a look. Gowith sighed in relief as Severus' voice pulled them out of their strange conversation. Gowith, Luna, come back here please. We have to walk a bit further down in this direction. There is a magical resort, where a part of the sea is secured and safe even for children to swim, Minerva explained, and the small group slowly walked through the sand. Gowith kept close to his father, feeling slightly uncomfortable in the eccentric girl's company. A few minutes later, they had reached the resort, and while Minerva transfigured his clothes into swimming trunks, Poppy cast a spell on him to prevent the sun from burning his skin. Finally, Severus suggested, Gowith, do you want me to teach you how to swim? I'd love that, Gowith replied, unobtrusively glancing at the girl, who was engrossed in a conversation with her aunt. He quickly followed his father to the edge of the water. By the early afternoon, Gowith could swim, and he was very tempted to change into a dolphin like Luna had suggested. But if I swim out a bit and have any problems, no one can help me, because they can't change into fish, he thought. Gowith, is everything all right? Poppy suddenly asked in concern. You seem to be very absent-minded. Gowith sighed and decided to share his thoughts with the adults. If you remain within the area of the resort, it's all right, Gowith, Severus said soothingly. Okay, Gowith replied and stepped into the shallow water, before he transformed into a dolphin, realizing that it was much fun to swim as a dolphin. Only several hours later, he remembered the others, who were probably waiting for him on the beach. He hurriedly returned to the shore and changed back into his human form, realizing that everyone was looking at him with amusement. I take it you had much fun in your dolphin form, his father said dryly, causing Gowith to nod eagerly. It was so cool, he replied happily. It's much more fun than to swim in my human form. Nevertheless, it's nearly dinner time and we should return to Hogwarts, Severus informed him softly. Oh, Gowith said in disappointment. We'll come back here sometime, Minerva promised, and then I'll ask you to take me for a ride. I'd love to rest on your back in my cat form. Everyone chuckled at the impression as they grabbed the inflatable starfish for their travel back to Hogwarts, where they arrived just in time for dinner in the Great Hall. I wonder if Cicero has already given Dumbledore the prank potion, Gowith mused as he entered the Great Hall, realizing that it was a strange feeling to attend dinner in his human form for the first time. Unbeknownst to Gowith, Severus observed him proudly, thinking that his son was just making a big step forward on the way to overcome the Dursleys' abuse, before he introduced him to the few teachers, who had not known that his familiar was Harry Potter, as Gowith Snape.
風の力を持つハリー。
Suddenly, everyone's attention was drawn to the headmaster. Dumbledore, who had been clearly enjoying the first few bites of his meal, cleared his throat and spoke up. Does this food taste strange? Or is it only my imagination? Everything tastes like lemon drops. Gowith had to try hard not to chuckle when Minerva asked in concern, Are you feeling all right, Albus? And reached over to the headmaster, who was sitting next to her, to feel his forehead.
I'm fine, Minerva.
It's just. Ah, but Albus, why not see it from the good side? You like lemon drops, don't you? Professor Flitwick said pleasantly, causing Dumbledore to agree and decide to enjoy his food. Gowith once more nearly blurted out laughing, when Luna said in her high, clear voice, I like lemon drops. They make me think of the early morning sun rays flooding a huge field of lemon trees in the morning breeze. Somehow, Gowith was glad when dinner was over, and as soon as everyone rose from their seats, he transformed into his phoenix form and made himself comfortable on Severus' shoulder. This is still the most comfortable place in the world, he thought as he lazily began to clean his wing feathers. This was a wonderful day. Thank you, Severus. He trilled softly when they walked down to the dungeons. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself, Gowith. By the way, do you feel up to brewing a little prank potion for your twin friends? Gowith, who had been on the verge of letting out a huge yawn, quickly stopped himself and said excitedly, of course. I'd love to prank the twins. Do you have an idea? Severus smirked. Of course. I'm not a potions master for nothing. However, it'll be much more fun if you don't know what the effects will be. You can still assist me. Father and son spent a little more than an hour in the potions lab, and as much as Gowith tried to guess what the effects of the potion were they were brewing, he couldn't figure it out. Nevertheless, he enjoyed himself, until Severus bottled the potion and sent him to bed.
風の力を持つハリー。
The twins arrived punctually for a late breakfast. Wow, Gowith! They exclaimed, staring at their younger friend in amazement. You look really cool. Thank you. Gowith chuckled and happily accepted the present that emerged as a small assortment of files and drops. Be careful, George warned him. They're all prank potions. Better not use them on your father or Professor McGonagall. Fred handed him a small parchment. Here is the explanation about what is in each thing. Gowith chuckled in anticipation of the fun he'd have when the twins ingested the prank potion they had brewed for them. It's probably in the food, he thought, and ushered his friends into the small kitchen before he called his father. However, after breakfast, the twins were still their usual cheeky selves, and when Gowith threw Severus a questioning look, the potion's master merely smirked mischievously. After breakfast, the three friends headed out to the grounds, so that Gowith could try out the broom he had received from his father along with a snitch the headmaster had given him when he came to pay him a short visit in the morning. I need to thank Fawkes for advising the headmaster to give me a snitch, Gowith mused. Catching the snitch is so much fun. After 2 hours of flying, they landed on the grounds, and Gowith looked at his new watch that his father had given him in addition to the broom. We still have 1 hour until we're supposed to be in the Great Hall to eat my birthday cake. He groaned in annoyance at the thought of being the center of attention. Why don't we go and prank Mrs. Norris? Let's do that, George agreed immediately. Wow, that's a cool watch, his twin brother said, still looking at the watch. Gowith nodded. I love it. The upper half had a dark blue background and was displaying the time, while the lower half with a green back showed where Severus was. Several places like Potions classroom, office, Great Hall, staff room, other place at Hogwarts, home and outside Hogwarts were on the watch, and a small arrow pointed to Severus' whereabouts. Severus is in his office, probably preparing his lesson plans, Gowith thought. I wonder what happened to the prank potion for Fred and George. All right then, let's go and have some fun, the twins said, grinning mischievously. And fun they had. Gowith in his phoenix form flashed the twins to where he could sense Mrs. Norris in an unused corridor. They quickly hid in an alcove, and the twins transformed into their parrot forms, causing Gowith to observe them in fascination. #wow, he breathed, before he flashed just around the corner, where he changed into a cat and made cat sounds that immediately caused Mrs. Norris to follow the sounds. While the neon green cat followed the sounds of the strange cat that kept leading her further into the unused, dusty corridors, Gowith finally flashed back to the twins and changed into a gray parrot, before 3 gray parrots finally appeared above Mrs. Norris, laughing at the confused cat with cackling sounds. Gowith, it's time to come to the Great Hall. Gowith suddenly heard his father's voice in his head, and the 3 mischief makers hurriedly made their way to the Great Hall. To Gowith's surprise, the hall was decorated with hundreds of colorful balloons, and all the teachers who were currently staying at Hogwarts were gathered around the head table. There were 2 smaller tables to both sides of the larger table. One of them was full of colorful presents, while the other seemed as if it was on the verge of collapsing under an enormous cake in the form of Hogwarts. This is so embarrassing, Gowith thought, and felt extremely tempted to transform into his phoenix form and enjoy bits of the cake from his father's shoulder or his arm. However, the thought of the twins, who had only traveled to Hogwarts for his birthday, made him refrain from doing so, and Gowith quietly took the seat between Severus and Fred at the table. The headmaster made the cake float right in front of Gowith, and with a flick of Minerva's wand, 10 candles lit on top of the towers and roofs of the castle, and everyone sang the birthday song for Gowith. Go Gowith, go! The twins shouted simultaneously, and Gowith threw them a questioning look. You have to blow out the candles, his father informed him silently, causing the birthday boy to hesitantly try blowing at the candles to no avail. Seeing everyone look at him in expectation, he quickly changed into his phoenix form and flashed straight to the opposite side of the cake, causing the small whirlwind that accompanied him to extinguish the candles. Well, that was extraordinary, Severus commented him dryly, while everyone else laughed in disbelief and Gowith flashed back behind his seat and quickly changed back. Lemon meringue, the headmaster said pleasantly. The Transfiguration classroom tastes extremely well. I believe the part you're just eating is your office, Albus. Minerva, who had distributed the cake, corrected him gently. And it's not lemon meringue but strawberry cheesecake. Gowith glanced at the strawberries that were decorating the delicious cake and chuckled. What is it that I'm eating? He suddenly remembered to ask. The toilets in front of the Gryffindor common room, the twins replied in a simultaneous sing-song. No, sweetheart. I gave you my office, Minerva said soothingly. When everyone was finished eating, Severus suggested, shall the four of us go and brew a potion? You can still open your presents later on. I'd love that, Gowith replied eagerly, glancing at the twins. Oh, Professor, you're the best. Because we'd love to learn. A new prank potion. The twins finished together, causing the whole table to erupt in laughter. They're singing. That's too cool. That's what the potion did, Gowith thought in excitement, resolving to make the twins talk as much as possible during the rest of the afternoon. Who was the evil person? By the way, who made us sing? Weasley and Weasley, you better stop that annoying sing-song in my presence, Severus said dryly, and everyone laughed even more as they realized that the mischievous twins obviously succumbed to a prank by the potion's master. I wasn't aware that we had so musical students, Albus. Perhaps we should invent a new subject, music, at Hogwarts, Minerva suggested with an innocent expression on her face, knowing how many students in her house had been victims to the twins' pranks during their first Hogwarts year. Gowith was still chuckling when they arrived in the potions classroom, while Severus and the twins were discussing the potion they were going to brew, before the twins had to return home. Weasley and Weasley, if you ever tell anyone of this, you'll be in detention for the whole school year, and I'll take more points off Gryffindor than you'll be able to earn until you're newts, the potions master said sternly as he set up 3 cauldrons. Severus taught Gowith and the twins to brew a simple healing potion, which could be used as the base of several harmless prank potions, and an hour later, the twins happily took the flu home, eagerly discussing in their involuntary sing-song which potion to use on their family first. Dad, that prank was hilarious, Gowith said, giggling, as they walked back to the Great Hall for dinner. I'm glad you liked it, Severus replied dryly. Now, are you up to being the center of attention again? Gowith's face fell and he stopped walking. Oh no, can I go as Gowith? Severus slowly turned around to face his son, before he replied in a soft voice, Gowith, of course you may do as you wish, especially as it's your birthday. However, I'm sure that everyone will be disappointed, because they're happy to have you here. You also need to unwrap your presents, considering that they were all so kind as to give you one. Gowith let out a long sigh. That's true. All right then, I'll stay in my human form. Whenever the attention becomes too much for you, you may change, Severus said reassuringly, nodding to himself in relief, thinking that Gowith was making an enormous progress. To Gowith's relief, dinner was very quiet and peaceful. However, just when Gowith slowly began to relax, thinking that they were soon able to return to their quarters, the headmaster turned to him. Gowith, I'm considering buying my computer before the end of the holidays. Have you, by chance, read anything interesting about computers recently? Gowith stared at the old wizard in shock. He had completely forgotten about the matter. I'm sorry, Professor. I have nearly finished your magazine. However, there were so many other things.
I'm sorry, Albus.
I kept my son busy recently. Severus jumped in on the conversation, noticing that Gowith seemed to be unsure and was slowly trailing off. I was thinking of taking him to the ink pot tomorrow morning. We'll buy some books that might give Gowith certain background knowledge. Is that all right with you, son? He thought to the boy, who returned an unobtrusive nod. Very well, Dumbledore said contentedly. You're still interested in helping me with the research, aren't you, my boy? Yes, of course, Gowith replied quickly. But for now, leave Gowith in peace and let him enjoy the rest of his birthday. Minerva spoke up firmly and led Gowith to the table with the presents. With many kind hands helping him, It still took Gawith 20 minutes to open all his presents. He received many books, Transfiguration for Beginners, Useful and Funny Charms, An Introduction to Wizarding Astronomy, Magical Beasts and How to Cook Them, and many more. Magical beasts and how to cook them? Gawith asked in disbelief. Oh yeah, Gawith, you don't really cook them. It's just an explanatory book about magical animals and which parts of them can be used. For example, your father would use basilisk eggs or skin for potions, Hagrid explained readily. Wow, that's interesting. Thank you very much, Gawith said happily, glancing at the last present. It was an envelope. Go on, open it. It's from me. Dumbledore spoke up gently. It was a voucher for the ink pot over 10 galleons. Wow, Gawith said in amazement. Thank you so much, Professor Dumbledore. I can't wait for my father to take me there tomorrow. 10 galleons are about 50 British pounds. But I thought the ink pot was a Muggle bookshop, Aurora said in surprise. Is it possible to pay in galleons? Yes, it is, Severus explained. Because the owner is a squib, and he fully supports the magical world. He accepts both magical and Muggle money. That sounds interesting, Aurora replied. One day I'd love you to take me there, although I can understand that you prefer to be alone with your son when you go there for the first time together. Severus slightly inclined his head in appreciation for her understanding and turned back to Gawith, who had been skimming the book he had received from Hagrid and was just transforming into his phoenix form. #Dad. #Gawith trilled in excitement. #I just had a good idea. If you need ingredients from basilisks or something like that, I could just change into the animal you need so you can get the ingredients. Severus chuckled. With unicorn hair that might work, but with basilisk skin I'm not sure, because I can imagine that your skin would be young and not coming off if you don't remain in the basilisk form for several months, and I doubt that you'll be able to produce basilisk eggs. #Oh, that's true, Gawith replied, feeling somehow stupid. Don't worry, son. It's still a brilliant idea, and I'm sure it'll come useful sometime, Severus said for everyone to hear this time before he added, well, I believe that it's time for us to return to our quarters. Good night, everyone, and thank you for such a wonderful party for my son. Gawith quickly added a happy trill, which Severus eloquently translated as, thank you for everything.
風の力を持つハリー。
When Severus came out of his room in the morning, Gawith was already waiting on his perch, impatiently stepping from one foot onto the other and back. Can we go? He trilled in excitement, causing Severus to throw him a surprised look. Where? He asked sleepily, quirking an eyebrow before realization set in. We didn't even have breakfast yet, and the bookshop won't open before 10 o'clock anyway. It's only 7. Gawith let out a disappointed #O. And began to meticulously clean his feathers, making Severus chuckle at the bird's antics. I suppose changing into your human form and taking a shower might be faster and more efficient, he said dryly as he took a seat at the table and engrossed himself in the Daily Prophet, muttering to himself every now and then. Gawith giggled as the words, silencing that stupid bitch, penetrated his ears. What? Severus looked up from the newspaper, rolling his eyes. Oh, tell me that you didn't listen to what I said about Ms. Skeeter. #HM? Oh no, I wasn't listening. Are we going to go now? Gawith asked innocently. Severus rolled his eyes and cast a permanent tempest charm at the ceiling right in front of Gawith's perch for the bird to read, before he replied, No, it's much too early, and we need to have breakfast. Come down and change back, please. Gawith obeyed and did his best to not drive Severus completely crazy, before they finally left Hogwarts 2 hours later.
風の力を持つハリー。
Gawith flashed them outside the leaky cauldron, and Severus led his son around the corner to the ink pot. Gawith loved the shop immediately. Although it was not small inside, it was very cozy, and what was best, of course, it was full with books wherever he looked. Suddenly, he noticed a closed door that was lacking any sign in contrary to the few other doors that were closed and equipped with signs like private or emergency exit. However, before he could ask Severus where the door led, a high girl's voice could be heard. Mum, where does the door over there lead? There's no door, sweetie, the mother replied in apparent surprise. Of course there's a door, and it's different from all the other doors, the girl insisted. Are you delirious, sweetie? The mother replied, apparently getting worried as she felt her daughter's forehead in concern. She doesn't have a fever, she told what seemed to be the father of the child. I'm fine, and I want to see what's behind that door, the girl shouted, excitedly jumping up and down with both feet. Her parents are strange, Gowith mused. Of course there is a door. Gowith, are you coming? Severus suddenly called him from the other side of the room. The computer-related books are here. I can see the door as well, Gowith quickly whispered to the girl, not sure if she had been able to hear him or not, and hurried to his father's side. Dad, where does the door over there lead? He asked and quickly told Severus about the scene he had just witnessed. Severus sighed. Gowith, you mustn't talk about this here in a loud voice, but that door leads to the magical part of the bookshop. However, only magical people, wizards, witches, and squibs are able to see it. To muggles, it just looks like plain wall. Oh, so the daughter must be a witch, and the parents are muggles? Wow, shouldn't we tell the girl? Maybe she doesn't even know she's a witch. I didn't know until the cat professor told me. Severus cleared his throat. If she is indeed a witch, she'll receive her Hogwarts letter when she turns 11, and then she'll know, right in time to get ready for Hogwarts. Ah, but… No buts, Severus said sternly. You can't tell people here in the middle of the Muggle world that their daughter is a witch. What if they made a huge ruckus about it by denying it and reporting us to the Muggle police because of it? The Wizarding world's #1 rule is to keep the magical world a secret from the Muggles. All right, I understand, Gowith said sadly, feeling very sorry for the girl. Even when they returned to Hogwarts with a huge pile of interesting-looking books, he still couldn't shake off the thought that they should have spoken to the girl, and suddenly, an idea pushed itself to the front of his mind. I can flash myself to people, he remembered. I'll try if I'm able to flash me to her sometime when Severus is in a staff meeting or somewhere, and then I'll tell her everything just like the cat professor helped me. However, during the next few weeks, Gowith was very busy. He assisted Severus in the potions lab to brew an infinite amount of potions for the hospital wing. He engrossed himself in his study about computers, and he spent time with the headmaster informing him about everything he had learned from the books on a daily basis. It was only a few days before the beginning of the new school year that the first staff meeting took place, and Gowith accepted the news with excitement. Are you all right on your own? Severus asked before he left his quarters. Of course, Dad, Gowith laughed. I could change into my phoenix form and visit Fawkes. Severus groaned inwardly at the thought of the mischief the two birds were able to do in the empty castle, but nodded to his son. Try to not get yourself into too much trouble, he slightly admonished him in a soft voice. I will? Or do you prefer that I brew something nice? Gowith couldn't help teasing his father, hoping to distract him from the fact that he was so clearly excited to have some time on his own. You little rascal, Severus said fondly, gently ruffling his son's hair, before he stepped into the empty corridor. It's now or never, Gowith thought, and concentrated on the memory of the girl he had met at the ink pot earlier that month. With a slightly anxious feeling, he flashed away, feverishly thinking that he wanted to visit the girl. Gowith arrived in what seemed to be a huge hall with white walls and many paintings and other items displayed on the walls and on small side tables. He curiously glanced around, wondering why he had arrived there, before he noticed that the girl he wanted to visit was standing in a corner of the room, deeply engrossed in what seemed to be an antique book that was displayed on a small table. Gowith curiously jumped onto the edge of the table to get a good look at the girl. Suddenly, the girl looked at him and let out a small shout at Gowith's sight. I'm seeing things, she blurted out in obvious shock. Gowith quickly jumped down onto the floor and transformed into his human form, shyly stepping back to the table. Hello, he said in a small voice. Do you remember me? We met at the bookshop a few weeks ago. Yes, of course I remember you, the girl replied eagerly. I'm so glad to meet you again. I wanted to talk to you ever since we met there. You told me you could see the door as well. Do you know where it leads? I don't understand why my parents denied and still deny that there was a door. We often… She interrupted herself to catch her breath. Your parents probably can't see the door. Only you can. Gowith quickly threw in softly. Because you're a witch. I'm not a bitch, the girl said indignantly. Of course not a bitch. A witch, Gowith corrected her softly. I'm sorry, a witch? The girl asked incredulously. Are you sure? Yes, and I'm a wizard. But you mustn't tell anyone. Not even your parents. Where are we here, by the way? The girl chuckled. We're in the British Museum, she explained excitedly. Look at this book. It's from medieval times and it shows. Gowith paused as he suddenly heard footsteps coming near and the girl interrupted herself. Hermione, are you coming? He heard a voice call. Yes, Mum. The girl turned to Gowith. I'm sorry, I must go. Can you come to me wherever I am in your bird form? Or was it by chance that we met today? I'd love to see you again soon. I can. I'll try to visit you wherever you are tomorrow or the day after, Gowith promised, knowing that his father would surely have more staff meetings during the following days, and hurriedly walked around the corner into the next room in order to unobtrusively transform into his phoenix form and flash home. However, he discovered more books and other items that looked as if they were from the Middle Ages, so that he spent quite a while looking around with interest before he finally returned home. She seems very nice. It was a pity that we couldn't talk longer, he mused as he made himself comfortable on the sofa with the computer book he was just reading, glad that his father hadn't returned in the meantime. I hope they'll have at least one more staff meeting, he thought, noticing that he had felt much more comfortable in Hermione's presence than in Luna's. Unfortunately, Gowith was not able to visit Hermione soon again, because his father discovered just before the last staff meeting before the welcoming feast that Gowith had caught a cold and took him to the hospital wing, where Poppy gave him a potion and kept him for observation, from which he had no way to escape to pay his new friend a visit. As much as he asked and begged and even cried in desperation, the healer would not let him go.
風の力を持つハリー。
During the weekend that lay between the welcoming feast and the first day of classes, Severus' godson Draco came to visit Severus and Gowith. Gowith, Draco is very spoiled and he comes from a family, for which their pure blood status is very important. Just so you know why in case he behaves unexpectedly. Severus warned his son, who cast him a hesitant look. Severus, may I change into my phoenix form? He asked anxiously. I wouldn't do that, Severus replied thoughtfully. Don't you think it would be strange if Draco got to know you as a phoenix, and then all of a sudden, I introduce you as my son? That's true. Gowith had to admit and decided to retire to his room with a book from the series, The 5 Magical Friends. He had received the first book of the series from Aurora for his birthday and had devoured the book. And after hearing this, the other teachers had provided him with more volumes of the series. He was so engrossed in his reading that he didn't even hear the fireplace flare and Draco arrive. Gowith, please you come out here for a moment? Severus finally called him, and Gowith hesitantly stepped into the living room, seeing a blond boy standing next to Severus. Hello, he said shyly. The other boy returned a surprised greeting, and Severus quickly introduced, Draco, this is my son Gowith. Gowith, this is Draco, my godson. Your son? Draco asked with an expression of surprise and shock on his face. Yes, Draco, Gowith is my son. He is of the same age as you, and I hope that you're going to become good friends, since you'll attend Hogwarts together from the next school year onwards, Severus replied firmly. Draco seemed to quickly make up his mind, since he extended a hand and asked, Friends? I'd love to be friends, Gowith replied softly, taking the other boy's hand. Do you like flying? Draco queried, glancing at Severus. I love to fly, and I love to catch the snitch, Gowith said in excitement. Dad, may we go flying for a while? As much as Gowith had been hesitant to meet Draco, as much fun he had flying together with the other boy, they spent hours flying and trying to catch Gowith's snitch, and both boys noticed in awe that both of them could fly just as well as the other. Only in catching the snitch Gowith was a bit better. Later on, the two boys played wizard's chess, even if Gowith couldn't play well yet, because Severus had only recently begun to teach him how to play. Checkmate, Draco just said for the 5th time, when Severus came over and instructed them to wash their hands and get ready for dinner. Oh, Dad, do we have to attend dinner? Gowith asked quietly, causing Draco to throw him a surprised look. Gowith is not used to being in the Great Hall together with so many students, Severus explained. Last night when the students arrived, he was stuck in the hospital wing, and before the summer holidays, he always attended the meals in his Animagus form. You're an Animagus? Draco asked in shock. Gowith nodded and quickly transformed in his phoenix form. Hashtag Dad, may I go in my phoenix form? Hashtag. Severus sighed, glancing from Gowith to Draco before he said softly, Gowith, I believe that it would be nice for the two of you to attend dinner together. Why don't you sit together with your friends? May we sit with the Weasley twins? Gowith asked in excitement after quickly changing back and, seeing his father nod, told Draco. The twins are absolute amazing. They think of the most interesting pranks. Let's have dinner together with them. Weasley, Draco mouthed, glancing at Severus, who calmingly laid his hand on Draco's shoulder. Just follow Gowith and you'll be all right, he said soothingly. Does he really intend to sit with Gryffindors? Draco asked, horrified, causing Gowith to chuckle. You won't regret it, he replied, chuckling in anticipation. He had already been very disappointed when Madame Pomfrey didn't allow him to attend the welcoming feast, and no one, not even Draco, would be able to prevent him from sitting together with his friends, now that he had his father's permission. Draco grudgingly followed Gowith to the Gryffindor table, taking the seat next to him with an expression of pure disgust on his face. Thank you, Gowith said to the twins, who had gently made space for him and Draco between them. This is my father's godson, Draco, and these are Fred and George, my friends. He quickly introduced everyone. Hello, Draco, the twins said simultaneously, before they turned to Gowith in excitement. Do you feel up to play a prank on the whole school? We invented a wonderful potion to prank everyone. Life at Hogwarts seems to be more fun than I expected, Draco blurted out. Can we go and play the prank after dinner? Of course, we only waited for Gowith to play the prank, the twins replied, chuckling.
風の力を持つハリー。
The twins, Gowith and Draco, left dinner a bit earlier, and the twins asked Gowith to change into his phoenix form and flash them near the entrance to the Gryffindor common room to a spot where the portraits couldn't see them. Gowith complied and George handed him a small file. We need it back when we're in our parrot forms. Gowith, you can join us, but Draco, you have to watch from here if you're not an Animagus, George said, before he and Fred transformed into their parrot forms. Gowith quickly uncorked the file and handed it to one of the parrots. I'm going to remain here with Draco, he said softly, and the two boys curiously watched the twins doing. Do you know what they're going to do? Draco asked curiously, causing Gowith to shake his head. No, I don't know, but their pranks are always great fun. The twins carefully poured the liquid out of the file right in front of the portrait hole before they returned to Gowith and Draco, and the four boys observed how within minutes a whole wall of some kind of plant grew on the spot where they had spread the potion. Excuse me, Draco whispered, bewildered. What is that? The twins chuckled. That's billygoat weed. The teachers are going to have a lot of fun trying to get rid of it. Now, let's do the same with the other common rooms. We need to hurry up a bit. During the following 10 minutes, the four friends quickly flashed to Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and finally Slytherin. The twins poured their potion in front of all the entrances to the common rooms, but only in the dungeons they once more took the time to watch the billygoat weed grow. Oh, Dad will be so angry, Gowith mused as they observed from a hidden alcove how the first students arrived and stopped dead in their tracks in front of the green wall. We better get away from here before my dad gets suspicious, he said and quickly transformed, flashing the twins to an alcove near the entrance hall, before he flashed straight into his own room together with Draco. Thank Merlin Dad isn't home yet, he said, sighing in relief as they hesitantly stepped into the living room. Oh, I wouldn't want Uncle Severus to get angry at us, Draco agreed immediately. Shall we play another round of wizard's chess to pretend nothing happened? Gowith agreed, chuckling, and when Severus returned home a few minutes later, the two boys were innocently playing together. Is everything all right? Severus queried. You left dinner very early. Gowith chuckled with an innocent expression on his face. We wanted to prank Mrs. Norris, but we couldn't find her. Who is Mrs. Norris? Draco asked in surprise. The caretaker's cat, and she's an absolute git, Gowith replied in disgust. We've already pranked her several times. At that instant, the fireplace flared and Minerva's face appeared in the flames. Severus, could you please come and help me? The entrance to the Gryffindor common room is blocked. I'll be there in a second, Severus replied, glancing at the boys in suspect. You didn't do anything, did you? He asked sternly. No, Dad, we didn't do anything, Gowith reassured him truthfully. We only watched, he thought, looking at Draco in relief when Severus refrained from asking more questions. Severus was just about to step into the fireplace, when all of a sudden, the headmaster's voice sounded through the school. All students come to the Great Hall. All teachers to the entrance hall, please. Gowith flashed Severus and Draco to the Great Hall, where everyone was sitting at the house tables drinking cocoa. But we just had dinner, Gowith said, feigning surprise. I'll go and listen to what the headmaster says. Stay here, please, Severus replied and strode out of the hall. Hey, Gowith, Fred shouted over to him. Go and sit on your father's shoulder, so you can inform us what happened later on. Draco, sit here with us. Draco hesitantly complied, and Gowith transformed into his phoenix form and flashed straight onto his father's shoulder. Gowith, did I not tell you to stay in the Great Hall with Draco and everyone else? Severus lightly scolded him, causing Gowith to feverishly search his brain for a believable response. Well, I thought you might need me to flash you somewhere quickly. He finally trilled. Draco is all right. The twins will take care of him. Severus couldn't help laughing at the thought. The Weasley twins are taking care of Draco Malfoy? I must make sure to let his father hear that, although I'm afraid Draco won't ever be allowed to visit me again. Minerva snorted. Oh well, I look forward to having a Malfoy being sorted into Gryffindor next year, she said dryly. Severus rolled his eyes, and Gowith just opened his beak to trill a reply, when the headmaster began to speak and informed his colleagues that the entrances to all 4 common rooms were blocked by walls of plant. Plant? Aurora asked incredulously. Shouldn't we be able to get rid of that by incendio or scourgify? Minerva let out a snort. Don't you think I'd have done that if it was possible? All 4 common rooms? Slytherin as well? Severus asked in disbelief, before he reminded himself that Poppy had kept him back in the Great Hall, and he had only returned to his quarters right before the headmaster had summoned them. Apparently yes. Well, let's head to Ravenclaw and see what we can do about it, Dumbledore decided, and the teachers made their way to Ravenclaw Tower. Gowith observed them cast spell over spell, and wondered if the twins knew a solution to the problem, which they had caused. It was nearly midnight when he slowly drifted off to sleep on his father's shoulder, nestled deep into the silky black curtain, and the teachers were still trying to get rid of the billygoat weed. When Gowith woke up, he found himself back on his perch at home. How did I end up here? He mused, afraid that he had missed something interesting. He hesitantly flew down to the floor and transformed into his human form, before he left the living room in search for his father. Severus was in the lab brewing a potion. Professor Sprout found out that the walls were made from billygoat weed, and I know that there is a potion that should work to get rid of it, he explained. Care to help me prepare these? He pointed to a few ingredients that were laid out on the working table. Of course, Gowith replied and set to work. It was nearly breakfast time when Gowith flashed Severus to the 4 billygoatweed walls, and Severus poured his potion on the floor under the walls, causing them to shrink and finally vanish into thin air within a couple of minutes. Draco and Gowith spent the rest of the day chuckling about the event and planning more possible pranks for their time as students at Hogwarts. Before Draco took the flu home in the evening, Severus promised to speak with Draco's father and ask if Draco could come back to visit him and Gowith again during the winter holidays.
風の力を持つハリー。
From the beginning of the new school year onwards, Gowith mostly joined his father in the potions classroom during class time. Depending on what potion the students had to brew, Severus and he decided if he should brew as well or occupy himself otherwise. Whenever he had time, he continued with his study about computers and met with the headmaster every now and then when he had discovered something, of which he thought it might help them with their research. A few times, Gawith also followed Minerva and attended her first-year classes. However, the Transfiguration professor told him gently that she would not recommend for him to attend any other classes except for potions, because he would be very bored next year when he was going to attend the same classes again. That's true, Gawith replied sadly. I didn't think about that. I thought so, Minerva said softly. As much as I'd love to have you in my classes, I don't want you to become bored next year. However, there is something else, for which I could use your assistance. Of course, Gawith replied in excitement. What is it? Every year, Minerva explained gently, the 4 heads of the houses take turns visiting the Muggle-born children who are going to turn 11 on their birthday and hand over their Hogwarts letter and talk to them and their parents. Most of them don't even know that they're witches or wizards. This year, she sighed, it's my turn to visit all the new students. Wow, would you have come to see me on my birthday next year then? Gawith asked in excitement. Minerva thought for a moment. I'm not sure, Gawith, because you are not listed as Muggle-born. Your parents were magical, and the Book of All Magical Children doesn't offer any information about a child's upbringing, only about the magical status of its parents. I'm sorry, sweetie, and I'm glad we already have you here. Would you perhaps like to accompany me and speak a few words to the children who will be your classmates next year? You probably know best how it is to suddenly become aware of being a wizard. I'd love to accompany you, Gawith replied eagerly. When are we going to begin meeting them? Minerva laughed at the excited boy. The 19th of September is the first birthday we have this year. Oh, that's next week. Cool. Thank you for taking me with you, Minerva. I'm glad you're going to join me. Let me warn you, though, these visits are not always fun. Some parents absolutely detest us when we tell them that their child is magical. I believe that, Gawith replied sadly, remembering what Severus had told him at the ink pot.
風の力を持つハリー。
On the 19th of September, Minerva and Gawith met right after dinner to visit the first of the new Muggle-born students. All right then, Gawith, are you ready? We'll walk down to Hogsmeade and then do side along apparition. We still have a few minutes, because I made an appointment with the Grangers at 8 o'clock. Excuse me, Minerva, but how did you make an appointment? Gawith asked curiously. I always go to Hogsmeade beforehand. They have a Muggle telephone booth in the post office, Minerva informed him gently. By the way, the girl's name is Hermione. Hermione, Gawith blurted out, and Minerva observed in surprise how a huge smile appeared on his face. May I quickly flash home and fetch something? He asked urgently. Of course, Minerva replied astonished. Carefully arranging her hair back into the firm bun she used to wear after Gawith had left, causing a huge whirlwind. Instants later, Gawith returned with one of his books of the 5 Magical Friends series. He showed the book to Minerva. I'd like to give this to Hermione. I think she likes books. Gawith, do you know Hermione? Minerva queried, giving the excited boy a sharp look. Yes, we met her at the ink pot, Gawith hesitantly explained. All right then, shall we go? Together, they walked down to Hogsmeade, before Minerva apparat them to a small side street. It must be here around the corner, she said, and led Gawith to a relatively large house in a Muggle area. Gawith hesitantly hid behind the professor's robe as Minerva rang the doorbell. After mere seconds, Mrs. Granger opened the door. Good evening, Professor McGonagall. Hermione couldn't wait to see you. Oh, I see you brought a student with you. Good evening. This is Gawith Snape, the adoptive son of my colleague. I brought him, because he is of the same age as Hermione and will be in the same class if Hermione decides to attend Hogwarts from the next school year onwards. Hermione enthusiastically greeted Minerva, before she stepped aside and saw Gawith. You! She exclaimed in surprise that was instantly replaced by a pout. Where have you been? You promised to come to visit me after you came to see me in the British Museum as a bird. I've been waiting for ages. Mrs. Granger eyed her daughter in concern. I'm sorry, she apologized to Minerva, before she asked, Hermione, are you feeling all right? At the same time, Gawith couldn't help blushing terribly. I'm sorry, he apologized in a small voice. I was sick at that time and they wouldn't let me go. and since the beginning of the new school year I didn't have a chance. He quickly handed Hermione the book. Here, for you. This is one of my favorite storybooks, he said softly. I'm Gowith, by the way. Thank you, Hermione said gratefully, happily reaching out for the book. It's a magical book. Wow, that's too cool. The adults observed the children's behavior in surprise. Minerva was the first to find words. Gowith, does Hermione already know? Yes, I told her when we met, Gowith admitted in a small voice. Very well, then I suggest that the children go and leave us for a moment, so that I can explain everything to you, Minerva suggested gently, turning to the Grangers. Right, Hermione. Why don't you take Gowith to your room for a while? Mr. Granger instructed his daughter. A small pout appeared on Hermione's face, but it vanished after an instant, and the girl pulled Gowith upstairs to her room in excitement. She motioned for him to sit on the chair by her desk, while she made herself comfortable on her bed and demanded, Now, tell me everything. You're a wizard and I'm a witch? So can you do strange things too? Oh right, you can, she corrected herself, before Gowith had even a chance to reply. You were a bird the other time. Why are you here with the professor though? Who are you? Gowith sighed in relief as the girl paused for a moment, and he quickly threw in. As I said, I am Gowith. I live at Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry, and Professor McGonagall is a teacher there. All magical children are supposed to attend Hogwarts from when they turn 11. So the professor came to tell you and your parents that you're a witch and invite you to attend Hogwarts from next year onwards. She only brought me because I'll be a first year as well next year, and I've only known that I'm a wizard for about 2 years. Where is Hogwarts? And what do you learn there? Do we? Wait, Hermione, not so fast please. Ask me one question at a time. Okay? Oh, sorry, Hermione replied in a small voice, before she continued to ask, Why are you living at Hogwarts? Gowith sighed. I live at Hogwarts because Professor Snape, the potions professor, is my adoptive father. Hogwarts is a boarding school and, I'm not exactly sure where it is though. He feverishly searched his mind. Oh right, I think it is in Scotland. Hermione scoffed. How many hours does it take from London by train? If it's Scotland, it should at least take 6 hours or something like that. Gowith hesitantly averted his eyes to the floor. I'm so stupid. Why did I come here with the cat professor? I can't really answer any of her questions. I don't know, because we use magical transportation methods all the time. We apparate or I flash us when I transform into my phoenix form. Wow, that's cool. Hermione looked at him in amazement. Can you show me? Can you change into your phoenix form? Gowith quickly transformed and let out a happy trill. With a small whirl of wind, he flashed to the other side of the room before he changed back. That is absolutely brilliant, Hermione beamed. Will I learn how to change into an animal at Hogwarts? I think so, but as far as I know only the older students learn that. I can only do it because I'm what they call a natural animagus. Can you keep a secret? I swear, Hermione replied sincerely. I can change into any animal I want, but I don't want anyone to know, because that's not normal. Only my father and the cat professor know. Do you have a cat as a professor? Hermione asked curiously, causing Gowith to slap his head at his own stupidity. Oh no, sorry. I only call Professor McGonagall that because she is a cat animagus. Ah, all right. Now tell me, what subjects do you have at Hogwarts? Potions, transfiguration, charms. Hermione! They suddenly heard Mr. Granger call his daughter. Come please. The professor wants to leave. To leave? Hermione mouthed, terrified. Oh no! Without even waiting for Gowith, Hermione stormed downstairs, shouting, No! Don't let her leave yet. I have so many questions left. When Gowith followed her into the sitting room, he noticed that Minerva was not on the verge of leaving. The adults were sitting in comfortable-looking chairs, talking animatedly. Mr. Granger smirked. Well, I just thought that was the quickest way to get you down here. Ms. Granger, your parents have approved that you attend Hogwarts from next year onwards, if that is what you wish, Minerva said gently. Do you have any questions? Oh yes, many, Hermione replied and began to ask as much as she could ask without taking a breath, causing everyone to laugh. Minerva and Gowith spent several hours answering Hermione's questions, and it was nearly midnight when they finally returned to Hogwarts. Gowith promised Hermione to write to her, so that she could use the same school owl to write back. He also offered to accompany the Grangers when they wanted to go shopping at Diagon Alley to show them where the entrance was, since he had already been there a few times after accompanying his father to the Inkpot. I see you already became friends with Hermione, Minerva said, smiling when they walked back to the school from the apparition point. She seems to be a very nice girl. But when did you go to the British Museum? Gowith sighed uncomfortably. Minerva, could you please keep this to yourself? He asked in a small voice and hesitantly explained how he had wanted to tell Hermione that she was a witch just like Minerva had told him a few years ago. You must be more careful, Gowith. You can't just flash into places like a museum, where many people can see you and transform in front of the people. Minerva scolded him lightly. If you ever plan such a stunt again, please come to me and inform me beforehand. All right, Minerva, will you please not tell Severus? Gowith pleaded in a small voice. I won't tell him if you promise to be more careful. Thank you, Gowith said relieved. When Gowith woke up in the morning, the sun rays streaming in from the charmed window alerted him to the fact that he had overslept. A glance at the charmed tempest display at the wall next to his pillow showed him that it was 11 o'clock. Oh no, how could I sleep in so late? He groaned inwardly, when a well-known voice made him become even more annoyed. Hashtag good morning, lazybones. Get up. It's nearly lunchtime. Hashtag. Hi, Fox, Gowith replied, sighing in anticipation of whatever Fox had planned. Hashtag you're making yourself rare, nestling, much too rare, hashtag Fox trilled accusingly. Hashtag I believe it's time for a good prank. We haven't played one in ages. Hashtag. Are you sure? Gowith chuckled, raising an eyebrow in a very Snape-ish manner. Hashtag oh no, don't tell me you were involved in that great one, and you didn't invite me to participate? Never forget that I'm an old, experienced prankster. Hashtag. Gowith chuckled. I'm sorry. Everything happened so quickly that I didn't have a chance to call you. Now, tell me what have you planned now? Hashtag maybe I should keep it to myself. Hashtag Fox huffed, causing Gowith to roll his eyes at the Phoenix's antics. Very well then, let me get up and get ready in peace, Gowith replied, knowing that Fox was nearly bursting to share his plans with him. Hashtag you're just mean. I need you for my fantastic new prank. You don't have to get ready. Just transform into your nestling form and we'll be ready. We don't have much time. Hashtag. Gowith sighed and transformed. Hashtag now, what is it you want me to do? Hashtag. Fox chuckled. Hashtag it's nearly lunchtime, and I want to play a prank on the whole school. Hashtag he began to explain, just when Severus entered the room. Good morning. Gowith, are you finally awake? That's good. I was getting worried, he said to his son, torn between amusement of seeing that he was together with his Phoenix friend and a tad of concern about what the two Phoenixes might do together.
Cancelletto aim fine. Dad.
Sorry for worrying you. Is it all right to go for a flight with Fox until lunchtime? Hashtag. If you don't get yourself into trouble, Severus replied, raising an eyebrow. Hashtag I won't. Hashtag Gowith promised, resolving to tell Fox to play his prank by himself. Hashtag let's go. Hashtag Fox trilled in excitement, causing Gowith to sigh. Hashtag I'm sorry, Fox, but I really shouldn't get into trouble now. Hashtag he replied hesitantly, fluffing his feathers in anticipation to his friend's reaction. Hashtag oh please help me, nestling. I need you to be there for the prank. You don't have to do anything, hashtag Fox said, throwing him a pleading look. Hashtag you heard my father, and I really don't want to get into trouble. Oh well, what is it? Hashtag Gowith asked, realizing that Fox wouldn't easily relent. Hashtag it's a spell that Godric Gryffindor once played on the whole school, and it was much fun. Let's flash to the entrance hall. We don't have much time. Hashtag. Gowith obediently flashed and transformed back into his human form according to Fox's request. The Phoenix called Tony, and the small elf appeared in the blink of an eye. Hashtag Tony, I need you to cast a spell for us. Hashtag Fox informed him and asked him to wave his hand over the entrance doors to the Great Hall and told him an incantation to speak. As Tony complied, Gowith asked suspiciously, Fox, what does this spell do? And why did the spell have my name in it? Hashtag that was the Fidelius charm, and you're the secret keeper, hashtag Fox informed him, chuckling. Hashtag it means that no one can find the entrance doors and thus enter the Great Hall, except for those whom you tell where the entrance is. The poor students will have to take their lunch elsewhere, I'm afraid. Thank you, Gowith. That will be a lot of fun, especially as the teachers will be able to get into the hall from the back entrance, which the students don't know. Hashtag. Oh my! Gowith groaned in annoyance as Tony popped away quickly. Fox, we better get away from here quickly. Otherwise, I'll be in so much trouble. Hashtag but we can hide in an alcove and watch, hashtag Fox objected, and Gowith changed back into his phoenix form, hiding in the two mischief makers' favorite alcove. Soon, the last morning class was over, and the first students began to head towards the Great Hall. However, everyone stopped dead in their tracks in the entrance hall, frantically searching for the entrance to the Great Hall. Oh no, Dad! Gowith groaned inwardly, seeing his father step up the stairs from the dungeons. Hashtag Fox, I'm gonna fly for a while. Will you come with me? Hashtag he whispered and quickly flashed out onto the grounds. The two birds flew over the lake for a while, enjoying the beautiful sunshine, when all of a sudden Severus' voice penetrated Gowith's mind. Gowith, wherever you are, come to my office, please. Oh no! Gowith realized at the stern request. He knows. Hashtag Fox, I have to flash home. I'm in trouble. Hashtag he quickly informed his friend and flashed away. Unfortunately, in his panic about how angry his father might be, he didn't concentrate enough and managed to land on a shelf with potion files, unintentionally kicking several files from the shelf upon his arrival.
風の力を持つハリー。
Gowith flew down to the ground in shock, noticing in relief that none of the files were broken. Apparently, his father had cast an unbreakable charm on them. Hashtag Dad. I'm sorry. Hashtag he trilled quickly, glancing at Severus, who quietly gathered the files and replaced them on the shelf. It's all right, son. Fortunately, I have the habit of using safety precautions for the files I store in my office or the classroom, Severus replied, smirking. Now take a seat. There is something I need to discuss with you, he continued in a very businesslike tone. Hashtag do I need to transform back? Hashtag Gowith asked cautiously, making himself comfortable on the back of the chair in front of his father's desk. I need to be very careful, Severus mused. He just finally became used to feeling comfortable spending the time in his human form. If I make him transform now in order to scold him, he might have a huge relapse. He cleared his throat before he replied in an even voice. No, Gowith, as long as you remain in a form in which we're able to communicate, I don't mind. Hashtag thank you, hashtag Gowith trilled, feeling strangely relieved to be allowed to remain in his phoenix form for what was sure to be a dressing down for the prank Fox had played on the students. Severus let out a long sigh and slowly brought his index fingers up to his face to massage his temples in a faint attempt to get rid of the building headache. Gowith, he began slowly. 3 weeks ago, I didn't say anything, although it was obvious to me that you, Draco and the twins left dinner early, and no one else was missing dinner who could have played the prank with the billygoat weed. However, he sighed again. As much as I can imagine that it is funny to prank the whole school, I do not wish my son to be involved in every prank that is being played at Hogwarts. Hashtag I'm sorry. Hashtag Gowith blurted out, horrified, anxiously fluffing his feathers, while his thoughts went haywire. I believe that you're sorry, Gowith, and I know that none of the pranks were your idea. However, this was a bit too much in a too short time. It was bad enough for the students that they couldn't return to their dormitories the other night. But today, they came from their last morning class, probably hungry and thirsty, and couldn't enter the Great Hall. As much as I'm impressed by the prank, I don't think that it was much fun for anyone. He shot Gowith a sharp look. I assume that someone cast the Fidelius charm on the entrance doors to the Great Hall? Hashtag yes, sir. Hashtag Gowith replied in a hardly audible voice. Hashtag Fox ordered Tony to cast it. Hashtag. With you as the secret keeper, I assume? Severus queried, unconsciously playing with a cork that had mysteriously found its way into his robe pocket. Hashtag yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir. Hashtag Tony. Severus called the elf, who appeared immediately, glancing anxiously from Severus to Gowith. Please accompany me to the Great Hall to reverse the charm you cast on the entrance doors. The potions master instructed him sternly. I am sorry, Master Severus, but Tony is not knowing the incantation, sir. Tony replied, horrified. I will teach you the incantation, Severus said in a much softer voice. Gowith, can you flash us, please? 10 minutes later, the charm was cancelled, and Severus and Gowith were back in the potions master's office. Hashtag I'm so sorry. Hashtag Gowith began to sob. Hashtag will you tell Professor Dumbledore that I was involved in the pranks? Hashtag I won't tell the headmaster, Severus replied thoughtfully. And there is no need to waste your valuable phoenix tears on this. However, I believe you will understand that I still have to punish you, so that you remember not to play a prank the next time. He raised an eyebrow at the phoenix, who anxiously fluffed his feathers and averted his eyes to the floor. Severus sighed. I really don't want to punish Gowith, he thought, especially as at least these last two pranks were not his fault. However, I want him to stop playing pranks before he becomes a student and really gets into trouble. Severus finally summoned a headache potion from the shelf and turned the phial in his hands as he said thoughtfully. During the following week beginning on Monday, you will serve detention in the evening with the 4 heads of house and Madame Pomfrey. Instead of me, Professor Sinistra will supervise one of your detentions. I shall fix the schedule with my colleagues later today and inform you. Right after dinner in the Great Hall, you will approach the teachers and follow them for your detention. During class time, you will stay in the potions classroom. However, you will not brew anything but merely watch the students brew. Hashtag yes, sir. Hashtag Gowith trilled in a subdued voice. Hashtag I'm sorry, sir. Hashtag now Gowith, Severus continued in a much softer voice. Are you up to joining me in the potions lab for a while? I need to brew a healing salve for the hospital wing, and I thought that you could perhaps brew a birthday present for Professor McGonagall. Her birthday is in 2 weeks' time. Hashtag I'd love to do so, but what could I brew for her? Hashtag Gowith asked uncertainly, still feeling bad about having disappointed his adoptive father. How about an assortment of ginger nuts with different types of chocolates like in our every flavored lemon drops? Severus suggested, raising an eyebrow at the phoenix that thoughtfully stretched his legs and wings. Gowith jumped down onto the floor and slightly hesitantly turned back into his human form. He quickly walked around the desk and stepped next to his father, laying both arms around the man's middle. Severus realized in surprise that Gowith pulled him into a light hug. He must be really shocked about the punishment, he thought, horrified, and gently pulled his son close. I love you, Gowith, he whispered, carefully pushing a few errant strands of hair from the boy's face. Love you too, Dad, Gowith replied, and Severus observed how very slowly a small smile appeared on his face, replacing his former, apprehensive expression.
風の力を持つハリー。
Father and son spent the whole afternoon in the potions lab, until they had to head to the Great Hall for dinner. Dad, do I have to attend dinner? Gowith asked hesitantly as he diligently cleaned his workspace. Yes, Severus replied shortly, throwing the boy a sharp look. May I go in my phoenix form?
No.
Noticing that Gowith still was not his usual cheery self when they approached the entrance hall, Severus stopped and turned around to face his son. Gowith, relax. No one knows about the matter. But you will tell all your colleagues, won't you? I have to serve detention with them, Gowith replied in a barely audible voice, causing Severus to sigh inwardly. Gowith, I won't speak about the matter during dinner. I will tell them later on in private, and I will insist that the headmaster punishes Fawkes adequately. You may sit at one of the house tables and enjoy yourself. Gowith grudgingly agreed. You won't tell them that it was the twins who played the other prank, will you? He suddenly remembered to ask. Of course not, Severus promised. Thank Merlin he doesn't know that I did a similar thing to the boys' washrooms in Gryffindor 20 years ago, asking Cicero to spread wing with seed. He remembered, smirking at the thought that no one ever found out who had been responsible for the prank. "What is so funny, sir?" Gowith asked quietly when they entered the great hall, causing Severus to smirk again. "Oh, I just decided what the twins' next detention will be," Severus lied and lightly patted Gowith's shoulder. "Now join the dunderheads and eat your dinner. I'll be watching you." Much later, when he was in bed and Severus tucked him in, Gowith queried in a small voice, "Dad, will you tell me what you were planning for the twins' next detention?" Severus smirked. "I'm going to make them clean spider legs as potions ingredients," he replied dryly and pulled Gowith's covers up to his chin. "Good night, son. Sleep well." "Night, Dad," Gowith mumbled and tiredly closed his eyes. Severus brushed a kiss on the boy's forehead, observing how a small smile played on Gowith's lips as he drifted off to sleep. He quietly knocked the light and returned to his office, glaring at the pile of parchments that were waiting for him. He had just reached for his red quill when someone hesitantly knocked at the door. It was the Weasley twins. "Well, speaking of the devil," he thought, throwing the twins a menacing glare. "What are you doing here after curfew?" he queried. "We're sorry, Professor." "It's about Gowith, sir." The twins began their usual, most annoying form of dialogue, inwardly sighing in annoyance as he was tired and still had to grade tests. Severus motioned the twins to take a seat and tried to remain patient at their antics. "He told us that he was assigned detention because of playing pranks with us and with Fox. But he didn't even do anything. When we played the prank with the Billy Weed, we only asked him to flash us, nothing more. It was us, sir," they finished together. "And today, he told us that he tried to refuse but Fox insisted that he participated." "I know that," Severus replied patiently. "However, I want him to comprehend that he will be punished for playing pranks. And believe me, if I heard that he was actively involved in a prank, his punishment would be much harsher. Well, seeing that you're so concerned about Gowith's welfare, I suggest that you serve the first evening of detention together with him. It will take place on Monday evening and will be with Madame Pomfrey." Seeing that the twins were throwing him terrified looks, he drawled, "Messers, you can deem yourselves very lucky that I won't inform your head of house who managed to fool the entire school for a whole night the other day. Otherwise, your punishment would be much more severe and probably even involve your mother. Good night and get back to your common room before I have to take house points." After the twins fled from his office, he added quietly, 10 points each to Gryffindor for standing up for Gowith.
風の力を持つハリー。
On Monday evening after dinner, Gowith and the two second years slowly made their way towards the hospital wing. Poor Gowith. Not even a student yet. And already having to serve detention, the twins sighed. "We already had detention with Pomfrey last year, and she made us clean bedpans the whole evening," George informed Gowith. "Oh well, at least we're together. I have no idea why Dad assigned you detention, but I'm glad he did," the smaller boy replied in a small voice. "He did because of the prank with the Billy Weed. But he didn't even take house points. On the contrary, he gave us 20 points. That's at least what McGonagall told us when she came and asked why." "And why was it?" Gowith asked curiously when he entered the hospital wing behind the twins, expecting to see the floor full of dirty bedpans. However, the healer stepped in front of them, smirking. 3 students, that's good. I have just the right thing for you to do tonight." The 3 boys exchanged a worried look and with a feeling of foreboding stood in front of the bed right next to the office, where the healer motioned for them to wait. Mere seconds later, Pomfrey returned from her office with a life-size dummy. "Most of your teachers do not know even the simplest diagnostic or healing spells," she informed them. "Therefore, I'm always glad if I have students willing to learn a few easy diagnostic spells. Since you haven't taken your OWLs yet, I am not allowed to teach you any healing spells. Therefore, we'll try a few diagnostic spells. Nevertheless, you must not cast them on any person without a reason. Do you understand me?" Seeing the 3 boys nod, she pointed her wand at the dummy's head and said the incantation, Temperaturum Revello, causing green numbers to emerge from the tip of her wand. "With this spell, you can take a temperature. It isn't as easy as it looks, so you'll need to practice for a while. The twins eagerly pulled their wands, causing Gowith to back up a bit. I don't have a wand, he thought, remembering what his father had told him about wandless magic earlier. In front of Poppy and the twins it should be all right though. Unaware of his predicament, Madame Pomfrey instructed them to begin practicing. I'll be back in a few minutes, and if you manage to get a somewhat accurate result for the dummy's temperature, I can show you the easiest diagnostic spell as well. The three boys began to practice the spell, realizing that it seemed to be difficult indeed. Gowith tried to cast the spell by pointing his hand at the dummy's head, ignoring the twins' gasp. However, it took him more than a dozen tries, until he managed to make numbers appear at all. For the twins, the spell had worked after only a few tries. However, none of the displayed numbers seemed to be accurate, as they all differed each time they cast the spell. Gowith! Poppy suddenly exclaimed as she returned from her office, only now realizing that he didn't have a wand. I'm sorry. I completely forgot that you don't have a wand yet. Why would Gowith need a wand? The twins laughed as he once again pointed his hand at the dummy. Gowith, does your father know that you're capable of doing wandless magic? Yes, he knows, but he said I shouldn't tell anyone, Gowith replied in a small voice. I can't get a proper result though. Each time it's different. The Mediwitch smirked. Well, I told you that it's difficult and affords some practice. Look at the twins. According to them, the dummy must be dead, either with a too low or too high temperature. Now, do you want to try a diagnostic spell? Pomfrey made the three boys practice for 2 hours before she suggested, you may come back to practice whenever you want. However, I think it's enough for tonight. Why don't you sit in my office and have a cup of cocoa? With that, she ushered them into her office, where Misty, her personal house elf, had provided cocoa and biscuits for the three boys. Gowith and the twins profusely thanked the healer and spent the rest of the evening until curfew talking, joking, and drinking cocoa in the healer's office. Detentions can be fun, Gowith mused as he flashed back home. I hope my other detentions will be as much fun as this one. A pity that the twins won't be with me. However, when Gowith had breakfast in the Great Hall in the morning, sitting next to the twins at the Gryffindor table, Fred and George told him that they had to serve detention together with him for the rest of the week. Why? I thought Dad had only given you detention for last night, Gowith replied in surprise. The twins chuckled and George explained in a small voice. On our way back from our detention last night, we met McGonagall, and we thought she'd be the right object to practice the spells Pomfrey taught us. Unfortunately, she didn't take it too well when Fred got the result that she had Alzheimer's. Your display of her temperature, barely above the freezing point, wasn't much better, Fred replied, laughing. Anyway, she told us we had to join you for your detentions for the rest of the week. Wow, that's absolutely cool, Gowith thought, throwing the twins a sympathetic look. Dad told me I had to serve detention in the greenhouses tonight.
風の力を持つハリー。
When the three boys entered the greenhouse after dinner, they were surprised when loud river dance music greeted them. Gowith apprehensively followed the twins through the greenhouse. Music! The twins threw him a disbelieving look. Are you sure that we have detention here tonight? My father said so. Did you ever serve detention with Professor Sprout before? He whispered apprehensively, causing the twins to chuckle. Yes. Once, they replied, grinning. Because we exchanged some plants with others. That gave our poor classmates green pustules. Which we didn't know, of course, they replied with innocent expressions that made Gowith roll his eyes. We had to repot plants the whole evening. It was very boring, and the plants were disgusting. The professor was busying herself with a few plants. However, upon seeing the three boys, she greeted them and handed them pink earmuffs. Please put these on. I want you to help me with the mandrakes, Sprout instructed the boys. This year, they're having a bad year and just don't want to grow. Therefore, we need to take the smallest plants out and make them dance to strengthen them. Confirming that the boys were wearing their earmuffs, she waved her wand at one of the plants that looked like a small clown and made it dance to an old-fashioned waltz that was playing on a charmed gramophone. That sounds like great fun, Gowith thought and carefully waved his hand at a small mandrake. It took him several attempts, before the plant finally obeyed and danced together with those of the professor and the twins and rocked back and forth to the rhythm of the river dance. After 10 minutes, we give them a rest and take a different plant, the professor explained. Please be careful to completely cover the roots with earth when you repot them. The mandrakes were standing in a line, tap dancing to their heart's content to the Celtic rhythm. After laughing for all they were worth, the twins decided to take it a step further and unobtrusively exchanged grins, before Michael Jackson's Thriller blasted from the gramophone, and soon the mandrakes were dancing around like zombies. Finally, Professor Sprout decided that it was enough and released the three boys, who were talking animatedly. That was great fun. I think I love detentions, Gowith said on their way back to the entrance hall. Well, I don't think we're going to have much fun with Professor McGonagall whenever we have to serve detention with her, the twins replied simultaneously, causing Gowith to throw them an uncertain look. I think she was a bit harsh to give you 4 days of detention just because of practicing to cast a diagnostic spell on her, he said softly. Well, we cast the spell in front of a whole group of first years when we met her on our way to the common room last night, George said, snickering at the memory. She seemed to be very angry. We can be glad that she didn't assign us detention with Filch or your father. My dad conjured a small dummy for me and allowed me to practice for a while, but I didn't manage to cast either spell properly, Gowith admitted, before he separated from the twins and walked home, eager to tell Severus how he loved detentions. I wonder what the cat professor is going to make us do. I heard that Dad makes students clean dirty cauldrons, but even that's not so bad. What can be worse in the Transfiguration classroom? He mused as he hesitantly entered Severus' private lab.
風の力を持つハリー。
You love detentions? Severus asked in surprise. That will at least help you through the rest of the week. Well, tomorrow evening you will serve detention with Professor Sinistra. Do you know where her classroom is? Yes, Dad. She invited me for tea when she had a free period after lunch the other day, and she showed me all of her models of planets, Gowith replied, sighing. Maybe detention with her will be a bit boring, he thought to himself, although I like the professor. Now, I believe it's time for you to go to bed, Severus said gently, observing Gowith rub his eyes. All right, good night, Dad, Gowith replied immediately, suddenly feeling incredibly tired. Are you sure that you don't want me to help? I'm sure. This is going to be finished in 13 minutes, and by then I expect you to be in bed. Gowith hurriedly left the lab, only to stop dead in his tracks as he saw Fawkes sitting on his perch, helping himself to some of the phoenix treats Cicero had left for him in case Gowith wanted to spend some time in his phoenix form. Hello, Fawkes, Gowith said in surprise, unintentionally startling the phoenix. #Hi Gowith. I'm sorry for getting you into trouble. Fawkes trilled with an expression that didn't show much regret. The old grumpy one instructed the house elves not to give me any more of my favorite phoenix treats until Christmas. So I hope you don't mind I took a few of yours. Of course not, no problem, Gowith said quickly. He also forbade Tony to help me with any pranks. Fawkes continued. And unfortunately, the bond between Tony and the old grumpy one is older and stronger than the one between Tony and me, so that he'll have to listen to him. I'm sorry to hear that, Gowith replied. I'm not allowed to play any pranks either, and I have detention for the whole week. Oh well, I'll have to ask the twins then. You said they were parrots animagi, didn't you? In that case, we should be able to communicate. That's cool. I think we'll be in for a lot of fun then, Gowith replied with a strange feeling of foreboding. Good night, Fawkes. I have to be in bed when my father finishes his potion in 10 minutes, so I better get ready. Good night, Nestling. I better leave too, before he catches me here and tells my familiar that I ate your treats. Thanks, by the way, they were delicious. You're welcome, Gowith said, chuckling as he retired to his room.
風の力を持つハリー。
On the following evening, Gowith and the Weasley twins slowly made their way to the astronomy classroom. The teacher was resting in her cat form in front of the fireplace, causing the twins to look around curiously. No one here, George stated contentedly. Do you see the marmalade cat in front of the fireplace? Gowith whispered. That's the professor. He quickly changed into his cat form and sat next to the professor. Equals good evening, Professor. We came here for our detention. Equals. Equals detention? Oh right, there was something equals Aurora replied thoughtfully. Equals I completely forgot about it. Normally, I don't supervise detentions, but I agreed to it when your father asked me last week. Ah, and that is what Minerva meant when she told me that the twins would accompany you tonight. Oh well, let's see. First of all, we need to transform back. Equals she said and slowly changed back into her human form. Sometimes, she seems a bit off, just like her strange niece. Although I still like both of them, Gowith thought before he transformed back as well. Good evening, boys. Aurora greeted the twins. Good evening, Professor, the twins replied, looking at the professor in expectation. Please polish Jupiter including the moons without magic and memorize them, Professor Sinistra said thoughtfully, causing Gowith and the twins to groan inwardly as they confirmed that they had understood and set to work. Seeing that the professor took a seat at her desk, George whispered, Does any of you know a cleansing spell? Since Gowith doesn't need a wand to cast spells, she won't know if he uses magic. I have no idea of such spells, Fred replied thoughtfully. What is it that Mum whispers all the time when she's cleaning our rooms? I don't know, but cleaning Jupiter and the moons doesn't seem to be so much work, Gowith replied matter-of-factly, causing the twins to let out simultaneous snorts. Do you know how many moons Jupiter has? 62. Oops. Oh well then, let's get to work. Right. She told me that when she showed me her planets. He faintly recalled, wondering what could be so interesting about them. The three friends quietly worked for nearly 2 hours, talking and joking while they polished the moons that weren't very dirty anyway. Gowith was just polishing the 62nd moon when another tiny moon popped into existence. Professor Sinistra and her stupid self-updating Jupiter model. He thought to himself, glancing at the twins, who came nearer, looking at the new moon with interest. Well, it's new and not dirty anyway, Fred said matter-of-factly, chuckling at Gowith's annoyed expression. Professor, we're done cleaning, he called out to the teacher, who came and inspected their work. Well done, boys. Now go on and memorize them. All 63? George asked in horror. 62. The professor corrected him. Yes, please. No, number 63 just arrived a few minutes ago, Fred informed her, pointing to the new moon. Oh, they must be working overtime again at the observatory in Hawaii, the professor replied, inspecting the newest addition to the model with interest. Gowith and the twins grudgingly sat down on the floor under the model and began to read the names of each of the moons, trying to memorize them. When the professor returned to her desk, Fred began to whisper, Gowith, can you cast sleeping spells at us, please? I don't know. What's the incantation? Gowith replied uncertainly. And won't she know that I cast a spell? No, it'll look as if we had fallen asleep, George replied reassuringly. And the incantation is Somnus Naturalis. I'm not exactly sure about the wand movement, though. Oh well, I'll try, Gowith whispered and began to try casting the spell at Fred. 20 minutes later, Fred finally succumbed to the spell, causing Gowith and George to sigh in relief. All right, now I probably know how I have to do it, Gowith whispered and waved his hand at George, causing him to fall asleep as well. I wonder if this works on myself too, Gowith thought, trying to wave his hand at his own body in vain. Oh well, I'm tired enough anyway, he decided and lay down between the twins. The extreme efforts of casting wandless magic over nearly half an hour had made him so exhausted that he drifted off to sleep in the blink of an eye. When Gowith's mind turned back to awareness, he heard his father's voice and that of Aurora. He lazily opened his eyes, still feeling extremely tired. Thank Merlin, Gowith. You gave us quite a fright, Severus said softly. Are you feeling all right? Yes, of course. I'm just tired, Gowith mumbled sleepily, barely noticing that Severus scooped him up onto his arms.
I'm sorry, Severus.
I have no idea what made the children so tired, Aurora said worriedly. I merely made them clean the Jupiter model without magic. At least I was able to easily wake up the twins, and they were awake enough to return to Gryffindor on their own. But I don't know what's wrong with Gowith. I'll ask Gowith in the morning, but I'm sure it's not your fault, Severus replied in a soft voice. Good night, Aurora. With his son on his arms, he strode back to the dungeons, resolving to cast a few diagnostic spells on his son.
風の力を持つハリー。
When Gowith woke up, his father was sitting on the edge of his bed, reading a potions journal. To his surprise, the rays of what seemed to be the late afternoon sun streamed into the room through the charmed window. Oh no, how long did I sleep? He thought as he sat up. Hi, Dad, Gowith mumbled sleepily, wondering why Severus was watching him sleep. Welcome back to the world of the living, Severus replied, raising an eyebrow at the child. Congratulations, you managed to sleep 18 hours straight. The last afternoon class is just over. What? Gowith asked in shock, causing Severus to smirk. Your detention with Professor Sinistra must have been extremely exhausting. Can you tell me what happened that caused you to deplete your magic in the way you did, while you were supposed to clean the Jupiter model without magic? We didn't use magic on the model, Gowith replied quickly and hesitantly told his father about the sleeping spell. Please don't be angry at the twins, he added in a soft voice. I didn't feel up to memorize 63 names of Jupiter moons either. I understand, Severus replied firmly. Nevertheless, you have depleted your magic, which can be very dangerous. It can cause you to become very ill and can even lead to the complete loss of your magic. Wandless magic affords a lot of magic, especially for someone as young as you are. If you don't manage to cast a spell after a few tries, you need to take a break before you try again. I believe Madame Pomfrey already told you so the other day, when you were in detention in the hospital wing. She was not very pleased when I asked her to check on you to confirm my diagnostics earlier. Yes, she told me that, Gowith admitted in a small voice. I'm sorry, sir. I completely forgot about it. Severus let out a long sigh. Please be more careful the next time, he said sternly. And you must not do any magic for the rest of the week. Is that clear? Yes, Gowith replied miserably. Now, if you feel well enough, you may get up for dinner and for your detention with Professor McGonagall. However, if you feel unwell or get a headache, which might be possible because the pepper-up potion and the headache potion Madame Pomfrey spelled into your system are going to wear off sooner or later, you must tell Professor McGonagall and come home. Do you understand me? Yes, sir, Gowith replied, feeling his stomach churn at his father's stern voice and the thought of having detention with the cat professor so soon. When Severus stood and left the room, he dragged himself out of bed and quickly took a shower, hoping that the hot water would help him to become more alert. After dinner, Gowith anxiously followed Fred and George to the Gryffindor Tower. What is detention with Professor McGonagall like? He asked the twins, who told them that they had no idea, because the Scottish lioness rarely supervised any detentions herself. Normally, she sends people to serve detention with Filch, Fred explained. Yeah, I've never heard of anyone serving detention with her, George agreed and hesitantly knocked at the door to the professor's office. They did not have to wait long, before McGonagall let them in and motioned for them to take seats around her desk. The professor laid 3 piles of parchments in front of them and handed each of them a quill. Please answer these questions as precisely as possible. You have 1 hour. Gowith looked at the first parchment in shock. It held seemingly random questions about the magical world that were written in very accurate handwriting. Is that a test? Do I have to know all these things even before becoming a student here? He thought, terrified. Mr. Snape, are you feeling all right? McGonagall suddenly asked, giving him a sharp look. Yes, Professor, Gowith replied in a small voice. Then you better set to work, the teacher said sternly. You have 50 minutes left. Excuse me, Professor, is this a test? George suddenly asked. McGonagall sighed. No. These are questions which I received from a Muggle-born girl who is going to become a first year next summer. Gowith and I visited her the other day, and when I invited her to visit us here for Gowith's detention tonight, apparently she had nothing better to do than to send back this pile with questions. She's going to arrive with a port key at 7:30, which is in 40 minutes. Hermione is going to come here tonight? Gowith asked in disbelief, and his expression turned into a huge smile at the professor's nod. She is a friend of mine, he told the twins, before he turned back to the questions and tried to answer as many as he could, unaware of the fact that the twins were whispering to each other. By the time Hermione recovered from the experience of her first portkey travel, Professor McGonagall seemed to be alone in the office. However, as soon as Hermione had greeted the professor, she blurted out, "Wow! These parrots are wonderful. I didn't know that people in the magical world were keeping parrots as pets." McGonagall gave her a sharp look before she asked crisply, "Parrots?" "Yes, I know that the bird in the middle is Gowith," Hermione replied in surprise, pointing to the three birds that were occupying the back of a seat at the professor's desk. "Hello, Gowith. I'm so happy to see you again, and I have so many questions to ask you. I've read in Hogwarts, a history that ghosts, dwarfs, and giants are teaching at Hogwarts. Is that true and—" McGonagall efficiently interrupted her tirade by instructing Gowith and the twins to transform back into their human forms as soon as she overcame the first shock of seeing her second-year lions in their Animagus forms, causing Hermione to quickly change the topic to the Animagus transformation. The rest of the evening ended just as it had begun, with questions over questions, and Gowith inwardly sighed in relief when the portkey took Hermione back 2 hours later. "She is really nice but very tiring," he thought, yawning. "Gowith, are you awake enough to walk back to the dungeons? Or do you want me to take you through the flue?" McGonagall asked, pulling him back to reality. "I'm afraid that you must not transform into your phoenix form, because your father told me that you're not allowed to do any magic." "Is that magic?" Gowith asked in surprise. The twins chuckled. "How did you think you were able to transform?" Fred asked curiously. "I've no idea," Gowith replied. "But I thought because I'm a natural Animagus." He slowly trailed off, realizing that it probably sounded stupid. "I didn't think of that before, but it must be magic that makes me change into animals," he realized. "I'll walk," he told the professor and left the office together with the twins after thanking McGonagall profusely for inviting Hermione for his detention.
風の力を持つハリー。
"Today is our last detention," Gowith thought when they headed to the Charms classroom on Friday evening. "Good evening, boys. Come in." The tiny Professor Flitwick greeted them enthusiastically. "Today, I'm going to teach you a charm, which is a little difficult, because it has to be performed wandlessly. But since I heard that you already managed the Animagus transformation, I think that you might be able to succeed." With that, the professor conjured a dozen small, colorful balls. "This is the juggling charm," he explained as he mumbled an incantation and began to juggle 5 balls, causing Gowith and the twins to watch in excitement. "At first, you will try with only 2 balls, Flitwick said with eagerness, handing everyone 1 red and 1 blue ball, before he taught them the incantation. The 3 students watched in amazement how the balls began to move on their own as the professor spoke the charm and began to slightly move his hands. "I'm not supposed to do magic," Gowith mused, but nevertheless followed the teacher's instructions. Remembering what his father had told him, he tried a few times and then waited for a few minutes, while he observed the twins trying to do wandless magic. "This is very difficult because you cannot use your wands. Please be patient, gentlemen. If you manage the charm with 2 balls, you'll be able to use more balls. It's not more difficult," Flitwick explained, apparently noticing that the boys were slowly getting frustrated after an hour of inefficient tries. Gowith was the first to be able to juggle the 2 balls, and Professor Flitwick handed him 3 more, one by one, looking proudly at the boy who was juggling all 5 balls. It was nearly curfew when the twins managed the charm and began to play with the colorful balls. "Excuse me, sir," Fred began to ask, "will it be possible to use the same charm?" George continued, "For other things than balls?" A huge smile spread over the professor's face. "Yes, of course, you can juggle with quills or apples. Just be careful that you don't hurt anyone. Well done, boys. Now it's after curfew, though, and we have to finish this detention." Seeing the twins' disappointed faces, Gowith could not help chuckling. "I really like detentions," he thought in spite of feeling absolutely exhausted. "I can't imagine walking down to the dungeons now, though. Maybe I'll feel better in my phoenix form." With that, he transformed, realizing that he felt indeed slightly better. He jumped onto Fred's hand and slowly walked up to his shoulder, where he made himself comfortable while the twins left the Charms classroom. "Hey Gowith, what's wrong? Are you tired?" Fred asked and gently began to pet his head feathers. "Oh right, he wasn't supposed to do magic," George suddenly remembered. We better take him home, before he does anything else stupid. Right? Didn't Gani tell you that you weren't supposed to transform? Fred asked, shaking his head as the twins turned to the staircase that led to the dungeons. You're the right ones to talk. You're not doing anything but nonsense the whole day, Gawith thought and chuckled inwardly, thoroughly enjoying the lift. Only when they reached the corridor in front of his father's office, he flew down to the floor and transformed back into his human form. Thank you for the lift. It's all right now. Good night. Good night, Gawith. Oh, and when you meet Hermione the next time, you might give her something to do by teaching her the charm we just learned. The twins instructed him, chuckling, before they turned to leave the dungeons. Wow, that's a brilliant idea. Gawith mused and began to ponder when he would be able to secretly get away to meet the girl as he absent-mindedly entered his father's quarters.
風の力を持つハリー。
When Gawith returned home, his father was sitting in his favorite armchair, reading a potions journal. Good evening, Gawith. How was your detention with Professor Flitwick? He asked, giving Gawith a sharp look. Gawith let himself sink onto the sofa, trying to suppress a yawn.
I'm sorry, Dad.
I had to do magic, but I was very careful and took a lot of breaks. Professor Flitwick taught us a juggling charm. He gave each of us 5 balls and we had to juggle them. It was so much fun. Looking at the boy's excited face, Severus somehow felt unable to scold the child for doing magic. Well, at least you were careful about the magic, he said finally. I suppose that you're very tired now. Why don't you go to bed and sleep in tomorrow? It's Saturday anyway. I think I'm going to do that, Gawith agreed, before he hesitantly asked. Would it be all right if I spent the night in my phoenix form? I think I'd feel better as a phoenix. The transformation takes a lot of magic, too. Severus warned him but accepted the boy's decision. Gawith changed into his phoenix form. Hashtag may I rest on your shoulder for a while? Hashtag he trilled softly, causing Severus to hold his hand invitingly in front of the bird's feet. Hashtag thank you. Hashtag Gawith trilled and made himself comfortable behind the curtain of black hair on his favorite spot. Within seconds, he was fast asleep.
風の力を持つハリー。
During the next weeks, Gawith tried in vain to find an opportunity to flash to Hermione. Somehow, Severus and his colleagues seemed to worry that he might deplete his magic again, and they were watching him like hawks. This is really annoying, Gawith thought one day as he walked behind his father to the Great Hall for dinner. On the other hand, it's great to have someone be concerned about me. The Dursleys never cared what I did, if I ate something or if I was healthy. My life has completely changed during the last year, and I love being here having such a considerate family. Suddenly, he had an idea. If the cat professor allowed Hermione to visit me for my detention, perhaps Dad could invite her to come over for Halloween. He had never experienced Halloween before, but since the middle of October, the students' conversations more or less revolved around the feast that was going to take place on Halloween. When he talked to the twins about the matter, they agreed immediately. Suddenly, George chuckled and suggested, let's put on a juggling act for everyone at Halloween. But instead of balls, we're going to use something else, his brother added, giggling. Over the second half of October, Gawith and the twins busily practiced the acts for their show. They always spent the hour between the last afternoon class and dinner in Gawith's room practicing the juggling charm as well as a few other spells, which they intended to use. Fortunately, Severus easily agreed to invite Hermione and made Gawith write a letter, to which he added a portkey with explicit instructions how to activate it. Hermione's reply arrived on the same day, stating that she would love to visit Gawith over Halloween.
風の力を持つハリー。
After dinner on Halloween, the Great Hall suddenly turned completely dark apart from a very bright spot on the head table that was occupied by 3 relatively large birds. Suddenly, the 3 birds, 2 African gray parrots and a winged phoenix, jumped onto the floor and transformed into 3 boys. Still remaining in the spotlight, each of them pulled 5 colorful balls out of their robe pockets and began to flawlessly juggle them. After a short while, the balls turned into oversized lemon drops, and the boys continued juggling, until the lemon drops suddenly magically arranged themselves to a necklace that moved in a small zigzag line back to the head table and finally came to rest around the headmaster's neck. Thank you, my boys, Dumbledore said gratefully as he unwrapped one of the drops and popped it into his mouth, before he began to offer the sweets to his colleagues. Under huge applause, each of the boys pulled four snitches out of their robe pockets and once more began to juggle the golden balls that were moving their wings up and down simultaneously. All of a sudden, the boys each removed one of the snitches they were juggling and threw them into the air, where the color of the snitches suddenly changed to yellow. The yellow snitches raced towards the Hufflepuff table and bounced off every Hufflepuff head on the left and right-hand side of the table. When they had completed their maneuver, they sped back to their guffawing owners. Having seen their plan come to fruition, the three boys turned their trusty snitches blue and sent them to terrorize the Ravenclaw table. As soon as the snitches returned, they turned them green and efficiently repeated the process for Slytherin, all the time laughing. Not willing to spare their own house, red snitches were sent out to dance on the Gryffindor table, spilling pumpkin juice and scattering plates in all directions. After the red snitches returned to the three pranksters, all of the snitches were sent far into the air. Right under the charmed ceiling, they exploded in a huge firework display, and while the attention of the whole school was turned towards the ceiling, the three friends quietly hurried back to their seats. Gowith, that was absolutely fantastic, Hermione, who was sitting between Gowith and the twins, said in excitement. How did you manage to juggle 5 balls at once? That's not difficult, Gowith replied in a small voice. There's a juggling spell for that. It's not a spell, but a charm, Fred corrected him lightly, causing his twin to chuckle in expectation. Hermione, let Gowith teach you the charm, George beamed. Or we can try to teach you together. Gowith, if your father doesn't mind, we can practice in your room after breakfast tomorrow. Otherwise, we can use an unused classroom. I don't think my father will mind, Gowith said hesitantly. Dad said that my friends were always welcome to visit me in my room, he recalled. Wow, that's too cool. Oh, please teach me the charm. I can't wait to be able to juggle, Hermione said enthusiastically, absent-mindedly playing with a candy that the twins had placed on the table in front of her. We will, the twins replied, chuckling. All of a sudden, Gowith felt a hand on his shoulder, causing him to unconsciously flinch back as a soft voice told him, that was a fantastic display, Gowith. Automatically turning his head towards the voice, Gowith groaned inwardly. Luna Lovegood was standing behind Gowith, giving him a dreamy look. Thank you, Gowith replied in a small voice, torn between feeling happy about the praise and being uncertain how to behave in the eccentric girl's company. Hey, young lady, why don't you join us? Fred asked gently, and the twins made space for Luna to sit between them and Hermione. Thank you, Luna said, and a vague smile spread over her face as she introduced herself to Hermione. You're Muggleborn? She asked with apparent interest. I'm so happy to meet you. I have many questions about the Muggle world, if you don't mind answering them. Oh no, I'd love to talk with you, Hermione replied eagerly. I have a heap of questions about the wizarding world. I'm going to stay with Gowith until tomorrow evening. Are you a student here?
No, Luna replied sadly.
I'll only be allowed to attend Hogwarts in 2 years' time. I'll be in the year after Gowith. And you? I'm already 11, and I'm going to be in Gowith's year, Hermione said happily. He and the twins promised to teach me their juggling charm tomorrow morning. Will you still be here then? When Hermione and the twins found out that Luna was going to stay with her aunt over the weekend, they invited her to join them in the morning, and the 5 children met in Gowith's room after breakfast. While Hermione and Luna practiced the wandless charm, the twins and Gowith tried out several variations of their acts. Gowith, we need to ask your father if the 2 of you can come over to the Burrow for dinner sometime on Christmas, and then we can make a show for our family. I'm sure our siblings would love to see this, the twins suddenly said, just when the potions master appeared in the doorframe to call everyone for lunch. My aunt was right. He's really sweet, Luna said to Gowith just when they reached the Great Hall, leaving Gowith to wonder, who is sweet? Fred? George? She can't mean Dad now, can she?
風の力を持つハリー。
The 5 friends spent the rest of the day in Gowith's room, alternately answering Hermione's and Luna's questions, until Severus came and motioned them to follow him. Where are we going? Gowith thought in surprise as his father led them to the end of the small corridor in their quarters, which ended at a painting of a huge cauldron. As soon as Severus touched a small bunch of herbs that were being added to the cauldron, the painting moved sideways, opening the way to a narrow, old staircase. A hidden staircase in our quarters? Gowith thought in disbelief as he followed his father and his friends upstairs. The narrow staircase seemed to drag on infinitely, before the small group finally stepped out into the fresh air, only to find themselves in a small herb garden on top of the roofs of Hogwarts. Wow, this is really high, Gowith mused as he looked around in absolute amazement. They were surrounded by small towers and parts of the roof. There were only 2 small openings in the roof that allowed the view onto the grounds and the lake as well as into the opposite direction. Oh, there are a few villages. Is one of them Hogsmeade? Hermione asked curiously, causing Severus to quickly explain about the villages they could see from their spot on the roof. Now, why I brought you here, he finally finished his monologue, is not only because I thought that you are in dire need of fresh air, but because I could need some help harvesting the lichens. Seeing 5 pairs of eyes staring at him questioningly, he smirked. You probably don't know what lichens are. They often grow at strange places like cemeteries. However, what we're looking for are magical lichens. They grow on the roofs of magical buildings. The more magic a building contains, the more powerful the lichens are. He stepped to one side of the herb garden, from where they could easily oversee and reach a part of the roof. Pointing to a strange kind of dark green plant that looked a bit like moss, he explained, magical lichens are used in healing potions. Their extract is red or even purple if harvested from places with a strong magic. Severus conjured several small containers and asked, would you mind scraping the lichens from the roof? The 5 children agreed and were soon engrossed in finding those that had the strangest formations. Is there no magical spell to harvest them? Hermione asked interestedly. No, Ms. Granger. If you used a spell to scrap them from the roof, their magical power would be destroyed and they would be useless as potions ingredients, Severus explained gently, before he resumed collecting herbs from his garden in small containers. Gowith and his friends thoroughly enjoyed their small excursion and were chattering in excitement when they finally climbed down the long staircase. 777 steps, Luna breathed. I thought it was much more. The potions master chuckled. Be glad that it's a magical staircase. Otherwise, it would even take more steps to climb up from the dungeons to that part of the roof.
風の力を持つハリー。
The following weeks passed relatively uneventfully, until excitement began to build up in the school as the Christmas holidays approached. When everyone began to speak about nothing else but the holidays and what they were going to receive for Christmas, Gowith began to twist his mind about what he could give Severus as well as Minerva and Poppy. It was only a few days before the beginning of the holidays, when finally a good idea popped into his mind. In the afternoon, Gowith flashed to the hospital wing to pay Madame Pomfrey a visit. Madame Pomfrey, he said hesitantly, do you have a minute for me? Of course, Gowith, the elder witch replied gently. What can I do for you? I need your help, the boy blurted out in excitement. I thought about what I could give Dad for Christmas, and I just had an idea. If I transformed into several magical animals like, for example, a basilisk or a unicorn, could you harvest potions ingredients out of me? The healer stared at him in disbelief before she replied thoughtfully, oh well, it wouldn't be a problem to cut a bit of unicorn hair, but I don't know about basilisk skin or such. I don't want to harm you. She remained pensive for an instant. Gowith, do you know Hagrid? She asked finally. Yes, but not well. Dad introduced him to me, but he doesn't know that I'm a multiple Animagus. Gowith, I know him quite well, and I can assure you that he will keep your secret. I suggest that we meet with Hagrid and Professor McGonagall. I'd feel better if she was with us just in case you had any problems with your transformations, and Hagrid knows more about magical animals than I. I'll contact both of them and ask when they have time. Come back tomorrow before breakfast. All right. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey, Gowith said gratefully, sighing in relief as he flashed home.
風の力を持つハリー。
On Sunday morning after breakfast, Gowith told his father that was going to meet the Weasley twins. His best friends knew about his plan and had promised to remain in their common room. Gowith flashed to the hospital wing, where Poppy, Minerva, and Hagrid were already waiting for him. Let's head into my personal quarters, the Meta Witch suggested, pointing to the portrait of Helga Hufflepuff that was overseeing the hospital wing from the wall in her office. Helga will alert me if I'm needed here. Gowith could not help chuckling as they entered the witch's private quarters. Somehow, he had expected her living room to look like her office, filled with dark wooden shelves that were huge and seemed to be on the verge of collapsing under the weight of hundreds of potions files. However, the living room was a very bright room that was built around a fireplace and was surrounded by bookshelves just like Severus' living room. Another portrait of Helga Hufflepuff was hanging above the fireplace. McGonagall conjured a soft mattress for Gowith, and during the next 2 hours, he transformed into several animals, and Poppy and Hagrid busied themselves collecting phoenix tears, basilisk skin, unicorn hair, griffin wing feathers, and other valuable potions ingredients from Gowith's Animagus forms. Finally, Poppy handed the glass containers with the ingredients to Misty and asked her to give them to Severus for Christmas from Gowith.
風の力を持つハリー。
After taking a short nap on his phoenix perch, glad that his father was busy in his lab so that he wouldn't notice how tired he was, Gowith spent the afternoon together with Severus in the lab to brew fruit drops and several types of chocolates for his friends as well as for the Weasleys, who had invited Severus and him to their home for dinner on Christmas Eve. The twins have 5 siblings, Gowith mused as he took a shower in order to get ready for their visit to the burrow a few days later. It must be great to have such a huge family. I hope they're all as nice as the twins. Their brother Percy seems very stern and not funny though.
風の力を持つハリー。
Gowith stumbled behind his father out of the fireplace and looked around with interest. While a woman that had to be the twins' mother stepped over to them right away, the twins were standing on the 3rd step from the bottom of a staircase, pointing their wands at a book that was chasing a younger boy with the same red hair as the twins. The boy was trying to evade the book and finally ran upstairs, swearing revenge as he fled. "Hello, Severus. How nice of you to join us for Christmas Eve." Molly Weasley enthusiastically greeted the potions master, who had an obvious expression of relief on his face as the witch led off and turned to Gowith. "And you must be Gowith," she continued. "The twins told me everything about you." "Hello, Mrs. Weasley. Thank you so much for the invitation," Gowith replied politely, feeling very reassured when the twins came over and began to talk to him in their usual way of communication. "Hello, Gowith. We're sorry. We'd like to introduce you to our younger brother Ron. He is 10 just like you. But we managed to upset him. Just by a small prank. Fred and George, can you fetch the others please?" Mrs. Weasley interrupted the twins' tirade. "Dinner is ready in 5 minutes." "All right, I'll go," George offered and dashed away, while Fred pulled Gowith with him to the table. "We thought you'd like to sit between the 2 of us," he said as he sat down, ushering Gowith on the chair next to him. "Yes, thank you," Gowith said in relief, feeling very uncertain at the thought of being in the company of so many unknown people that stormed into the room within the next 2 minutes. Charlie and Bill seemed to be very nice, just like the twins, Gowith thought as he quietly enjoyed his food, while the Weasley children all talked at the same time. Percy and Ron look as if they were in a bad mood, but Ginny seems nice as well. "Do you like shepherd's pie, Gowith?" Mrs. Weasley asked kindly, pulling Gowith out of his thoughts. "Yes, I love it," Gowith replied truthfully. "It's my favorite, and yours even tastes better than that of the house elves at Hogwarts." "I thought the food at Hogwarts was so wonderful," Ron objected with a strange look on his face that Gowith couldn't quite interpret. "Anyway, eat up and let's go to our room and practice our act once more," Fred suggested while George turned to their mother. "Mom, we just want to practice once. We'll be back in 2 minutes." Gowith happily followed the twins upstairs, glad to be alone with his friends for a moment. Even if the Weasleys seemed to be very kind, he wasn't used to having so many people around him. The twins led him into their room, motioning him to take a seat on the bed between several books, clothes, an empty cauldron, and other items. "Their room is as chaotic as that of Dudley," Gowith mused as he listened to the twins' suggestions for their act. A few minutes later, the friends headed downstairs again, noticing that everyone had finished dinner. Ginny was cleaning the table, while Mrs. Weasley was magically doing the washing up, and Mr. Weasley was engrossed in a conversation with Severus and his older sons. Only Ron seemed to be missing. The twins pulled Gowith to the sofa, and as soon as everyone was assembled in the living room, The three boys pulled their colorful balls out of their robe pockets and began to juggle according to the program, which they had used on Halloween at Hogwarts. Instead of the house tables, they made the blue snitches circle around Bill's head. The red snitches jump up and down on Charlie's lap. The green snitches smash periodically into Percy's head, and the yellow snitches circle around Ron, making belching noises. That was absolutely brilliant, Ginny commented when they finished their program, causing her parents to agree. Very well done, Gowith, Fred, and George, Mrs. Weasley said, pulling each of the boys into bear hugs. Now let's have some dessert. Ginny and Ron followed their mother into the kitchen, while Severus and Mr. Weasley resumed their earlier conversation, and Bill and Charlie inquired about the juggling charm they had used. Gowith once more sat between the twins at the table, where a plate with assorted desserts was waiting for him. This is as delicious as the shepherd's pie, he thought, and enjoyed the food, until his head suddenly felt very strange. Quietly putting his spoon down on his plate, he carefully brought his hands to his temples, only to realize that instead of his usual skin he was spiking feathers. He tried to whisper to the twins, but his voice came only out as a quack. My head must be that of a duck or something, Gowith mused, trying in vain to get a look at his own face. Feeling absolutely uncomfortable, he transformed into his phoenix form without even thinking about the matter. #Dad, what happened? He asked anxiously. Was that a prank potion or something? Probably yes, son. Your head suddenly changed into that of a duck. You need to ask your mischievous friends about that. Severus quickly thought back, causing Gowith to sigh in relief as his father's calming voice penetrated his mind. Thank you, Dad. He trilled back and stepped behind his chair, where he transformed back into his human form. I'm sorry, he apologized in a small voice, before he quickly sat on his seat, pushing his dessert plate away. What happened? The twins asked in surprise. Oh, now that's enough, Fred and George. Their mother immediately scolded them sternly. You should know better than to play pranks on visitors, especially when they're younger than yourselves and are here for the first time. Mom, we can assure you that we didn't do anything, the twins said sincerely. Mom, I'm sure that was Ron. Ginny spoke up, glaring accusingly at her brother. What's so bad? Ron scoffed. When they pranked me with their farting snitches and even put me into Hufflepuff, no one said a word. Ron, you will apologize to Gowith now, Mr. Weasley ordered him in a no-nonsense voice. This is not funny. It's all right, Gowith threw in hesitantly. It wasn't so bad. Well, you're lucky because you're an Animagus, but I think it's annoying enough that the twins prank everyone. We don't need anyone else to prank us, Ginny objected, causing Ron to leave the room and run upstairs in a huff. I'm sorry, Gowith said in a small voice. You don't have anything to be sorry about, Gowith, Percy replied firmly. Exactly. Ron can be a real prat sometimes, Ginny agreed. Mom, may we go flying for a while? Mrs. Weasley agreed and instructed everyone to pull on their warm robes before she handed Gowith a present, wrapped in colorful Christmas paper with small reindeers that were flying around. I know it's only Christmas Eve, but I thought you might want to put it under your robes, sweetie, she said gently, motioning the boy to open his present. Gowith shot his father a glance, noticing happily that he nodded his agreement, before he carefully opened the wrapping, finding a warm jumper inside. It was dark blue with a green phoenix on the front. Wow, this is very pretty and warm, Gowith said in amazement. Is that really for me? Our mother always makes these. For everyone. For Christmas, the twins explained. Thank you so much, Mrs. Weasley, Gowith said gratefully, incredulously admiring the jumper. You're welcome, sweetie, Mrs. Weasley replied and motioned him to wear it right away. Gowith obeyed and followed the others outside, noticing in excitement that everyone except for Mrs. Weasley and Ron, who hadn't reappeared yet, mounted a broom. They formed two teams and Gowith was made seeker. He took into the air together with the others and began to feverishly look for the snitch that was very difficult to find, even if the snow on the ground made the garden relatively bright. It was nearly midnight when Gowith managed to catch the struggling little ball just an arm length before Severus, who played seeker for the other team. Back inside, everyone had a cup of cocoa that felt wonderful warm after flying in the cold December air. However, seeing that Gowith was nearly falling asleep over his drink, Severus stepped over to his son. "I believe that it's time to head back to Hogwarts," he said quietly. "May I flash us? I'm too tired to take the flu," Gowith replied softly, causing Severus to quirk an eyebrow but finally nod. "All right, if you don't feel too tired to flash." They quickly said their goodbyes to the Weasleys, and Gowith exchanged presents with the twins, before he transformed into his phoenix form and flashed home together with his father. "That was a cool evening, apart from the fact that Ron doesn't like me for some reason," he mumbled 10 minutes later, already drifting off to sleep as Severus gently tucked him in.